It was an S-rank gate, supposedly impossible, but when the hunters stepped inside, all they found were the carcasses of demons and a six-pack shredded man standing before them, having wiped out the entire horde all by himself. That was Leon and how he got that ripped godlike physique. Few people know the half of it. They have no idea how much Leon had to struggle. From the moment he was born, he thought he'd hit the jackpot, born into a wealthy family living the dream. But who would have guessed? He barely had time to enjoy his silver spoon when at age 8 he was dragged off to learn swordsmanship. He was excited at first, but then he became the disciple of the Saint Nightgo. Excited turned into getting worked like a dog. By 14, before he'd even hit puberty, he was being forced to haul boulders that not even the Monkey King could lift, training his sword skills with his master until his body was shattered and bruised to the core. By 16, while his family was rolling in cash, Leon had to follow his master, traveling the world to save the suffering and earn merits, all in the desperate hope of gaining the goddess's favor. Killing monsters, saving villages. By age 20, Leon finally met the person of his dreams. He had longed to meet the goddess Ariana of this world, and after working like a mule, he finally did. He was officially crowned a Saint Knight, but it didn't mean he could relax. Leon still had to grind his life away. He killed and killed again, slaughtering monsters without end. He hacked through goblins and wiped out evil cults. Eventually, Leon became a Knight of the Kingdom, which gave him the authority to command other knights. Leon had personally slaughtered 700,000 of those slimy, wretched monsters. I feel so refreshed, he thought, looking out over the vast, finally peaceful lands. At age 35, the living saint and demigod King Leon I passed away. The heartbreaking tragedy happened while he was fighting the Demon King, who had been summoned by the Empire. Naturally, he was among the mourners at the funeral. With his high-ranking status, honestly, just dealing with those monsters was already a massive headache. And now these disgusting demons are running wild everywhere. This is exactly why people need to have faith in the gods and live with a purpose. Those miserable mages from the Empire, setting that aside, they needed to elect a new Saint Knight to succeed King Leon I, who had died with honor. Amidst the chaos, the goddess descended upon the gathered knights. She chose Leon, and her prestigious blessing was announced to the entire world. Saint Knight Leon Dragonia, my faithful knight, you have succeeded, a symbol of honor and faith. Leon bowed his head to the ground, not daring to look upon her holy face, and respectfully replied, "As you command, Goddess Ariana." To be honest, it felt like this was just the natural course of events. After all the blood, sweat, and tears he'd poured in since birth, Leon thought to himself. He was in a position that was both honorable and exhausting, but he couldn't let the citizens of the kingdom, or the knights serving under him, feel disappointed, and so, the election for the successor proceeded smoothly. Leon absorbed the sacred treasure, the lion's heart, from the goddess, vowing to protect the Holy Grail, and that is how Leon became Grand Duke Dragonia and inherited the throne, becoming the king of the Leon First Kingdom. His life had achieved everything he had ever aspired to. By age 80, a lot had happened. There were great wars against the Ott species, those hunchbacked, deranged goblins that had evolved into greater demons, and the Empire only made everything more chaotic. A guard reported, "Your Majesty, the Empire's Magic Academy has started their experiments again." He stood there in silence, not saying a word. Lost in thought, his heart was actually being torn apart. Leon could swear that all of this was because the Empire had accepted those miserable heretics from the north. How dare they turn their backs on the gods, those bastards. Of course, just cursing them in his heart wouldn't solve the problem. Leon pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Summon the knights." This is the result of giving human rights to people who don't even deserve to be slaves. I should just wipe them out once and for all, he thought. And so at age 80, though it was a rough road, he successfully made it through. At age 96, those bastard Imperials finally did it. The insane old emperor destroyed the statue of the goddess and performed a demonic sacrificial ritual. After reciting the necessary incantations, he clasped his hands and pleaded, "I offer you 3 million souls as a sacrifice. Please grant my request." You could see the old man had been consumed by inner demons, losing all sense of right and wrong. In this situation, Leon had only one thing to say: the Emperor has crossed the line. That bastard who always claimed he didn't want to die killed himself along with 3 million citizens of the capital through a dark ritual, summoning the Lord of Chaos right there in the capital city. He was truly beyond saving. In the end, Leon summoned his knights. with his holy sword, the blood of monsters from the previous year still barely dry and the holy light still shimmering on the blade. Leon calmly led the vanguard and marched toward the Empire. Let's go. The war dragged on until he was 121. Suffering was everywhere. Leon had tried his best, but sadly the world was still destroyed, contrary to his wishes. Leon had done everything in his power to defeat all the evil in existence, using every bit of divine strength on this continent. But Leon couldn't do it. He sat amidst the souls of his countrymen. They had sacrificed everything for the nation. Your Highness Leon. Aren couldn't bear it. Leon turned away to comfort him. Aren, you can hold your head high. Your father died with honor, and he has joined the gods above. Yes, he hesitated, but quickly regained his composure, urging his army on. Look ahead, everyone. Are you afraid of the gods above, or the goddess? Your war horses are trembling with fear. The women tried to bury their cries deep within their hearts. As the children swallowed their tears, Leon suddenly asked, Can you hear the cries of the wicked enemies echoing across the land? They who stole our brothers away, can you hear the voices of those who took them? Those I hold dear. He continuously prodded them with questions that pierced the soldiers' hearts like a blade. Who could listen and remain indifferent? Forget the hatred and abandon your swords. No one could do that. They had families, ancestral spirits watching from above, and a homeland to protect. They still had their homes, their country. Thus, the young generation carried the faint flame of resistance, and the knights sought to sow seeds of hope in this blood-soaked wasteland. But, O goddess of Leon, master of the holy sword, holy spear, and holy grail, he wanted to challenge the one who had brought him faith, yet stole the happiness of the homeland he lived in. He sat in his saddle, preparing for the next battle. He asked everyone one final question. Can you hear the enemy, those who are eager to seize everything in their path? Be filled with fury. Let that rage burn until the very last moment. Direct that anger toward those fools drowning in delusions of glory. Spirits soared at his words. The entire army erupted with a fighting spirit like never before. Ants will not stop struggling until they are crushed, Leon swore to himself. Leon, your night will not be stopped. Evil has spread to the ends of the earth, he proclaimed heroically. And remember, as long as honor remains, we shall not lose. The battle began. Leon, burning with the will to fight, slaughtered the monsters in his way as if hypnotized. O goddess, Leon's goddess, what should this foolish knight do? He asked himself, and that was the same question she wanted to ask him right then. He shouted the slogan, For the goddess, for honor. The goddess's voice seemed to echo in his ears. O my knight, my beloved knight, full of honor, your goddess will be by your side until the very end, my knight. Finally, for this Leonhardt, he shouted. The whole army charged. And so that winter we fought the final battle against thousands and tens of thousands of demons that had flooded this land. Barbaric slave soldiers were used as mere meat shields, while my knights equipped with spears and shields died in honor alongside those heroic knights. And the one chosen by the gods from countless temples fought the demons single-handedly. By the end, Leon had torn apart countless demon lords and generals, and showed those bastards the power of a holy knight. At age 217, the winter had yet to end. 231, 234, until 256, when Leon shattered the final demon gate. They had nowhere left to hide. Leon's gaze was filled with murderous intent. You wretched, lowly minions of the devil, now you shall be trapped here with me in this very world. I will slaughter every last one of you. The roles were reversed. The monsters wailed and screamed, receiving the death blow. Perhaps living too long and fighting too many battles had truly driven him mad. Leon was not the one trapped. It was those bastards who were trapped here with Leon. You wretched, vile scoundrels! Leon's eyes were soulless, knowing only how to slash and kill. 300 years, the death milestone for all monsters. Leon struck with razor-sharp precision, decimating the monster legion. Their shrill, agonized screams echoed throughout the deep forest. In the bright moonlight, Harry asked, Are you okay? What had happened at the teleportation gate? People were dazed. He had defeated the great demon in just one strike. Just like that, Leon had earned another victory, another enemy skull. To everyone's astonishment, a mysterious man approached the corpse and called out, Wake up, you hero! There is no more time, wake up! Harry was bewildered, her eyes wide, asking urgently, Who are you? He replied, his strange white hair now turning back into a shimmering gold that symbolized power. I am King Leonhardt. Leon turned and continued, his voice deepening. The knight among heroic knights, the bearer of the faith and wishes of the temples. He stood completely naked, radiating a brilliant golden power, loudly emphasizing his name. Leon Dragonia Leonhardt. The girl named Harry stared in shock at the eccentric man before her muttering, "In the 300th year I met mortal men." The system window appeared. Notification: you have eradicated all demons. Remaining demon count 0. And just like that, the King Knight had returned. A gate had opened in the middle of Seoul, a black gate of unknown rank. The Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association requested major national guilds to join the raid, but the request was rejected because no one knew the difficulty of the gate. Ultimately, the government ordered the Hunter Association to enter first. Basically, it was no different from a death sentence, and what I saw inside there was a completely naked man. That man was coldly glancing at the pile of monster corpses he had killed himself. Just then a voice rang out. "Harry, Assistant Han Harry. This pink-haired girl is Han Harry, Chief Assistant of the Korean Hunter Association. The black-haired man, Kim Jisoo, Chief of the Korean Hunter Association." He handed her a cup of coffee and asked kindly, "You're tired, aren't you?" Harry took the coffee and replied, "Yes, thank you." Jisoo sat down next to her and continued, "How did it go?" Harry replied, "Sir, no one believes it." He continued, "Well, it's understandable. It was a black demon gate. It even contained a great demon. Surviving and returning without the help of other guilds is already a miracle. But to clear it completely, yeah, that's impossible. It was all thanks to one person. That one person was the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man sitting arrogantly in the interrogation room." Harry looked at him curious. "You're a survivor, right? Coming out of the gate?" Jisoo nodded. "Yes, a survivor coming from another world. There have been cases before. Humans can survive inside the gates. Since the gates first appeared around the world 35 years ago, there have been many similarities. The theme of these gates: it is a world on the brink of or already destroyed, and sometimes survivors who return to Earth hold unimaginable power that they attained in the demon realm. That is the main reason the government always tries to please the survivors and plans to recruit them." Harry spoke up. "We must recruit him at any cost. That guy is terrifyingly strong. Ginseng agrees that we have to do whatever it takes. Even an A-rank hunter would have to bet their life fighting a high-level demon, but he killed that great archdemon with just a single strike. Even the most seasoned S-rank hunters are terrified of him. It's not just that he killed it, he completely overwhelmed it. My biggest concern right now is the cultural gap. From the way he talks about himself, he must be royalty or something." Harry gently reassured her, "I think it'll be fine." Jisoo wondered, "Why do you think that?" Harry confidently replied, "I can feel it from his voice. He's an incredibly kind person." Suddenly the guy roared in anger, "You lowly wretch!" His roar was so powerful it shattered the room's reinforced glass. Both Harry and Jisoo gasped in shock. The glass was supposed to be monster-proof. The guy stood up, radiating pure fury. He gritted his teeth. "How dare you sully the noble name of Leonhardt?" Jisoo looked at him confused. "An incredibly kind person, huh?" Harry replied, "Cultural gap, I guess so." Flashback to 15 minutes ago. The guy was still sitting calmly in the interrogation room, thinking to himself, "This feels so strange. It's really him. I used to be an orphan, slaving away through my 20s until I died from exhaustion. Then I was reincarnated into another world, becoming a king and a knight of the kingdom. Over a century after conquering the demon realm, I hunted demons for 200 years. A total of 300 years. It's a relief to still have some memories of this place." Just then, the bald guy hesitated and spoke up. Hello, you're Leon Dragonia. Leonhardt, right?" Leon didn't answer immediately, still thinking. Even so, it wouldn't be to my advantage to reveal the truth that I was once a person from Earth. Isn't being a king and a knight who lived for 300 years in another world much better than being a guy who died from overwork at 20? Leon frowned, annoyed, and said to the bald guy, "Call me your majesty, you peasant." The bald guy stared at him, confused for a moment, then said, "Ah, yes, your majesty." Leon continued to assess him. "He follows my orders. Is he truly a good person, or is the government just cautiously approaching survivors like me?" The bald guy continued to hesitate. So, about the Black Gate, I mean your world, your majesty. There was a conflict with our hunters and you killed all those demons. Correct," Leon replied coldly. "That's right. Did you forget?" The bald guy looked dazed. I'm sorry, you mean? Leon spoke to him majestically. I slaughtered the entire demon species, and to protect the honor of the knights, I command you to be my temporary secretary. I grant you the special privilege of recording this noble event. The bald guy looked like he didn't understand a thing, but still replied, right, yes. He bowed his head and started taking notes. Cultural gap, Leon thought to himself. Leon continued, in any case, is there no royal welcome ceremony here? What he meant was, I'm hungry. The bald guy heard this, immediately pulled out his phone and started typing furiously. You must be feeling impatient. You must be hungry. I'll prepare a meal for you right away. Leon continued to order him around and tell me about this world. Leon thought to himself, I need to find out what happened to Earth while I was gone. The bald guy agreed. Ah, yes, I will explain. Then he began to speak seriously. The nightmare started 35 years ago. Gates opened all over the world, and monsters and demons started appearing from that moment on. We have been in a constant state of emergency after suffering so many failures. We realized that each gate has a theme and a mission that needs to be solved. And if a gate isn't handled, a dungeon break occurs and the monsters will invade Earth. Mid-explanation, the man suddenly stood up and said, Ah, it seems dinner has arrived. Leon rested his chin on his hand, thinking. There's a slight difference. In my world, demons invaded like mushrooms after the rain, but this place has gates with themes and missions, as if it wants to train humanity through challenges. The bald guy carried in a food tray, interrupting his train of thought. Your Majesty, the meal has arrived. The meal. Leon looked at the food in front of him and frowned. In front of him was pork bone soup simmered for hours, seasoned with salt, pepper, and some crunchy kimchi. Back when he was a salaryman in Seoul, Earth, this felt like soul food to him. People loved dishes like this, more than novel exotic dishes. But Leon had to restrain himself, trying to swallow his saliva. Leon told himself, no. He asked the bald guy, What is this? The bald guy replied, Ah, that is pork bone soup, Your Majesty. It's known as the soul food of the commoners. Leon's eyes flashed. Then he angrily slammed the table and shouted, You lowly wretch, how dare you sully the noble name of Leonhardt? How dare you serve the royal family the food of peasants? Is this how your kingdom treats the royalty of another kingdom? I am Leon Dragonia Leonhardt, king of the other world, messenger of the gods, guardian of the Holy Grail, master of the Holy Sword and Holy Spear. The bald guy was shaking in fear from the shouting. He tried to explain, Oh no, it's not, but Leon didn't let him finish and shooed him out. Get out, you lowly peasant. Malos, Lord of Chaos, master of 23 archdemons, the archenemy of the demon race. The man who killed millions of demons, the embodiment of a 300-year war, and finally a regressor. This is what he thought when returning to Earth after 300 years. Leon thought angrily. What a mess. It's all because they lack a proper religious faith. Enlightening these ignorant, uncultured fools is the duty of the royal family, and even though he had returned to Earth, he was still a king and a knight. Leon leisurely cut pieces of steak and ate them with relish, while Jisoo watched him eat, unable to stop wondering. How on earth did you recognize our chicken and black bean noodles? Harry was helpless. Thankfully, he was busy with a T-bone steak and a glass of 1993 red wine, when suddenly Jisoo said, Harry, you go in first. Harry jumped, pointed at herself, and asked, Me? I don't know a thing about ancient languages, Jisoo replied. But I get the feeling he's more interested in you. You've already been praised for being brave, haven't you? At the very least, he won't kick you out. Harry looked confused. He just said I was brave, that's all. In the end, she gathered all her courage, pushed the door open, and greeted him. Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal. Leon wiped his mouth and asked her, Are you that swordsman from the other day? Have a seat. Hearing that Harry was over the moon. She gave a thumbs up to the camera so everyone could see how things were going, then sat down and asked, Is the meal to your liking, Your Majesty? Leon replied coldly, Not bad. I can sense the chef's passion and skill, and the reason I gave you a hard time wasn't because of the humble food. It was because of your attitude toward a king. When you welcome a prince from another nation, they should be treated with the utmost respect. This affects the safety of your country, doesn't it? Harry turned pale, trembling as she said, Please forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty. Leon said, All right, it's fine. Anyway, your name is Han something, right? Harry quickly replied, Yes, sir, my name is Han Harry. Leon continued, I have heard about this world. Demons, those disgusting creatures, have appeared on this planet. Haven't they? Harry said seriously. Yes, that is exactly right. Harry had one single mission to convince him to join the Hunter Association. She told herself, I have to at least persuade him to join our nation. She hesitated before speaking up. If your majesty would allow it, the South Korean government could take care of you from now on. The typical 21st century intellectual warfare revolves around spying on survivors. It doesn't matter how much you promise them, you have to stop them from joining other nations. Leon looked coldly at Harry and said, So as long as I remain in this world, am I obligated to go to the battlefield? If I am an honorable warrior, then yes, I should fight. Harry asked excitedly, In that case, would you like to ally with our Hunter Association? Leon didn't answer her right away, but continued. However, a king cannot be a soldier for another kingdom's army. I will create my own order of knights here, in this world. Harry stared at him blankly for a moment. In the end, Harry could only nod. When they went back outside, Harry asked anxiously, What did they say upstairs? Jisoo replied, What could they possibly say? They're just offering as much as they can. It's a good thing he hasn't gone to any other nation or a major guild yet. Harry said dejectedly, The association is tying itself to the government, and now we have to lower ourselves to beg him too. The more she spoke, the more her anger flared up. It was all because of those bastards at the association always showing off their money and power. Seeing her erupt in anger, Jisoo broke into a cold sweat. Speaking of which, the Phoenix Guild. Bleep, 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 dot asterisk. Before he could even finish, an emergency alarm suddenly started blaring. Both of them were startled. An emergency message popped up on their phones. A dungeon had broken out in the Hanam Plains. Ginseng gritted his teeth. If a dungeon breaks out at the storage site, those evil elements will destroy all the food supplies. Harry wondered. Isn't the Phoenix Guild where that S-class hunter Lee Yong-wan is involved? Why not? How could he not stop an orange gate? Ginseng replied. I think those bastards have another plan. We have to go and stop this immediately. Leon, who was chilling in his room, heard the curses coming from outside. The Phoenix Guild, those sons of bitches. Leon heard everything, the breathing and the words spoken on the other side of the door. He thought, It seems they are in trouble if a dungeon breaks out. Will the land be tainted and unable to grow crops? As predicted, this place didn't have it. Leon immediately used magic, wondering to himself, Is she okay? At that moment in a field, Demila was there. People asked anxiously, Hunter Lee Yong-wan, what is going on here? Lee Yong-wan, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, smirked. You guys are from the association, aren't you? Director Kim and Assistant Han are here too, I see. Jisoo gritted her teeth, looking at him with pure hatred. That bastard! He deliberately let the dungeon break out just because we didn't agree to his demands. He actually did this. The Phoenix Guild had repeatedly sent requests for tax exemptions on profits from the gates. They had already made so much money from the byproducts collected from the gates, magic stones and monster materials, and they wanted tax exemptions to hoard even more trillions. They had already made a fortune as a major guild. How dare they do something like this? Since the request was denied, Hezi shouted at Hunter Lee Yong-wan, We need to close the gate immediately starting today. We only have 1 week. If we just leave it like this, then... Before she could finish, he cut her off in a mocking tone. I know. The gate's auction rights will be handed over, but what do you expect me to do? My guild members are severely injured as it is. It would be extremely difficult to clear the dungeon in this condition. We will try by tomorrow, but there's no telling what might happen. Harry shouted in anger. Do you not have a shred of patriotism left? You know exactly what will happen if the Hanam Plains are tainted. Unexpectedly, he wore an evil grin and said to her, I don't know anything. Why are you so naive, Harry? I already told you about this during last year's schedule. In this world, justice is money and power. The situation was tense when suddenly a voice rang out from behind, You are quite shallow and outdated. Harry was surprised. Your Majesty, Leon, things are in such a state of crisis. But Leon was still petty and wouldn't let Harry address him like that. He added, Don't go around saying a king's name so casually. I only permit you to address me by my title. This bitch! Yong-wan saw him approach and barked at him. Who the hell are you? You look like some Westerner. Leon darkened and ordered him to shut his mouth. How does a lowly wretch like you dare to open your mouth and speak to me like that? Yong-wan felt Leon's aura at that moment. Instead of fear, he felt an angry backlash. What is up with this jerk? He thought to himself, I am one of the world's S-rank hunters and the leader of a top 10 guild, and he calls me lowly. He couldn't stand being insulted as lowly, so he got into a stance to teach Leon a lesson. Do you want to die? Harry saw this and stopped him. Stop it. Hunter Lee Yongwan. He is a survivor. Yongwan was surprised and paused. A survivor. He immediately changed his attitude, bowing respectfully to Leon. My apologies for the rudeness. I am Lee Yongwan from the Phoenix Guild. Perhaps you are from the Crimson Guild. But before he could finish, Leon looked at him coldly. A king does not speak twice. Then he turned to the other two. Tell me what the problem is here. I don't know the details about the gate, so give me a clear overview. Jisoo heard him say that, and her face lit up. He is going to help. Harry replied, yes, this is a dungeon break. When it happens, a massive amount of harmful elements are released, polluting the land. Crops cannot grow on contaminated soil. These Hanam plains are a vital food supply, and right now the demon's energy is poisoning the earth. Leon asked concisely. The solution? Harry quickly said, purify them and sweep the dungeon as fast as possible. And we need to get rid of the dungeon completely. Leon said, I understand. So a polluted land and a gate outbreak is the problem, right? Call the army here. Tomorrow, by the time the raid on those vermin is finished, this king will enter personally. Harry looked at him with joy. Really? Unexpectedly, Leon said. However, before that, a king from another nation cannot involve himself in the military operations of another country so casually. First, I need the consent of this nation's king. Leon continued, I need to get approval from the monarch of this land. Harry spoke to him helplessly. Excuse me, no. I think it's perfectly fine. But Leon remained determined to follow the law. Everything has legal issues and rules. How can you call yourself an honorable warrior when you do not follow the laws of this nation? Hurry, send word to your king. Yongwan looked at Leon as if he couldn't believe his eyes. This jerk is even worse than me. Finally, they made contact. By evening, Hezi approached Leon with something in her hand. Your Majesty, you told me to prepare in advance, so I have done so. But how do you intend to use these? Leon explained. Your precious land has been contaminated. We need to purify it. Hezi was somewhat confused. Excuse me, with just these straw dolls. Leon had requested 2 things, and one of them was these straw dolls. Leon asked Harry, Are those the women who made the dolls? Harry nodded. Yes. And the other requirement was that the people who made them must be women who have given birth. Leon said to those women, feeling satisfied. Excellent. Everyone show me the dolls you have made. This is the very reason why a doll-making contest is being held right here in the middle of these plains. Leon contemplated the doll in his hand, then muttered, Impossible. The woman looked puzzled. What do you mean, sir? Leon, enraged, destroyed the doll instantly. You call this grotesque thing a doll? He moved on to destroy the next dolls, which suffered the same fate. How disappointing, he spat out. Didn't you say you had children? You ignorant fool. Harry was also disqualified. After touching countless dolls, the only person who caught Leon's eye was an 80-year-old woman, an elderly woman who was married. He cheerfully took her hand and asked, Excellent! How many children have you given birth to? The old woman replied, 12. Leon then said, Truly a cradle of patriots. Normally I would present you with a medal and a gift, but given the current situation, I cannot do that. Please forgive me. The old woman laughed happily. Then Leon took the doll and placed it in the middle of the field, setting it upon a wooden board he had prepared beforehand. The flickering candlelight and the descending night made the atmosphere even gloomier. As Leon began to channel his magic, he said, The conditions are met. He took out a golden cup adorned with gems and whispered, To the Mother Earth of this land. To the inhabitants of this earth, I offer you a harvest doll. Please accept it. Once the golden light vanished, water gradually appeared, filling the cup. Harry was astonished by the sight. The cup was filling itself with water. The sun began to peek over the horizon, red rays of light piercing through the clouds. A new day was aching to begin. However, this sunrise was the unique beginning of a new world. Droplets of water slowly flowed into the doll. Yongwan, witnessing this, gasped in shock. Water is flowing into the doll. His companions were equally surprised. Just then the doll stood up on its own. At the same time, the doll spoke, Leon, my child. Leon bowed respectfully before the doll. I humbly greet you, Mother Earth. The doll smiled. Demira, goddess of life and abundance? It has been a while, hasn't it? A deity has descended upon this land? Yes. Leon remained in a respectful bow. "I greet the great Mother Earth, Demira, goddess of life and abundance." The doll said, "This territory is being invaded by evil. The soil is polluted." Leon replied thoughtfully, "Yes, evil entities still exist here, yet there are no gods to oversee them. So I worry that these arrogant, incompetent fools will offend your eyes." The doll spoke to him. "Stupidity and greed are not always counted as sins. They are inherent traits in the nature of mortals. Then what do you intend to do now?" Leon answered, "Blending in with these swordsmen won't be difficult. The power of the conqueror is sacred. I will ensure that duty and power can coexist here. I will discipline these fools and guide them onto the right path. Only then can a new sanctuary be built on this earth." The doll asked him, "My child, do you not have any favors you wish for me to grant?" "We are always ready," Leon replied respectfully. "Mother Demira, the free citizens of this earth are suffering because of a source of dark energy. I am sure that this is not what you intended, but please heal and purify this land." The doll pointed at him gently. "You are my sunshine, my champion. The soil of this world does not belong to my physical body, but I will spread my divinity here and satisfy the thirst of this land with my own flesh and blood. Only then will everything that walks upon this land become your ally." As she finished speaking, a powerful beam of light shot straight down to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, Leon turned and shouted, "Look and learn! You ignorant fools cannot learn or understand that this is a world blessed with divinity." To their surprise, the rice plants were miraculously resurrected. Leon told them, "To multiply and flourish, that is the true duty of a living being. This fertile land is proof of an eternal promise." Youngwon gripped a rice stalk in his hand and screamed, "Everyone, don't be fooled. These crops were grown with magic and are extremely toxic. I'm sure that's something everyone knows." Leon cursed him silently as an arrogant fool. He turned back and glared at him. "These are crops blessed by the gods. How dare you call them poison?" Youngwon, still clueless, raised his voice. "That stupid straw doll," Leon warned him. "I can only forgive this ignorance once. Do not defile the goddess's name with your filthy mouth." Although furious, Youngwon was intimidated by Leon's presence, though deep down he remained defiant. "Damn it! This cannot be happening. My plan is falling apart just because of him. I cannot let that happen. I will expose your ridiculous lies." As he approached Leon, he said, "We still need proof. I hope you will cooperate, for the sake of those who will consume this." He thought to himself, "I will frame you as a fraud." Youngwon pointed to a man accompanying him and said, "I will provide an appraiser," while labeling the man as an appraiser. Without waiting for anyone's agreement, he got to work. "Then I shall begin." He used a spell to inspect it, but his expression gradually began to change. Before his eyes was the info panel for the newly revived rice, divine blessed rice, rare grade. Description: rice blessed by the divinity of Demira, of goddess of life and creation. Tier 3 diseases will be cured if this food is consumed continuously. He exclaimed in shock, "The grade of this stuff is rare. All of this rice is rare grade, and it even cures Tier 3 diseases, maybe even cancer." Harry was both surprised and delighted. "Really?" The guy confirmed, "Yes, for real." Jisoo immediately ordered, "Someone quickly get a pot from the minister's house." A pot was quickly brought and placed in the middle of the clearing. After eating one mouthful of rice, Jisoo exclaimed, "No way, rice made from blessed grains." Stamina recovery rate increases by 100 points per minute. Mana recovery rate increases by 50 points per minute. Total duration is 8 hours. This is on par with a top-tier potion. He sat down on a nearby log eating while wondering, how can just this white rice be worth as much as a high-grade potion that costs 3 million per bottle? Harry ran over clutching her bowl of rice and called out, "Captain, Captain, I've got more news." Jisoo glared and said, "Finish chewing before you talk." Harry quickly swallowed her bite and continued, "I was curious earlier, so I ate a ginseng monster." He looked a bit pale. "You ate a monster?" Harry continued. "And I got a buff." Everyone present was shocked again. What, Jisoo thought to himself, if the entire land is truly blessed, does that mean free potions? Does every living creature get that blessing? That wouldn't be surprising. He immediately ordered everyone, "Catch as many as you can. We're heading into the gate with full buffs." The Hunter Association's morale surged. The doll suddenly called out, "Leon, my child." Leon turned back. "Yes, Goddess Demira." The doll said, It seems I have finished what I needed to do here. It is time for me to return. Leon knelt down to show his devotion. The god is and will never forget the sacred love you have bestowed upon us. The doll continued. My child, let me leave you with one final lesson. Make sure to eat your fill. As soon as she finished, the doll collapsed, her soul gone. Harry approached and hesitated. Leon, your majesty is something... Leon cut her off. The power of the divine. Are there no gods residing in this world? Harry replied, I'm not sure. Leon continued, a full life and a world shall be created by the power of the gods. You people of Earth should remember that clearly. When the warriors have finished eating, we will enter the gate. At that same moment, a man asked, Young Wan Guildmaster, will this really be okay? At this rate, our plan will inevitably run into trouble. Yang Wan was furious. That bastard! Inside, he was screaming internally, damn it, where did that creep crawl out of? If it weren't for him, the government would have had no choice but to listen to our demands. I wish he'd just die inside the gate already. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind that wouldn't be such a bad idea. The man called him again, Guildmaster. He replied with a laugh, You don't need to worry. This gate has already been partially cleared. The man was still worried. Yes, but the middle section is a bit difficult. But Yongwan revealed a cruel smile. There's only one person, Han Harry, that survivor. He's probably a support or buff class. I bet that guy is useless in a fight. That means they're guaranteed to fail. Inside the gate, there is a monster that cannot be defeated by ordinary means. The dungeon break has begun. Notice from the Reaper. All life forms. Inside the gate are counting down. In the dark dungeon, Leon and Jisoo's group slowly advanced. He spoke coldly. In other words, most gates close if we complete the mission or kill the boss. A one-on-one fight with the boss? I like that. Harry couldn't bring herself to tell him that usually they throw the whole guild at you. The group passed the bones of those who had come before. Leon looked once and said, They told me they tried to conquer this dungeon before, but there are more monsters here than I thought. Harry finally spoke up. That's the unique trait of this dungeon. Leon was curious. A unique trait. Harry replied, Yes, usually the number of monsters decreases after you beat the main boss. Most gates are like that. But with skeletons, zombies, or ghouls in some special cases, if the boss is still alive, they will respawn infinitely, Leon said blandly. Interesting. So it will only end. If we defeat the boss, I understand. Then this must be the case you were talking about, right? Harry smiled. Yes, that is highly likely. It seems there's a necromancer behind the scenes pulling the strings of these skeletons. I think... Harry was about to say something else when the system suddenly flashed a notification. A dungeon break has begun. The Reaper has called the name of every living thing inside the gate. There will be a time limit. Commander Knight Dunlahan is approaching with his army. Defeat Commander Knight Dunlahan. Time remaining 3 hours 0 minutes. At the same time, the group was immediately overwhelmed, all of them feeling a sharp pain throughout their bodies. Jisoo gritted his teeth. Lee Yongwan, you bastard! He should have warned us about something like this way sooner. Then group after group of skeleton cavalry appeared. The system also announced that a dungeon break had begun. Defeat the Commander Knight Dunlahan. Time remaining 2 hours and 58 minutes. Everyone in the group started to look worried. There are so many of them, sir. Should we redistribute our positions? Jisoo told them, focus and pass the smaller ones to the higher-level members. They immediately moved into an attack stance. Someone shouted, Masik, how many archers and mages do we have? Masik replied, Currently I can see 30 archers and 2 mages. Jisoo commanded them, those with archery skills take out the monsters with ranged attacks first. Anyone with a shield hold the line and don't let them advance. Then he turned to face the skeletons. Good luck, you bastards. But after trading a few blows, Jisoo grew anxious. They're stronger than I thought. I knew an orange portal would be completely different. Still, it shouldn't be too much for a B-rank tank like me. As he fought, Jisoo suddenly noticed something strange behind him. Damn it, I can't believe this. These dried-up bones? Tian are actually capable of using high-level magic. I need to draw their attention. Thinking this, he shouted, Hey, over here! A skeleton heard the noise and launched a magic orb right at Jisoo. His teammates saw this and worriedly called out, Sir! Jisoo replied to them, I'm fine, just a little sting. You all should know. This gear cost me a pretty penny. No sooner had he finished speaking than the zombie named Dunlahan appeared right in front of Jisoo. They stared each other down without blinking. Before Jisoo could react, it swung a strike at him. It sent him flying several meters away. Jisoo sat up and coughed a few times. Harry saw this and worriedly called out, "Manager Kim." A girl spoke to her. "We need to save him, Assistant Han." "Should we let the relief force come to help?" Harry gritted her teeth. "This is why we have a reserve team. We need to help them right now." Over there, everyone was still fighting the zombies. "That commander, how can he swing that greatsword with such lightning speed? Stop him!" Harry immediately thought of Leon, the king of Lion Hay, who had defeated the great demon. She turned to call out, "Leon, sir, please help us." Leon was silent for a few seconds, then replied arrogantly, "A king never fights in such a small skirmish." Harry was stunned. "Huh, what do you mean?" Leon said, "Learn to keep some dignity. I can't believe you people are trying to force me to fight these damn walking skeletons. Doing that would be disrespectful to the goddess. I can't watch this anymore." Harry became even more anxious. "What on earth is he saying?" The other girl asked the assistant again, "What should we do now?" Harry thought, "I can't waste any more time. This guy has no intention of helping. He doesn't seem interested in anything other than Dunlahan. We need to stop Dunlahan first." As Harry worried for her teammates, Leon just stood on the sidelines, curious. "I wonder how these undead can move like that." Harry stepped to the front, grabbed her weapon, and declared, "I will handle the boss. Everyone else, please support Manager Kim and the other allies." With that, she lunged forward with lightning speed. She used the poor skeleton's face as a stepping stone to jump and attack Dunlahan. Their weapons clashed, sparks flying everywhere. What Harry didn't expect was that zombie actually blocked her strike. He blocked it. She thought to herself, "I have to find a way to separate him from his helmet." Suddenly, her face and the zombie's face were inches apart. Harry was surprised. "Huh." He threw his head just to obscure my vision. "What kind of undead fights like that?" Unfortunately for Harry, she was swatted away just like Jisoo. But as she looked up at the zombie standing before her, she thought, "Thank God I successfully separated him from the other monsters," she said to the zombie. "Sorry about that, my skills range is just a little wide." A massive explosion occurred, and the zombie let out a series of roars. Harry was a little glad. "I hit him. This move should be enough to take him down." Just as she swung her blade to strike the zombie, something blocked her. Harry looked closely and was shocked. He blocked that strike with the flat of his greatsword while standing still. Impressive. The zombie unleashed a powerful blow against Harry. She couldn't dodge in time and was struck. At that moment, Leon suddenly clapped his hands. "What superb swordsmanship, even using only one hand. I am certain you were once a noble knight. Please forgive me. My mistake for confusing a great knight such as yourself with a common zombie," he shouted at the undead creature. "Nameless knight, I, the king of Lion Hay, grant you the honor of a duel with me." Harry was kneeling on the ground, confused by his words, but he walked over and said, "There's no need for any more soldiers to get hurt. Let's end this battle with a single duel. A one-on-one between two knights." The entire group, including Jisoo and Harry, even the zombie watching from the sidelines, were stunned. Was he really challenging the boss to a duel? No way, that can't be. The zombie looked at him, then pulled its head back. It accepted. Sensing the shift in the situation, the other zombies backed away, clearing space for their leader and Leon. Leon crossed his arms arrogantly and spoke to the creature. "Great knight, why don't you relax a little? If I recall, your sword style was dual-wielding, right? This single-handed weapon really doesn't suit you." As he spoke, he drew his own blade. Seeing this, Harry hurriedly spoke up. Your Majesty." Leon turned to look at her. "What is it?" she asked anxiously. That guy Dunlahan can't be destroyed unless you cut off his head," Leon replied nonchalantly. "Is that so? Does it really matter?" Harry insisted. "Of course it does. Are you doubting me? How could he possibly win against Dunlahan without cutting off his head?" Leon said to her, "That isn't what's important. What determines victory and is the honor of a knight." Both sides quickly got into position. Leon wasn't finished with his pre-battle monologue yet. "In the name of the first knight, under the witness of the goddess of light and justice, I, Archduke Dragonia and King of Lion Hay, grant this honorable knight a duel." "He's handsome, but he talks too much," someone whispered. The zombie didn't say a word and lunged to attack immediately. But despite the creature's aggression, Leon swung his sword with a light flick and blocked the weapon effortlessly. He even conveniently pointed his blade at its throat 1-to-1. The zombie retreated and swung its sword at Leon again. Harry, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but worry. If he kept blocking attacks like that, Leon continued to criticize the zombie. Your footwork has become too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, the creature's weapon was split in two in the blink of an eye. Jisoo was shocked. What just happened? Did you guys see that? The others were just as surprised. Did he just attack? Harry sighed in awe. Truly magnificent. Jisoo asked her, did you see it? Harry was the only one who realized what had actually happened in that exchange. Harry analyzed. He shifted the balance of the blade by rotating his sword at the very moment of impact. Furthermore, he delivered a horizontal slash right at that instant. No one else is reckless enough to do something like that. Leon, pointing his blade at the zombie lying on the ground, called out, Second Life, get back into your stance. Harry realized that he could actually do it, because he was just that overwhelming. It had been quite some time since he had defeated a knight in a true honorable duel. It seemed as though this was his trick for overcoming adversity. Knights would usually think like that when faced with a request to dismount from an opponent, but that was a foolish way to think. Look at that knight. A proud stance with a gaze that looked as though it had been through countless battles, a star always chasing honor and excellence. Leon still maintained his arrogant attitude. I shall try throwing that strike now. As soon as he spoke, he swung his sword in two light movements. The zombie lost again. Leon said gently, Third Life. He had reached the pinnacle of a knight. Leon asked the zombie seriously, Do you wish to continue? O king of honorable and challenging knights, I do not wish to use my summoning powers. I want to fight this man countless times. In the manner of a true knight, the path of a knight without using necromancy. Only using my blade alone before him, just as I used to fight other famous knights. Back when I wandered every corner of this world. With the honor of a knight, I seem to have forgotten everything. The zombie's inner thoughts were heroic and intense, but after many rounds, Leon shouted, 10th Life! He said to it, Your sword skills are becoming more precise. Have you perhaps remembered your past life? The zombie whispered silently. Great knight, you have brought me back to the glorious days of my past. Leon asked it, Do you wish to continue, knight? It turned to look at its comrades, then resolutely picked up its own head. When did I begin this cruel massacre? How long have we fought while losing our self-respect? If I could end this journey to the turtle power like this, I would be incredibly content. It willingly knelt and offered its head before Leon. Seeing this, Leon smiled, slightly placed his hand on its head and said, Splendid. I am very happy that you have regained your own honor. I will pray for you. If you ever believed in a god, I pray that God grants your soul peace. If not, then I pray that the goddess will guide you to the end of paradise, you great knight. I hope that one day we shall meet again at the banquet of the gods. Let this place be filled with light. May glory return to Leon Dragonia. Leonheart. Once the battle ended, everyone started packing up to return. Harry spoke up first, still keeping her word. Jisoo was still in shock. He actually finished it in a duel at the very moment Leon was praying for that zombie. Harry couldn't help but ask, what on earth was that light? It seemed he had said, let this place be filled with light. Jisoo answered her question, could that be what he calls divine power? That must be why the undead vanished right after. Harry sighed. Yeah, he really should have used that skill sooner. Leon walked over and explained, if I had done that, that great knight would have ended up as a soul summoner, instead of dying as a true knight. Harry quickly replied, yes, your majesty. Leon continued, a knight always lives by two words, honor. Honor comes from action, and action comes from will. Dullahan received what he deserved as a noble knight. Now I'm going to collect my spoils of war. Where there is a battle, there are spoils. Jisoo and Harry walked over to examine the zombie's sword. Jisoo exclaimed, look at this. It feels like it's packed with mana. Harry was also surprised. Dullahan's great sword and his cape are here too, but there was an orb emitting a purple aura that made Leon's eyes twitch. Jisoo thought, this thing must be worth a fortune, but before he could finish, Leon stomped on the orb and shattered it. He spat out garbage. Things like this only bring bad luck. The system notification popped up. Final results. Dullahan's cape, Dullahan's great sword, energy stones, and so on. Namgu gate complete. Harry pushed the food cart and let out a long sigh. Her eyes were dark like a panda's, her hair was a mess, and her face showed pure exhaustion. Leon had been back on Earth for 4 days now. In such a short time, so much had happened. There was a minor ruckus regarding taxes. Harry groaned, "I'm so tired." Suddenly Leon flared up. "What, I am a king. Why must I pay taxes to the king of another nation?" Harry stammered, "It's because taxes are—" But before she could finish, he cut her off. "Do not speak of that cheap, pathetic currency again. It is not worthy of a king like me to discuss. Stop talking about money, you're ruining my mood." Accepting followers to build the sanctuary was also an issue. An old man asked, "Then how shall we provide the offerings?" Leon replied without a hint of mercy. 90%, provide 90% of the harvest as offerings to me. That is me being merciful already." The old man looked worried. "Taxes and living expenses are already such a heavy burden. So if we hand over 90%? Unexpectedly, Leon said, "The followers of the goddess need not worry about food or clothing. All living expenses and everything else will be handled by our guild." Harry chimed in to convince them, "Please, just remember the effectiveness of the goddess's blessing on the crops. Isn't it wonderful?" As she spoke, she held up a paper in front of them that read, 80 kilograms of rice, 150 million won per bag. The people were shocked. One bag costs that much. If that's the case, even if we hand over most of the produce, we'll still profit a great deal. Realizing the benefit, they cheered in unison, "We believe in you, my lord." But the biggest problem lay with Leon. Upon moving into his room, he haughtily remarked, "This is nothing like a battlefield. Why are there no works of art? Hanging at the head of a king's bed like this?" Not only did he want high-end luxurious bedding, he wanted servants to wait on him around the clock, and he wanted works of art. She hung above his bed. Harry scrambled to grab her phone. "Hello, I am so sorry for calling this late." In the end, Harry had to drive around to 5-star hotels until 2 in the morning to rent a room to his liking. When she finally found one, she knelt down on the verge of tears awaiting Leon's judgment. "Your Majesty, please. Please just go to sleep." Finally, he agreed to the room, which was decorated with paintings and surrounded by pottery. For now, that was all. Harry stood outside and knocked, "Your Majesty." "It is Han Harry, I have arrived." From inside, Leon's voice echoed, "Enter." Even though she was exhausted, Harry asked after him, "Are you still doing well, my lord?" Leon coldly asked, "Is there something you need?" Harry pushed the food closer to Leon and said gently, "This is your royal meal, sir. Please enjoy it." Leon suddenly asked, Have you eaten yet?" Harry smiled. Not yet, sir." He told her, "At the very least, you should bring food for yourself. Do not let yourself starve." Harry looked at him cautiously and replied, Yes, sir." When she opened the food, it was full of delicacies that looked incredibly appetizing. Harry looked at them and thought to herself, "This looks so delicious. I should buy a sandwich for myself later, too." Suddenly, Leon told her, "Sit down." Harry blushed slightly as she looked at His Majesty. She secretly wondered, could he be planning to share his meal with her? But she was giving him a little too much credit. Just as Harry was happily anticipating a good meal, Leon suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" Harry quickly replied, "Yes." Leon glanced at her and said, "I was expecting you to cut the ribs for me to eat, obviously." Harry stared blankly. "Wait, you weren't planning on sharing with me?" Leon glared at her. "Why would a king like me lower himself to share with a commoner like you?" Hearing that Harry was speechless. As expected, it wasn't easy to get a bite of his food. After breakfast, the two got into a car to head to his new residence. Harry told Leon, "The Hunter Association has decided to provide settlement support for your Majesty." Although it wasn't a magnificent royal palace, it was still incredibly luxurious. Leon said coolly, "This is worth considering. With a person of my status, I cannot allow my reputation to be tarnished." Harry turned around to ask, "Your Majesty, about the distribution of the spoils." Before she could finish, Leon cut her off again. "I already ordered you to handle that part yourself. Just don't touch that cloak. I've taken a bit of a liking to it." The car quickly stopped in front of a high-rise building. Harry introduced it to Leon. "We've arrived. Your Majesty, this place is very close to the Hunter Association. There is even a helipad on the rooftop, so in an emergency you can use it to get around." "How do you find the air quality here, Your Majesty?" Leon looked around and stopped in front of a white tree with a peculiar shape. "What on earth are these strange things?" As the two entered, a voice rang out. "Are you Assistant Han Harry from the Hunter Association?" Harry was immediately on guard. Today's trip was supposed to be a secret. She asked the stranger, "May I ask who you are?" The man quickly introduced himself. Ha ha, I just happened to be here. I am Park Jong-chan, the director of Dojung Mirefu from the Dojung Group. Hearing the introduction, Harry's face darkened. The Dojung Group. She thought to herself, the Dojung Group is one of the 3 largest conglomerates in South Korea, isn't it? And now he's pretending to be here by chance and waiting for us. Suddenly, Jong-chan wore a strange smile. He turned to Leon and said, "This must be the famous survivor everyone is talking about lately." Harry was even more certain of her suspicions. "I knew it." Jong-chan reached out toward Leon, smiling fake politely to initiate an introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Leon Dragonia Leon." What he didn't expect was Leon's arrogance. Such a naive youth, Jong-chan thought. Leon looked down at him with disdain. "Just a common merchant, and you think you can shake my hand?" The two quickly went up to Leon's room. Harry briefed Leon. "This place is fully managed and paid for by the association, including the rent. So you don't need to worry about any of that. In addition, there is room service and cleaning staff covered by the maintenance fee, so I think you can freely make use of them." After saying that, Harry breathed a soft sigh of relief. "Phew, thank goodness. Information about the survivors is highly classified, so I don't know what that Park Jong-chan guy is plotting. Thank goodness Leon ignored him. Curious." Harry turned back to ask Leon, "But what business did that guy really have with your majesty?" Leon replied, "That merchant probably came here for profit." Harry was surprised. "Profit? Is it because of the rice plants? The ones blessed by the gods, right? Back then, the situation was extremely critical, so information control couldn't be maintained properly. Taking advantage of that, many broadcasters and internet news outlets recorded it. Our association tried our best to urge them to delete that footage." Harry looked at the phone in her hand, annoyed. "Oh, someone posted it again, and it's the park guy too." At the same time, someone else was watching the video just like her. Jong-chan watched it while grinding his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, that bastard Leon." Afterward, he turned to his subordinate and asked, "Are you absolutely sure these rice plants are effective?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, absolutely sure." Dong-chang said to him, "We haven't done any clinical trials, but the experiments on the mice were successful. But are you sure it'll work on humans?" His subordinate stammered, unable to give a clear answer. Suddenly, a woman walked in and spoke up, "Director, I've found the owner of that field. I've secured the maximum possible amount of seeds, sir. However, while I was there, I saw a dead dog come back to life, and there was even someone who completely cured their chronic rhinitis. The villagers, after eating those rice grains, were cured of all their ailments, both minor and serious. We don't have clinical trial data, but we believe it's already been proven." Upon hearing this report, Dong-chang broke into a satisfied grin. "So that's how it is." But then he grew angry. "Still, it's insane that guy actually dared to treat a world-class director like me with such arrogance." The woman continued speaking to him. "Director, this project must succeed. The potential of that rice variety is infinite." Dong-chang frowned and replied, "I know so. I have to meet him again." He stood up in a rage and slammed the table. "I can't believe there's still someone in Korea who dares to look down on a successful businessman like me, making such a big deal just because he owns a few grains of rice. You've picked the wrong opponent. That savage survivor better prepare for some culture shock. You foolish brat." Leon appeared completely naked, having returned to Earth. Leon had set 3 main goals. First, spreading faith in a deity, remembering the traditional concepts of Buddha God and other divine beings. There are many gods and believers on Earth, but the thing that truly matters, divine power, does not exist. A deity should be worshipped and bless the world, but instead, people still have to fight against diseases, and the land is becoming increasingly polluted. Seeing everyone gathering with this new faith, he realized that to use divine power, he needs to create a new belief. Therefore, there must be more people who believe in this new deity. Second training, the Temple Knights, well-drilled and powerful soldiers who stand before Leon to protect him. In this world, there is no organization of warriors who use divine power. If the guardians of the Holy Grail, the kings of Leon, are considered demigods, then the Temple Knights are saints. They are strong enough to face monsters. They are knights of the gods wielding divine power. A single swing of their swords is enough to slay demons. They strike fear into the hearts of monsters. And Leon stood atop a pile of demon corpses looking truly majestic. Finally, to slaughter all the demons running wild on this land. To restore divine power and nurture the Temple Knights, a pair of long, slender legs appeared. Leon was lost in deep thought, needing to spread the faith and maintain balance and order in the sanctuary. To nurture the temple knights, maybe expecting them to appear in a place like this is a bit much. Standing straight with a glass of wine in his hand, he looked outside, thinking, but that doesn't affect me. I just need to fulfill my own duty. Someone called out, "Your Majesty?" Cutting off his train of thought, Harry pointed to the phone and announced that someone requested an audience. He agreed to the meeting, replying, "If they have already gone through the necessary procedures, then there is no reason not to listen to them." The three of them stood facing him. The atmosphere was strangely silent. Park Gang-chang was the first to break the silence. "Thank you for granting us an audience, Your Majesty." Leon sat still, not answering. His eyes were sharp, looking down at them as if they were insects. Park Gang-chang inwardly told himself, "That's right if it's for business interests. I can totally bow down to this crazy idiot." But on the outside, he remained smiling and cheerful. "And this time, I've brought a little gift." His men brought in a large box. It was half his height. He said reverently, "Please accept this." But deep down he was scornful, guessing, "You'll be incredibly surprised when you see what this is." His face crinkled with smugness as he thought, "A top-tier luxury item that even in your dreams a lunatic like you could never see. Once you try it, you won't be able to turn back. I'll make you beg me to become your manager." Leon finally replied to him with a single sentence. "Very well, you've put a lot of effort into this," he said seriously, "so I will accept it." Park Gang-chang was unsatisfied, thinking, "Accept it." Just that. Deep down, he was scowling like a monkey's butt, gritting his teeth, and thinking about what kind of attitude that was. He acts like he's doing me a favor just by taking the gift. But on the surface, he held the item and pushed it toward Leon, warmly suggesting, "Why don't you see what it is, Your Majesty? I'm sure you'll like it." Hearing his suggestion, Leon rested his chin on his hand and ordered, "Fine. I don't want to waste my breath explaining the rules to him. Harry, open it up." Standing by his side, Harry received the order and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." She stepped up to the container, which was taller than her, and pressed the button to open it. It slowly slid open, releasing a cloud of white smoke that made Harry stumble back in surprise. Seeing the contents inside, she asked in astonishment, "This is—" He smirked, looking smug. With a flashy gesture, he pointed to the weapons in the box and proudly introduced them. "These are the most elite weapons, the pride of our corporation. I want you to choose the one you like best." Harry stared at the items in awe, asking, "These are all special-grade items crafted by the master artisans of the Dudung Corporation." Hearing this, he beamed with arrogance and replied, "Exactly. These are all special-grade items, the cream of the crop." He gestured toward the pile of weapons. "I heard that from now on you'll be operating as a hunter. These things will be a huge help to you." Standing nearby, Harry couldn't help but wonder why he was just handing over the corporation's special-grade weapons like that. Dudung. She was stunned, her mouth hanging open and her eyes wide, thinking, "These are top-tier weapons that you couldn't even buy with money. I've only ever seen these in a YouTube video back when I was a student." But to their dismay, Leon looked at the pile of weapons with disdain. "What am I supposed to do with these low-grade weapons?" Bak Zhongjang's face darkened as he loudly asked, "Low-grade?" Harry also asked in disbelief, "Your Majesty, what do you mean by low-grade?" Recalling the beautiful goddess with white wings, Leon countered, "How can you call these good swords? They lack the aura of the stars, or any divine blessings for that matter. Do you just use weapons to hunt monsters, or what?" He was shocked, breaking into a cold sweat as he imagined the scene of taking a sword to prey, thinking, "What the hell is he talking about? Does he want me to sun-dry the sword like chili peppers? And pray over it too?" Leon looked at his annoyed face and judged, "You possess a disloyal heart, merchant." Hearing this, the man waved his hands frantically. "You've misunderstood, Your Majesty." Then Leon spoke with the sense of feigned sympathy. "Well, fine. It's normal for a merchant to show off his goods wherever he goes, I suppose." Using his power, he pulled a sword out of thin air and said, "This thing can only kill chickens and cows, but I'll give it a try." Bak Zhongjang was momentarily stunned to see the sword pulled from thin air. What? He pulled a sword out of thin air? An ancient sword? Then the merchant put on a scornful look, thinking, "Is that all he's got? Does he really look down on my weapons that much? This crazy bastard." But on the surface, he still acted respectful. "Well, I'd like to see the power of that sword in your hands, Your Majesty." Afterward, he turned to ask Harry, "Secretary Manager Han Harry." Being suddenly addressed, she jumped and answered, "Yes." He asked her kindly, "Would you like to try one of the weapons here?" Harry was pleasantly surprised, pointing to herself. "Oh, me!" She turned to look at Leon to see if he would allow it. Leon gave a slight nod, and only then did she confidently look back into the box to choose a weapon. Harry picked out a sword that felt just right in her hand. She looked at the blade happily, thinking, "The sword I've admired for 4 years. A blade by the master craftsman, Park Jin-chan. Dawn." She joyfully held the sword, thinking, "I can feel its power. It really feels like it has absorbed the concentrated sunlight of the special gate for 10 days. Harry hesitated and asked again, "Am I really allowed to use this?" Leon replied without a hint of concern, "It's just a toy. Do you really need permission for that?" Upon hearing that Bak Jong-jang, rage surged to the top of his head. "That arrogant jerk!" She raised her sword against Leon's. "Then with your permission." Her eyes widened slightly as she channeled her strength into the blade. She stood ready with burning energy. "Here I come!" As she finished speaking, her sword struck Leon's. Instantly, her blade shattered into pieces. Harry gasped in shock, and Bak Jong-jang frowned, unable to believe it. The sword Harry was holding had broken more than halfway through, while Leon's sword remained completely intact. Leon leisurely sheathed his sword, judging, "It's even worse than I thought. What a waste of time." He narrowed his eyes with a bored, warning look. "I'll shorten the time for this little show. You have 3 minutes." Bak Jong-jang was left disappointed and horrified, his face dark as he stammered, "Ah!" He wondered to himself, the dawn is broken. The Dudong Corporation's strongest weapon is broken. He couldn't believe it, firmly convinced in his heart that it was impossible. But on the outside, he still gritted his teeth and replied as the clock ticked endlessly. He finally managed to utter his second word. He and his entourage bowed their heads deeply. In a pleading tone, he said, "I want to request the patent for the Leon rice." He asked, "What do you mean?" He quickly replied, "Of course we will pay for it." He recalled the fragrant rice. Then he said, "According to our calculations, it is worth about 180 billion won, though deep down he already anticipated that its value was much higher. No way. How could rice that cures cancer only be worth that much? But because he still held Leon in contempt, he assumed, but there's no way this madman would know the true value of 180 billion won. He would go crazy once I explain it to him. Just how much is that amount of money worth? Leon looked at him with sharp, piercing eyes and asked, "You say you want to buy the rice with money?" He thought happily, "This is it. That's right, of course you must sign a contract so that the Dudong Group will have exclusive rights to the rice. If you want, I can even raise the price." His face darkened, and he cursed the stupid merchant. He was furious, his eyes sharp and radiating pressure like the king of the jungle. It spread throughout the hall. He shouted, "You dare to insult the divinity!" Leon's eyes blazed as he glared at the man below, scolding, "You foolish merchants dare to insult the divinity, huh?" Baek Jong-chan and his men were so crushed by his aura they couldn't breathe. He struggled to endure it, his face turning dark. He gasped, facing the pressure radiating from the boy as if facing the king of the jungle. It felt like he was being burned in a sea of fire. He was dying. The boy rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Fool, do you know your crime yet?" Baek Jong-chan was trembling so hard he couldn't even stand and had to crawl on the floor. With snot and tears running down his face, he gritted his teeth and replied, I truly don't know what I did wrong." The boy bowed his head, muttering to himself, Can one be this ignorant and foolish?" Recalling the image of farmers and rice fields, he calmly said, "That produce is a fruit born from the land that Demira has blessed. It is a warm blessing for the farmers, working hard, sweating, and plowing the fields." Visualizing Demira relaxing in the fragrant rice fields, Leon continued, "It is not something that can be bought with thousands of gold pieces, but something gifted for gratitude and faith." With that, he glanced at the man as if he had completely seen through his thoughts and cursed, "You cowardly wretches! Chasing shallow profits while deceiving others, I'm asking you." Baek Jong-chan, hearing this, still had snot running down his face, his expression dark as a soot-covered pot, gritting his teeth in frustration. The boy calmly asked, "How can you expect to gain benefits from a divine product when you don't even have faith?" He slumped his head, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Clack. He stood before the city panorama, feeling a bit unhappy. A voice echoed, questioning him about the matter. "Is it really okay to let Director Park Jong-chan go like that?" Harry turned to explain to him regarding her question from the sovereign's perspective. "Even if they are unscrupulous merchants, they are people with significant influence." He brushed past her, looking over as he softly replied, Not worth worrying about. That alone is not enough to shake those greedy merchants. He turned his head and asked, "Anyway, is the thing I told you to prepare ready yet?" Hearing this, she quickly replied, I have contacted the association." Harry, looking cheerful and glowing, asked, "Will the Sovereign be taking the test this time too?" Following protocol, doing the assessment would make things more convenient, but his face darkened with anger as he scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? You're saying that those good-for-nothings are going to evaluate King Leon?" Harry was momentarily surprised and confused. "Oh, then why do you want to go there?" He crossed his arms and replied, "To recruit capable free soldiers, of course. I will evaluate them myself." She heard this and timidly asked, "But according to the rules—" Leon didn't hesitate. "No, it must be done no matter what. It must be done," leaving Harry crying internally. Outside the high-end building, a large urban complex appeared, and suddenly a greeting rang out. "Oh, are you coming this year too, Gu?" A young man appeared with a smile on his face, a D-rank freelance hunter. A middle-aged man waved at Gu Daesong and asked, "Are you here to get your rank evaluated again, Gu?" The two of them entered the grand lobby. The middle-aged man looked at him and praised, "You are quite hard-working, Gu." He replied with a forced smile, "Ha ha." The man then asked a series of questions. "How about this year? Surely you'll rank up, right?" He heard this, hesitated, and replied, Well, I just have to try harder." The man continued to pester him, "Don't say that. Why don't you join our team?" He felt a heavy sadness inside. Guys with no talent already hit C rank, while he had been at it for 15 years and was still D rank. The man tried to be funny and added, "Someone like you, Gu, would be honest and quietly do a great job. You'll be an ace in no time." "Well, actually, the mining team isn't bad." He didn't disagree, saying, "That's true, I've been at it for 15 years. His face darkened, but he was determined. "Even so, I still want to try a bit more." Deep down, he had already calculated, if not for the dungeon conquest bonuses, the reward money. The survival rate was high, but paying off the interest was still tight, and he had a family to support. He couldn't give up, no matter what he had to reach C rank to escape his life as a porter. Suddenly, the man looked in another direction and asked in confusion, "Oh, is that a foreigner?" He made the boy pay attention as well. He was quite curious, guessing, is he European? The man also wondered, isn't he a foreign worker? Leon's face appeared. The two of them assessed his appearance, thinking he looked just like royalty. A bold, middle-aged man walked up to greet the young man, trying to mimic Europeans by saying in English, "How are you?" "Do you see that?" His face darkened as he snapped, "Don't you dare try to strike up a conversation with me, you commoner." The man looked like he had seen a ghost, his soul ready to leave his body, while Gu Daesong, watching this scene unfold, was left completely stunned. The man turned to him, embarrassed, and said, "He learned Korean, that's a bit strange, isn't it? You were so surprised your jaw was still hanging open and you managed to reply, 'Yeah, right.'" Leon turned his head and glanced behind him. Gu Daesong froze the moment he met his gaze, feeling the tension rise as those eyes swept over his entire body. Seeing him trembling, the middle-aged man asked with concern, "Hey, Mr. Gu, what's wrong?" He looked at his face, which was twisted like a frying pan, and asked, "Are you in pain somewhere?" Meanwhile, deep inside, he was confused and wondered, what the hell? Looking at Leon before him, radiating such immense pressure, he thought he couldn't even breathe. It felt like something was crushing him, something massive. Suddenly, a staff member called out a number, "Candidate Gu number 57. The staff member gestured for him to enter interview room number 2. Hearing that, he hesitated and responded. Shaking off Leon's overwhelming pressure, he replied, "Oh yes, I'm coming right away." Leon, having watched the whole thing, prepared to leave. The guide asked him, "Just one person? Are you sure you're all right?" He immediately replied, "I'm fine, just a little nervous, that's all." Leon, for his part, felt bored and thought, "I didn't come here looking for a powerhouse, but there isn't anyone here worthy of being a knight." Standing in the middle of the crowd, feeling them out, he thought with disappointment, "They're all the same. The people who used to come for testing were low-level hunters, but now it's just full of idiots coming to check for awakening." The system announced, "Number 77, Leon Dragonia. Please enter interview room number 9. Hearing the call, he thought with disappointment, "Tisk, from the very beginning, this situation is far from satisfactory." Standing in front of room number 9, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Someone was already waiting. A man asked, "Are you Leon Dragonia number 77? he haughtily commanded. "Commoner, you shall address me as your majesty." The man across from him was momentarily shocked and confused, but he complied. Your majesty." He pointed to the orb on the table and said, "Please place your hand on the measuring orb here so we can proceed with the test." He glanced at the orb. It didn't look particularly special. His sapphire eyes flickered slightly, his brow furrowed, and he stared intently at the orb for a moment. The man held the report detailing his background. Leon suddenly cursed him for being an idiot, leaving the man completely bewildered. With a dark expression and arms crossed, he said, "How could a mere commoner dare to test the honor of a knight?" Hearing this, the man replied with growing anxiety, "The measurement isn't done by us, it's a magic tool." Hearing that, he seemed even more annoyed and asked, "You're saying a machine like this will measure a knight's ability?" He continued without stopping, "Only honorable knights and the gods themselves can judge a knight." This left the man in despair, thinking, "Then why did you even come here?" Leon turned his head sharply and said arrogantly, "I came to recruit talented soldiers, but even the judges are just pathetic nobodies like this." Everyone around started sweating. Wait, is he really recruiting people so blatantly like this? He looked at the group in the room and asked, "I haven't seen anyone worth my time yet. What's the next part of the exam?" One of the three hearing this replied, It's the practical test at the gate." Hearing that, he was finally pleased and offered a compliment. "Good. True strength is demonstrated through regular training and real combat, I shall observe." The man holding his file hadn't even had time to process it, thinking, "It's not observe, you're supposed to be participating." In a vast grassy field at the Soul Station gate, someone calls out, "Is everyone feeling okay? No signs of dizziness?" People often feel lightheaded when passing through gates. Usually, completed gates are closed and erased, but some are deliberately left open for profit. This Soul Station gate is one of those places. The man holding Leon's information earlier tries to get everyone's attention, shouting, "Hey everyone, gather over here!" Gu-dae-sung, lost in his own thoughts, calculates that this year is no different from the last. Looking around in all four directions, he tells himself to turn his assessment around. "I have to be positive for this practical exam." Nearby, someone exclaims, "Hey, is this really a gate?" Jin, my cheerful adds, "Wow, this place is totally a hotspot." The man next to him warns, "Jin, my hey, first off, put your phone away." Gu-dae-sung watches his face darkening as he thinks, "Are these two newbies?" Oh Kang-tai suddenly appears beside him, grinning and complimenting the air. Looking at the old man, Gu-dae-sung guesses an old guy over 60, probably a D rank like me. Or maybe C, he thinks, turning around. He notices Leon, who walks with such a cool, overwhelming presence that it crushes the air around him. He assumes, that foreign worker I saw in the waiting room earlier. Judging by his age, he's here for the promotion test. At his age, definitely a rookie. Except for the old man, are they all just rookies? Watching Leon's confidence, he wonders, is this really going to be okay? As the group gathers on the field, someone suggests, "Why don't we confirm our positions?" Gu-dae-sung says, "This is my 15th year as a professional hunter. I'm a warrior and my main position is a dealer." Shin Tae-hun immediately chimes in, "I awakened this year, I use a spear and shield." Shin Na-jon, standing next to Shin Tae-hun, introduces herself. "I'm his younger sister, Shin Na-jon. I use a short sword, but I've been learning to use a bow lately." The man thinks suspiciously. He asks, "So you're two newbies who don't know your limits. Have you guys even been trained anywhere?" Shin Tae-hun says proudly, "My sister and I went to the academy for 3 months." Gu-dae-sung realizes they are indeed rookies and asks Oh Kang-tai quietly, "What about you, old-timer?" The man replies, "Oh, the info on Oh Kang-tai. He has 5 years of experience and his weapon is his gauntlets. He awakened a while ago but was busy working and only retired recently." Gu-dae-sung thinks anxiously. His experience is so low for his age and gauntlets are hard to compare to spears and swords. He awkwardly asks the last person, "And what about the foreigner? Can you even speak Korean?" Leon remains silent for a long time, then says, "I do not strike peasant." The man is annoyed by the answer. "Huh?" Leon adds, "One does not use a dragon-slaying sword to catch a chicken." He stares at him for a long time, thinking this guy's Korean is definitely messed up. An announcement reminds everyone, for this test, you only need to hunt 50 kobolds. A brown-haired man adds, "Sometimes interesting things appear on the battlefield. If things get dangerous, the supervisors will step in directly, so don't worry. Just focus on showing your abilities." He and the guy following him are surprised to hear that. Gu Dae-sung wonders, will this exam go smoothly? He turns back to Leon and asks, hey, this foreign guy, are you not using any weapons? Hayuri approaches him and says, hey, handsome, want me to lend you a weapon? Do you use a bow? Do you even know how to use it? Leon looks at the bow in his hand with contempt and says, you ask someone like me to use that. She innocently and happily replies, yeah, just use it and give it back. The guy clenches the bow in his hand in a rage. Leon throws the bow hard onto the ground and shouts, a knight does not use such base long-range weapons. Hayuri screams in surprise, ah, my bow! She yells angrily, hey, what do you think you're doing? And Gu Dae-sung has no clue what the hell is going on. With a distant look in his eyes, he thinks, if it's like this year's exam is ruined. Gu Dae-sung guides the group toward the hunting ground. Does everyone know a spot? Let's go hunt there. The man in the blue shirt asks back, Gu Dae-sung, you have more experience, you tell us. Oh, Kang Tai laughs and says, I have no opinion. The guy in the blue shirt approaches and suggests, hey, Gu Dae-sung, I think there's a pack near the end of the plains. It's probably crowded there. He replies, ah. Gu Dae-sung realizes that when the number of people is low, you can't be reckless with the nests. If we get surrounded, there's no guarantee of an escape route. Thinking of the terrain, he adds, we'll attack the ones living in the caves. We'll burn the leaves and grass around it to blow smoke inside. He figures out a way to deal with them. Then we can easily attack the kobolds. Hayuri claps in approval and Tae-hun praises him. Experience really shows. Gu Dae-sung gives a forced smile. It's nothing. He thinks to himself, what is there to be proud of? He proudly remembers that he has studied and researched all attack methods, imagining one day, I will enter the highest rank gate. Even though it's always the soul gate, he thinks with deep eyes, I have to level up this time. When will I ever reach a higher rank? Tae-hun grinds his teeth as if something is bothering him. Two people lean on each other and say, there are kobolds ahead. He leads, Tae-hun, use your shield to block in front. Tae-hun says, yes. The fierce kobolds bare their sharp teeth in an attack stance. The kobold gets hit and growls in pain. Seeing him fight and gain the upper hand, Tae-hun says smugly, you idiots. You said earlier if we just keep charging head-on like this, then blocking them would be as easy as, hey Yuri, watch out behind you. Are you not looking at what's rushing at you? You screamed as you were tackled to the ground, seeing that he yelled, Tae-hun. You were terrified facing the vicious monster, and Gu Dae-sung warned you not to lose focus. They're weak, but they move fast. The kobolds tumbled down from above, but the shield slammed right into its face. Okante lunged forward and punched the other kobold straight in the jaw. Seeing that Gu Dae-sung said, nice one, not many left, let's go. Under the tree canopy, the group was taking a break. Gu Dae-sung encouraged everyone, you've all worked hard. Tae-hun apologized, saying, I'm sorry, it's my fault. He reassured him, it's fine, everyone has a first time. Besides, he added, Nathan already took out 2 of them. Thanks to the old man, no one got hurt. Gu Dae-sung continued, everyone did a great job. Deep down, he sighed to himself. I was a bit skeptical at first, but this team isn't bad at all, except for one person. He pointed at him and asked, hey, foreign guy, we're all fighting here, why aren't you doing anything? Hayuri replied, exactly. The brown-haired guy laughed and answered, he's just standing there watching from the back. Hey, Mr. Staff Member, is that really allowed? Haha, everything will be fully documented, please don't worry. Everyone looked at the guy with resentment. Seeing that he urged everyone, let's move deeper inside. A cave should appear soon. Sin Tae-hun was surprised and said, oh, we're here. You looked ahead and confirmed, there really is a cave. He said, let's light the fire like I mentioned before. Pile up the dry branches and leaves to get ready. Everyone scrambled to stack the dry wood into a large pile. He walked over to light it. Leon saw this and said, do you really think this is the best way? Gu Dae-sung turned back surprised and said, huh, you haven't helped with anything and now you're talking nonsense, the guy said uncomfortably. I'm asking if that method is actually the best. Don't make me repeat myself. Gu Dae-sung explained, I've used this method 3 times already, and all 3 times it worked. Relying on experience isn't necessarily bad, but the guy pressed further. How can you rely on experience when it's not guaranteed to work? He snapped back. You're still young, what do you know? The fire roared to life. Gu Dae-sung rallied everyone. Everyone gather around. Any moment now, a few of them will come crawling out of the cave. A chorus of replies answered, Yes. Everyone took their battle stances. Tae-hun shouted, "Bring it on!" The herd of beasts rushed out of the cave, their ferocious energy terrifying. Hayuri fired an arrow and shouted, "Now's the time!" Every arrow struck true. They yelled desperately as the beasts panicked, scattered in every direction. He proudly told himself, "As expected, my method couldn't be wrong." Cheers erupted. "Well done! Keep it up and clear them out," he thought to himself. "Once we handle this bunch, and catch a few more out on the plains then." Gudaseong froze as he heard a sound. This howl. He realized it was the pack leader. Gudaseong couldn't believe his eyes. No way. The pack leader is the boss of this Soul Gate. It was ranked higher than C grade. He asked fearfully, why would it appear now? The monster stood there with its mouth agape, looking terrifying, drool flying everywhere. Gudaseong was exhausted after the fight, dripping with sweat. Sin Azion saw this and called out in a panic, "Daeseong!" he shouted, directing the group. "Tae-hun and I will take on the pack leader, Old Man, and Nadeon. You two block the kobolds in the cave." The situation was intense. Everyone followed the instructions immediately. Gudaseong thought, we need at least one experienced person on each side, plus it's basically suicide for a D grade to face a pack leader, without frontline protection. Even if he's a rookie, I can only hope Shin Tae-hun can hold out for a bit. The image of them facing the monster looked dire. One side was a giant monster. The other side was two small figures. Suddenly, Tae-hun turned pale. Sweat poured down his face. The pack leader glared with malicious intent and suddenly lunged at Tae-hun. Tae-hun was so terrified he just stood there staring. Gudaseong saw this and roared, "Tae-hun, snap out of it, don't!" The boss's presence had completely overwhelmed his spirit. He thought, at this rate, he won't be able to block that attack. Tae-hun was trying to resist, but with his weak strength, he was still knocked down. Gudaseong screamed, "Tae-hun, damn it, this is bad!" He was deeply worried. Tae-hun was trembling in terror. His face darkened. He thought, why isn't the guild staff stepping in to help? They said if we were in danger, they'd help. The image of the staff member appeared. He was holding a notebook, looking off into the distance. Gudaseong worriedly thought, if this keeps up, Tae-hun will... The monster moved closer and closer to him. Tae-hun was screaming in fear. His face darkened. Damn it! He rushed toward the pack leader. Gudaseong grabbed a shield from the ground. He raised it, preparing to strike. He yelled, "Tae-hun, get back!" The monster, furious, raised its hammer with a savage expression and swung it down at Tae-hun. Suddenly a flash of light appeared, but with his agility, Gudaseong managed to block the blow. He looked exhausted. The monster's hit was nearly fatal. Tae-hun sighed with relief, having escaped death. He started using all his strength to push the shield up. As Gudaseong pushed the monster's hammer away, sparks flew from the sheer friction. The monster was surprised, but it quickly regained its focus. As Gudaseong deflected the monster's hammer, a flash of light erupted from the sheer force of the friction. The monster was caught off guard, but quickly regained its composure. The monster raises its hammer, preparing to strike again. Gudaseong is incredibly anxious, raising his shield to defend himself, wondering if he can actually block it. Sweat pours down his face as he thinks, if Tae-hun doesn't snap out of it and keeps getting attacked by that creature, how on earth am I supposed to escape? I'm going to die at this rate. Gudaseong thinks then, with a surge of determination and optimism, he realizes, wait, this should be enough to pass the assessment. Just as the monster's hammer comes crashing down toward him, suddenly a hand catches the blow. It turns out to be Leon. He looks incredibly cool as he says, try it again. Gudaseong is stunned, his eyes widening as he asks, what did you say? He never expected someone to be this powerful. He thinks to himself, he's blocking the Alpha's attack with just his fingers. Leon turns to him, his expression serious, and says, I said hold up your shield and strike back again. You've done it once, so why can't you do it a second time? Get up and pick up that shield now. Gudaseong looks deathly pale and stammers, huh? Leon raises his hand, directing him, block its attack and counterattack quickly. Gudaseong stands there with his mouth wide open in shock. Not now. What are you talking about? The monster just stands there, stunned. It must be baffled. Gudaseong yells angrily, can't you see the situation we're in? Everyone is in danger. Hearing that, Leon snaps and bellows, how insolent, you should feel honored to receive instruction from the Lionheart King. You dare talk back to me? He looks terrifying, now his eyes even glowing. He says in a grave tone, for a free-roaming warrior to be taught by a saint knight like myself is an honor. Passed down through generations. You could never repay that debt of gratitude, not even if it were as vast as the ocean. Gudasong looks terrified while the monster just stares back, looking genuinely confused. Leon barks another command. Shield up. Block and counterattack. Gudasong looks truly pathetic, now his face pale with fear. He thinks indignantly, what did I even do wrong? Gudasong looks at the monster thinking, but to survive I have to do whatever it takes. The monster is furious, glancing around. Then it lets out a roar toward Leon. Leon sneers, you electric mutt, have you lost your mind? He looks at it with provocation. The monster prepares to attack again. Gudasong watches bewildered and grits his teeth, bracing himself to take the hits. It swings at him, but with all his might he manages to block it. The massive friction creates a flash of light. Gudasong is determined, thinking, stay strong, I almost dropped my shield that time. Leon grows frustrated and roars, you idiot, how do you expect to block that just by relying on raw strength? He crosses his arms and says, don't face things head-on when they're stronger than you. Take out your weapon and aim for the gaps. He continues trying to boost Gudasong's fighting spirit. How can you be so confident you'll succeed with just a shield? Your opponent isn't a training dummy, it's a living, breathing beast that learns. With that determination and Leon's guidance, he grabs his shield to fight. The monster keeps launching attacks. Leon says, use your head. Gudasong mutters, damn it, then what am I supposed to do? Leon, with his sharp observation skills, kicks him in the leg, telling him not to take his eyes off the enemy. Gudasong turns pale, thinking, if I hadn't blocked that just now, I'd be dead. Focus! Leon shouts, constantly encouraging Gudasong. Don't bury your talent. Bring out your hidden potential. He crosses his arms and declares loudly, you can do better than this. He clearly believes in Gudasong. Hearing that Gudasong thinks, me have talent, I'm just a D-ranker who spent 15 years without a single unique skill. I only awakened by accident. He stands in a fighting stance, thinking, that can't be right. He looks at the monster thinking, after hearing that encouragement, there's no way I don't have talent. Gudasong is filled with determination this time. I can do this. Then the monster strikes. With sheer fighting spirit, he screams, I can do this! And then Gudasong uses his shield to block the monster's strike. Since the monster's force is so strong, one swing cracks his shield, but he doesn't panic. After blocking the blow, he exclaims, I blocked it. Gudasong smiles happily, saying, I did it. But before he can enjoy it for too long, the monster punches him square in the face. The hit is so powerful, he goes flying. Leon just stands there, arms crossed, watching calmly. Leon sighs. Why can't you look at the big picture? He continues. Still seems like you're weak. Gudasong's final grade for this year. D. Gudasong is lying sprawled on the ground in pain, his face bright red and looking truly pitiful. The scene shifts to a room. A voice speaks up. He already knows that outside 2 bald bodyguards are keeping watch. From the very beginning, Leon says with a stern face, there is no way a fighter of that caliber. This is just an ordinary person. Oh Kang-hyuk laughs, saying, haha, I even wore a mask and illusions to hide my figure and face, yet it seems it didn't mean a thing. The chairman of the Korea Hunters Association, Oh Kang-hyuk, looks at Leon and asks, you participated in the evaluation yourself this time. Did you get what you were looking for? He sighed and said in a flat tone, I've been monitoring the candidates for the night position, and even if I'm not anxious, I have no intention of going abroad. Oh Kang-hyuk seemed to realize something. He bowed his head, looking troubled as he said, it's exactly as you guessed. It seems His Majesty's dignity is so overwhelming that the atmosphere feels a bit tense, just like earlier. After all, it is a D-rank dungeon monster. That boss monster is estimated to be over C rank. The image of Leon attacking the monster appears. He pointed at them angrily and said, you filthy wretches, not even worthy of being called human. How long do you intend to look at my royal face? With just a single flick of his finger, Leon had defeated the monster. Oh Kang-hyuk laughed and said, you really treat it like a toy. Leon crossed his arms and said arrogantly, that dump is no place for a stroll. He said, in short, if His Majesty establishes a guild, we will support you. His Majesty must have guessed this as well, right? He thought with a contemplative expression, there is no easier way than fame. Once you have fame, it is easier to gather people in this era. There aren't many ways to spread fame like brute force. Oh Kang-hyuk, a gate has been upgraded to red because they failed the attack in Dungu. A brutal scene unfolds. It is a place that no one has been able to clear for an entire year. Debris flies everywhere, the sky becomes quite gloomy, and Iyabi also appears here. Seize the jewel of wisdom held by the Yakun spider, that is the boss of the special gate that was upgraded to red. Iyabi's eyes suddenly glow and she says, "Please destroy it." The attack team for the Dungu Stadium, the KPP Guild, carefully enters the gate in order. It seems the place they were transported to this time is a desolate wasteland filled with dust. Hojian pauses and whispers, "This place is..." Before he could finish, Hansu already knew what he wanted to say. "I know it's modern civilization, at least it's a more advanced civilization. Earth is truly amazing." Hiji seems very excited, wanting to quickly explore every corner of the modern city, but there is one figure here. Hansu looks stunned at the empty, desolate scene before his eyes. Once you have fantasy or martial arts, there is no such thing as a future world. In this brief moment, the scouting team ahead has finished their reconnaissance and returned. A soldier reports the gathered information. "Guildmaster, this is a server hole." He bites his lip in thought. Finally, he replies quickly, "This is a headache. If so, we have to change our combat strategy against the monsters." Hojian strongly agrees with the opinion he temporarily put forward to resolve the sudden advancement. That's right, because hunter tactics are usually for fighting a small number, strong enemies. He listens while looking around to briefly assess the situation, understand the location, and select a base to hide in. Suitable. He points to a nearby high-rise building. "Choose that building as our base. The higher it is, the easier it is to observe." They break through the security door and enter the building. "Wait before going inside," Hansu asks. "Hojian, do you see anything?" He carefully observes the inside thoroughly, but in the end, it's just the same. There really isn't anything here, no NPCs, and I don't see any monsters either." He asks again, "Where is the Yakun spider? It seems like it's the boss here." He replies, "I don't see it at all. How strange." He sighs cautiously, looking around again. He thinks to himself, in a big city like this, and not a single human or monster to be found. This is truly bizarre. Heaven does not disappoint those who try. Finally, he discovers the first force in this world. That's the resistance army. Luckily, it's not the government army of a cruel dictatorship. He then focuses seriously and calls out, "Attention all KPP Guild members." Seeing that everyone has stopped their observation mission and gathered here. Only then does he continue. "Even though we have entered the gate, information about the Yakun spider is still lacking. Regardless, we must secure the surrounding area, and choose a scouting team to try and map it." While he is excitedly discussing strategy with the whole team, something flies at an incredible speed and slashes across one person. The sound of a blade cutting through flesh grants him a peaceful death before the eyes of the team members. Blood splatters onto Hojian's face as he is the closest to him. He screams in terror, "Hansu!" The whole team has the same reaction. Everyone is shocked, eyes wide, momentarily at a loss like a snake without a head. But years of combat experience are not just for show. One person quickly realizes the critical situation and desperately shouts, "It's gunfire, everyone take cover!" Modern guns are raised and fired continuously at the high-rise building where they are hiding, creating terrifying explosions. The crowd flees in a panic, trying their best to avoid the bullets and avoid the shockwaves caused by the explosions. Another person loses their life. He calls out in shock, "Deo!" Hojian curses in anger. In this urgent situation, his mind is clearer than ever. Countless thoughts flood in. Hansu is an A-rank tank, and even he couldn't react in time. How can we take it down? Carefully hiding behind a stone wall that just collapsed from the explosion, he frowns and asks anxiously, "Damn it, at this rate we're all going to die. Have you identified the enemy's position?" Perhaps influenced by the spatial anomaly and with death looming, she is also panicked. 3 o'clock. Because of the smoke and dust, I can't calculate the distance. She turns to look at him and says, "Vice Guildmaster, the ground can't hold up anymore." He seized every single second to bark out orders, letting me know that one by one they were all making a quick retreat out of the collapsing building. While struggling to escape, she anxiously asked the Vice Guild leader, "What about the guild leader's body?" Horion replied curtly, "Something's very off, get yourselves sorted and we'll come back for it later." Obviously, the rest of the group couldn't just do that. Frantically rushing toward the exit without knowing if it was a path to life or death, he told Hiyagi to go first and check if the exit was safe. "Understood, I'm going." As previously agreed, she accelerated and dashed toward the door. As she got close, everything outside seemed unchanged, so she called back, "Vice Guild Leader, I don't sense any signs of trouble." The exit seemed clear, so she sprinted at full speed. But the moment she crossed the threshold, she froze. Something wasn't right. Huh? She touched her neck vaguely, feeling a thin steel wire. It was an instant kill slicing through the throat of the careless. Why does my neck feel stuck? Only then did she realize her fatal mistake. She had stupidly charged headlong into a sophisticated trap. Cutting off their path to survival, the flower of the team withered in an instant amidst the glowing red wires. "Kiri!" he called out, dazed. Blood splattered everywhere, reflecting off the shimmering red wires. Because they were stained with blood, it wasn't hard to identify them now as steel wires, but since when? He wondered, looking at the entire city shrouded in a chaotic mess of razor-thin steel wires. Losing his patience, he roared, "Damn it, clear it all out. We have to get out of here at any cost. Quick channel mana into your weapons." Steel wires were nothing special, really. The whole guild quickly lunged in, hacking at the wires, blocking their way. But the problem was there were just too many of them. And with the fire nipping at their heels, he thought bitterly, who on earth is doing this? Is the enemy really just one person? When did he even notice us? They kept clearing a path while fleeing, completely unaware that they had fallen into the crosshairs of the creatures lurking there. Countless cameras tracked their struggle. Detecting the strange creatures moving, the advanced devices launched an attack efficiently, taking them down with the same old methods. But as mentioned before, even if someone like Hansu, an A-rank tank, couldn't block it, he could only stand there and take the hit. A deafening explosion erupted right where their group was. Wailing, mournful screams echoed through the sky, and blood rained down. He groaned in agony and collapsed to the ground right next to the pile of remains that included his own team members. Although he miraculously survived, his condition wasn't much better. One arm was severed, he was soaked in blood and covered in filth. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Now in this strange place, he was the only one left alive. "Come out, you damn bastard!" A giant robot slowly emerged. He braced himself, knowing he had reached the end of the line. He readied himself to attack anything that appeared. "Is it you? Are you Jeff Spin? How's that for you?" A blurry black and white video appeared showing a woman excitedly bragging, "If we have this robot, even in a pinch, we can still keep fighting even when we're out of ammo." And that was the reason it was here. He had nothing left to lose and challenged the monster. "Fine, if you're so good, go ahead and kill our guild members." It didn't need him to say it. It was already going to. Emotionlessly, it carried out its mission. Countless steel wires flew out with absolute destructive power, sweeping the entire area. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Its mission was complete. The only mission that person had given it: help me protect this city. In the end, the Jongdu 58 portal KPP, First Strike Team, no survivors. Second Strike Team, Third Strike Team. Difficulty level increased for the Jeff Spin attack. The portal boss changed to red. Attack suspended indefinitely. Huang Jianha hummed a tune as he arrived, complaining about the damn uncomfortable weather, just like they had seen in the video. Huang Jianha cautiously warned, "Don't enter the inner city. The deeper you go, the higher the probability of encountering Jeff Spin." UTC led his troop forward, negotiating the situation. "As agreed before, we will recover the wisdom gem for the magic tower. All credit and the remaining 60 billion in cash will be transferred to the Golden Lion Guild." Negotiations successful. The deal was struck. They all looked toward the portal that was gradually closing. Those entering the Jongdu Stadium portal, the Golden Lion Guild ranked 10th in Korea. Guild leader Hwang Gumcheon, S-rank vice. Guild leader Hwang Jianha, 47 members of the Magic Tower, JTC ES-rank expert, 48 mercenaries, and the Korea Hunter Association with Han Haria. At that moment, she was respectfully pouring a drink for His Majesty. "My beloved Majesty, you must try this." Not bad. What is this tea called?" Leon enjoyed it elegantly and asked. She replied calmly, "This is barley tea, Your Majesty." Besides that, there was one more person. The Jongdu Stadium portal fourth assault operation began. By now, the inner city of Jongdu was completely devastated, filled with thick smoke. From the side, a group of people was gathering at the 4th Expeditionary Forces camp at the Jongdu portal. In another corner, Leon quietly asked, "Is something wrong?" Han Haria hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I'm worried that things are going a bit too smoothly. but at the same time it feels like it won't be peaceful for much longer. Hanharia lowered her voice. To be honest. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke up. I think the best-case scenario is if everything can be resolved peacefully without His Majesty having to intervene personally. But if that happens, you won't have a chance to boost your reputation. Leon nodded. That's right. That's the best-case scenario. Hearing that Hanharia was slightly surprised and cried out, Huh! Leon figured that if the king himself, Leon didn't have to intervene directly then, meaning that this situation isn't actually that bad, he murmured, then asked, What do you think is the role of a king in the land I once ruled, Han Harry? She replied, To manage it. Leon nodded in agreement. That's true, but anyone could take on that role. Unless it's someone arrogant. I suppose every ruler is much the same. Han Harry looked a bit confused. Then in your current role as the King of Knights, Han Harry suddenly realized something. Thinking back, she noticed he only intervened when an attack was impossible to block. Reflecting on it, Han Harry realized every battle with the monsters had been the same. She asked softly, So the duty of King Leon is above all? Leon replied, To be the final line of defense. He added, Do you understand? If the King of Leon had to step in, it would be a disgrace to the knights. Leon continued, and it shows just how dire the situation really is. He spoke quietly. Coincidentally, Leon thinks it seems I have to intervene, once again taking the place of pitiful weaklings like you all. I miss my noble knights so much. Hearing this, Han Harry was stunned. She stammered, but the expedition team this time has Huang Jumjon, who is an S rank, and there's even an A rank mage, so I think things will be just fine. Leon asked in a low voice. You call them hunters, don't you? I admit they possess strength beyond that of ordinary people, he continued. But then Leon's expression shifted. He looked grim. He said, They haven't even had a taste of real war yet. Leon smirked and added, The city's outskirts are safe, you say? You all seem quite confident in that information, even though you've only encountered the enemy 3 times. Furthermore, Leon mocked them. You call yourselves an expedition team judging by the movement patterns of monsters. And acting on bits of information you've just learned. How ridiculous. Han Harry's eyes went wide with surprise. She said, So that means... Leon added, A true commander knows how to react depending on how the situation unfolds. There is no standard protocol or set pattern for that. He lowered his voice. From what I've heard, this thing called Gaspiner. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the area. Screams echoed everywhere. What is happening? Leon continued, is a skilled commander. In another scene, a girl whispered, Jappy, I'm sorry. The weak woman reached out her hand, thinking, This is the end for me. She said softly, So could you do one last favor for me? At that moment, Gaspiner Entity number 10,253 flashed a powerful attack. The system displayed a notification, eliminating all unidentified objects invading the city. The next second, it unleashed violent volleys. Dozens of attacks rained down. The entire city was engulfed in smoke fire and terrified screams. A member screamed in horror, It's Gaspiner! Find cover, now take cover. It didn't stop there. Gaspiner began scanning every nook and cranny. The entire city was in its sights. As soon as it spotted a target, Gaspiner fired a powerful lightning strike. Then it soared high into the sky, back in the city. Members were hiding behind a solid wall to avoid the aftermath of the terrifying explosion outside. Dust and smoke filled the air. Everyone was gritting their teeth. Someone hissed, Damn it! Outside, countless people were buried in the rubble. A member cried out, What kind of hellish monster is this? The system displayed a notification, Living organisms responding, 23% have vanished. Initiating suppression mode. Charging energy, 48%. A powerful figure holding a weapon lunged straight toward Gaspiner. Huang Jumjon shouted, Die! Anger was evident in his eyes. Without hesitation, Huang Jumjon swung hard at Gaspiner. Sensing danger, it let out a screech, Kiki! The system displayed a notification. Main body has sustained damage. Internal pressure has risen. Changing priority to eliminate unidentified object. Gaspiner immediately launched a counterattack. Huang Jumjon bared his teeth in provocation. Too late, you piece of junk, he shouted. Facing the intense energy flow, Shin Aeon hissed, I told you already. She swung her fist powerfully toward Gaspiner. Shin Aeon yelled, Don't call me Jiang Sun! Immediately after, a blow landed, shaking the earth and sky violently. In a flash, Gaspiner was restrained. Hwang Jium-jan said, "Nice work!" Gaspiner's circuits shorted and it let out a strange sound. Suddenly a powerful aura was summoned. UTC raised his hand to cast his skill and whispered, "I will handle the rest." The system displayed a notification, "Damage taken is increasing. Purging target, emergency, Zeta system has been compromised. Additionally, limited resources are permitted for use. Activating RVKL device." Inside the city, Gaspiner began to analyze the target. The system displayed information, Risk Level 3, Priority Elimination. Gaspiner suddenly changed direction. Hwang Jium-jan gasped, "Huh, look, it's running, chase it." Jeff Spinner is sprinting away somewhere. The team chases after it, shouting, "Stop!" However, because they were tailing it so closely, they were caught in Jeff Spinner's line of fire. Yu Taeseong yells out, "I'm going to activate the interference field. Everyone group up." He stomps his foot hard on the ground and Ju Taeseong immediately triggers his skill. Just then, a bullet from Jeff Spinner flies straight toward the team, but it's blocked by the protective barrier. Ho Jin gasps in surprise, "Ju Taeseong!" "The bullets you were firing have been deflected," Ju Taeseong says in a low voice. "It's a magical tool created specifically to counter Jeff Spinner. I didn't want to have to use it this early." Suddenly, the system displays a notification, "Risk factor detected. Abnormal status observed. Initiating system maintenance and recovery. Analysis and observation complete. Jeff Spinner has pinpointed the team's coordinates. D15, S37, F11. It opens fire. Ho Jin, standing within the shield, is suddenly struck. He lets out a painful gasp. "Ugh!" Ju Taeseong turns shocked and freezes in his tracks as fresh blood sprays out. "No way!" It calculated the trajectory to curve around the shield. Looking at Jeff Spinner aggressively firing, he wonders, what the hell is that thing? The attacks have succeeded. They slipped right through the protective barrier. Everyone cries out in panic, "How?" Hansu rushes to say, "Mage, Ju Taeseong, please turn off that interference field. Predicting the trajectory is too difficult right now." Ju Taeseong replies urgently, "Damn it, I'm turning it off." Attack as soon as the field drops. They count down 3-2. At the 1-second mark, someone stares in disbelief. It's Hwang Jium-jan who screams for everyone to stop. A series of traps have been laid everywhere like spider silk. Hwang Jium-jan can't help but be horrified. Wires. It didn't just run away. How could it have set all this up? Meanwhile, Jeff Spinner walks around calmly extending a cannon. The system displays charging. Jeff Spinner continues to string wires into every corner. Ju Taeseong cries out in shock, "No way! How can this be?" Ju Taeseong thinks to himself, "We grouped up in one spot to dodge the firepower, but it turned into a fatal mistake. Now we can't even move to evade." After laying the spider silk, the system notifies, "Firing initiated." Jeff Spinner's components begin to shift. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses echoes through the air. Hwang Jium-jan turns his head in surprise. "This sound is—" Everyone sees a horse galloping toward the battlefield, eyes blazing with killing intent. The team stares in astonishment. Is that the sound of a horse? Just then, Leon dismounts and speaks. "It's been a while, hasn't it, my old friend?" he says softly. He quickly hops back onto his horse and heads toward the team. Hwang Jium-jan can't believe his eyes. Leon's presence in the saddle is no joke. He shouts loudly, "Soldiers, listen up!" Leon declares firmly, "Courage can carry you into a sea of enemies all on your own. I, the king of the Leo Kingdom, highly value those kinds of warriors." Jeff Spinner seems confused. Leon yells, "I grant you glory under my respect. In a fair, honorable duel, I grant you the royal right to fight me." He calls out, "O warrior, seeing this?" Hwang Jium-jan grinds his teeth, judging him. Is that guy crazy? Seeing Leon acting like some immature gamer who just discovered an RPG, everyone is stunned. Jeff Spinner suddenly becomes confused. The next second, the system displays setting electronic rifle acceleration, output increased by 13%, danger level 0, eliminating uncertainty. Leon quickly draws his weapon, rides his horse, and roars, "Charge, warriors!" The white horse's eyes flare with lethal intent. It leaps high, carrying a wave of powerful energy. Jeff Spinner immediately opens fire. A shot streaks straight toward the group. As if possessed, Leon yells, "Warriors, don't let these trivial long-range weapons attack you." He faces Jeff Spinner's blast head-on without hesitation. The two sides clash like titans. Leon unleashes his trump card. His eyes blaze with terrifying energy. A powerful explosion follows and Jeff Spinner is taken down. Its body shatters into useless scrap metal. Jeff Spinner is completely stunned. It cannot believe this is reality. In a fleeting moment, the high-level AI of the Yakun self-propelled artillery has ceased operation. Leon thinks to himself, "The phenomenon before my eyes defies even logic." He exclaims to himself, "Truly powerful." Looking back at the battle, Leon's image had been captured by Jeff Spinner. It had analyzed his equipment and old-fashioned spear. Speed may be high, but damage is low, Jeff Spinner determined. Danger level 0. No need to deal with it. Just use the electronic rifle to attack. The machine's intelligence had made a very smart choice 3 seconds prior. A thin layer formed to block the small objects. A motion model with abnormal physical phenomena was recorded. Assumed range. Leon charged forward with fierce momentum, having anticipated Jeff Spiner's scheme 2 seconds in advance, and fired his electromagnetic rifle, eliminating the target with a follow-up shot. Just as the target entered the predicted range with only 1 second left, 2 massive bullets spinning on the joint were deflected, causing a cataclysmic explosion. Leon pondered the situation. There was no impact or interception, just the result of it being deflected without any other process. This must be a powerful thrust skill. It's a technique all knights can use, and even against humanity's strongest superweapon, it must still abide by the laws of physics. Jeff Spiner had been unleashing relentless, brutal attacks. Yet Leon continued to charge forward, driven by his own ideals and the blessing of holy law. He believed that knights would always find strength in any attack. Being able to defeat an opponent unconditionally in one hit, he wondered if this was considered a dirty trick. The energy sources of Jeff Spiner and Leon collided directly, shaking the earth and sky violently. Amidst the thick smoke of the battlefield, only Leon stood tall on his horse. The system flashed a notification: physical phenomena that cannot be explained by logic, cannot be understood. Jeff Spiner's components sparked with electricity, but it was completely useless. It had been thoroughly defeated, and the system proceeded to raise the enemy's threat level. Danger level 5. The system calculated that it must retreat from the battlefield immediately, so a section of Jeff Spiner's body released a cloud of smoke to distract and find an escape route. Seeing this, Leon frowned and mused, as he looked down at Jeff Spiner's position, wondering, "Running away, are you?" At that same moment, Jeff Spiner received the order, "Jabi, protect this place. Do not let anyone get close." Its eyes flashed with a beam of light as Jeff Spiner quickly began temporary processing for 5 standard bullets and 36 custom-made rounds. Thanks to the system, it realized it needed to craft 657 bullets compatible with the 60mm machine gun, and it needed to assess damage and recalibrate weapons for future use. The system displayed a notification, Danger Level 5. Old model combat weapon, but power level cannot be determined. Initiating regeneration and enemy data analysis. But Jeff Spiner's lightning bolts covered the area. Just then a voice echoed, "Jabi, thank you for protecting this city." After 1 month, the system reported that recovery and analysis were complete. Now Jeff Spiner was ready to resume its mission. Simultaneously, at the indoor sports complex in downtown District B, the atmosphere was incredibly grim. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Someone spoke up. "Stop." They noticed someone firing weapons in the alleyway 250 meters ahead, so the captain ordered the soldiers at the rear. "Climb to the building across the street and be careful. The rest of you wait here. If that bastard notices us, signal us immediately." Suddenly, fresh blood splattered onto the captain's face. He turned in surprise. The entire squad had been wiped out by spider silk. Jeff Spiner left no one intact. The captain was horrified and dumbstruck, and just then a shadow darted past, making the captain jump, raise his weapon, and shout loudly, "Who's there?" To his surprise, he only slashed at thin air. The captain was furious. "You bastard." He suddenly felt anxious, muttering to himself, It was clearly... Just then a streak flashed across his face, and he cried out, "Ah!" By now, Jeff Spiner's spider silk had revealed itself, and the captain had been torn to shreds. Blood sprayed as the system displayed a notification, elimination of 5 external variables complete, advancing to identify the next target. Jeff Spiner suddenly heard a desperate scream. A young man was fleeing in a panic. "No, I don't want to die." Unfortunately, Jeff Spiner had confirmed a living organism was still present, and the system assessed the danger level as 0. By now, the young man had reached the outside, groaning incessantly, "Ugh, ugh, ugh." And the next second, he collapsed to the ground, terrified to see Jeff Spiner menacingly approaching. He screamed in panic. "Someone save me! I don't want to die!" Jeff Spiner shone its powerful laser at him. The young man was helpless, letting out a sharp gasp. "Hick!" Jeff Spiner identified the target and aggressively moved forward, raising its claw. It recalled the past the woman had once asked softly. "Gabby, remember this," she said quietly. "Sooner or later I will be buried here like the others. If so, I will also become a part of this city forever." The woman had instructed, "When that time comes, please protect this city for me." Gabby returned to reality. The system displayed a notification, Priority Level 2 Attack Intruder. Priority Level 3 Eliminate them. The system was authorized to make free judgments and direct decisions upon detecting an enemy. In special cases, it was mandatory to change the priority order. Tears and mucus streaked the young man's face. Jeff Spiner suddenly turned and left. Seeing this, the boy felt a glimmer of hope. "Am I saved?" Jeff Spiner stomped its foot and darted away. Just then someone spoke. "It's all right now, kid." The young man turned startled. "Ah," he said hurriedly. "Lord Jutaseo, thank you." Seeing this, Jutaseo was a bit confused. "What is it?" The young man recounted the situation. "That machine didn't kill me, it just ran away." He thought, could it be that it saw Lord Jutaseo coming and ran away because it was afraid of being defeated? The person next to him whispered, "Of course that must be it. Fighting against Ju Tae-seong is way too much for that machine to handle." Right then, Ju Tae-seong scans his surroundings and speaks softly. "This place is full of graves, but it's strange. It's so clean here, even though it's the only clean spot in the entire city. Why is that?" At that same moment, Jeff Spiner is hovering around the city. The system displays a notification, "Increase in hostile forces confirmed. Win rate 92%. However, special circumstances detected. Final decision. Retreat." At that moment, Ju Tae-seong thinks to himself, "This is a bizarre place. Get out of here quickly." Everyone replies, "Understood." Jack Spiner still remembers its mission. The priority. The final decision is to protect the people, even if those people are already dead. After returning, it crackles with powerful bolts of lightning. Jack Spiner calculates, estimated remaining enemy force approximately 49, risk level 5, current probability of neutralizing the threat 35.7%. As it continues to monitor and observe the battle, a figure suddenly appears. Leon speaks up, So you're here." He steps out slowly from the shadows. Leon says in a low voice. "Is it fun playing around with those names?" Leon is a man who deeply worships the spirit of chivalry. It is no exaggeration to call him the human embodiment of a knight, as he truly loathes these mindless battles and slaughters. Always pursuing fair struggles, Leon keeps a stern expression in every fight. Having finished his preparations, he is now forced to confront Jack Spiner. But of course an opponent will always try to fight dirty sometimes. Even so, Leon never loses his elegant chivalrous nature. Even if he has knocked down this human embodiment of a knight, will never yield. Through the thick smoke and dust, Leon strides forward powerfully. He possesses an incredibly strong aura. He was chosen by the gods for exactly that reason. Leon speaks up. "Fighting machines for the sake of honor sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?" Jeff Spiner's system displays a notification, "Equipment check 480 rounds of 60mm ammunition." It then opens fire a bullet heading straight for Leon. Yet he still stands. Asin firmly in place, thanks to the protection of the holy barrier. At this moment, the system notifies, "Anomalous physical phenomenon detected, unified model." Jack Spiner quickly analyzes the trajectory of the curve. It locks onto the target's coordinates, F12N23Q31. Without hesitation, it fires 3 shots while lunging toward Leon. Leon flashes a cryptic smile. He slams his foot into the ground and a powerful surge of energy radiates outward. Jeff Spiner's 3 bullets create a massive, powerful explosion. It makes an excited kiki sound. Suddenly, there is powerful movement from the front. Jeff Spiner is startled and quickly backs away 10 meters. It is incredibly shocked by the sight. Just then, Leon grabs his weapon and forces himself up from the earth. His eyes blaze with intense, murderous intent. Jeff Spiner quickly assesses the situation, then rockets into the sky and fires dozens of bombs. Even so, the system notifies cannot lock onto target. Jeff Spiner remains stubborn, facing off against Leon. With a menacing glare, Leon sits atop his horse and sneers, "Hiss! You want to play hide-and-seek with me?" Jeff Spiner quickly darts away. "This cannot be. It bolts away, leaving behind explosions that shake the very earth. The buildings are all affected by the power of Jeff's spinner. The system screeches, "This cannot be." Meanwhile, Leon pursues Jeff's spinner, wondering, how can a mere pathetic entity possess such power? It targets a utility pole on the side of the road. Jeff's spinner swings its joint latching onto the pole. It changes direction, but remains frustrated. "This cannot be reality," Leon shouts. "Charge attack! Take down the target!" He aims straight for Jeff's spinner. The white horse runs at full speed, neighing. Every hoofbeat shatters the ground into tiny fragments. Now Jeff's spinner is forced to engage Leon head-on. Calmly riding his horse toward it, Leon murmurs in a low voice, "Not bad." Hearing this, Jeff's spinner doesn't know how to respond. It quickly opens a weapon bay. At the same time, the white horse quickly leaps forward. Jeff's spinner releases dozens of bombs, hoping to stop Leon's charge. However, he uses his weapon directly to deflect them. Sending the bullets flying, Leon gallops his horse right through the powerful explosions. Seeing this, Jeff's spinner retreats, continuing to fire. Its power has hindered Leon somewhat. Even sturdy walls are being destroyed. At this moment, Leon's eyes blaze with intensity as he roars, "Ajokuzaku!" The white horse stomps hard and leaps into the air. Utilizing the massive boulders, Leon flies rapidly toward Jeff's spinner. In just a brief moment, he catches up. Leon soars through the air like a true knight. Jeff's spinner's system notifies 68 small projectiles fired simultaneously. In the next second, it opens its barrels. A rain of bombs pours straight down on Leon. However, he does not flinch. His face remains as fired up as it was from the beginning. Seeing this, Jeff's spinner is beside itself. Leon braces himself and shouts, "Leoneth, I have my pride, you know." He uses his weapon to strike back against the rain of bombs. Jeff's spinner is affected and crashes into the ground, followed by a thick cloud of dust. Its circuits are severely damaged. The system notifies critical hit taken. Operations disabled. Jeff's spinner recalls the instructions from its master Joppy, "The items sealed here must absolutely never be brought outside." It quickly makes a bold decision. The system displays initiating self-destruct sequence. A flash of light erupts in the heart of the city. Jeff's spinner proceeds to destroy the entire arsenal. In that moment, the city is plunged into a sea of flames. Leon is shocked by the scene. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs. The site of the explosion is the cargo bay, which reeks of oil. Suddenly, someone calls out, "Jack Spinner!" A man shouts loudly, "Get out of the way! I will protect this city!" "That is my mission." Suddenly, an attack strikes him, and he screams in pain, "Ah!" The man was now nothing more than a corpse with blood pooling everywhere. The killer hissed with sick delight just as another wave of attacks came crashing down. A scream echoed through the city, "Ah!" as the Jack Spinner system locked onto its target. Only a part of its frame was still pressed against the ground, struggling to keep the vicious monster steady. Baring its teeth with a growl, the Jack Spinner unleashed a barrage of firepower. Countless Jack Spiders swarmed the monster, all driven by a single purpose: to protect the city. It constantly reminded itself that its duty was to protect this city. Now the Jack Spider was moving toward the city to take down the enemy. A true hero indeed. It had been hailed as the guardian of the city. A story of autonomous machines saving an entire city on the brink of extinction. It's such a bittersweet tale. For the citizens who had lost all hope, those machines became symbols of that hope. They transformed into valiant knights right in the heat of battle. The Jack Spider's eyes burned with resolve. It fired a volley of missiles aiming straight for the monster. These Jack Spiders had been restructured, including unit number 10,253. Under the guidance of their final commander, the city was saved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, cheering, "We're safe." At long last, the city was secure, waiting for true peace to finally take hold. In the past, a woman said wearily, "Gabi, this is my final request. Please protect this city." She didn't forget to warn it, "Whatever you do, never bring that thing outside." The Jack Spinner, the very last combat machine remaining, took that final order to heart and never forgot its mission. "Under no circumstances are you to let anyone get close to that thing." The Jack Spinner whispered to itself, "Block everyone out, protect that thing." It kept repeating the mantra, "Stop them, protect it. Stop them, protect it." Because it held on to those final words so dearly, it pushed itself to the very last second. Now the Jack Spinner was half destroyed. It whispered to itself, "I did it." "It's over," Leon said, stepping forward. "Still trying to protect this place to the bitter end." He glared at it, then glanced at the object beside it, a gem glowing with a purple-pink light. Leon asked softly, "Is this the thing you were trying so hard to protect?" He realized this was the gem of wisdom. Leon turned toward the jewel, convinced it was an object that should never exist. Seeing the jack spinner twitch, Leon froze. He asked in a low voice, "Huh, you still want to fight me?" Looking at its state, Leon guessed, "It seems you've been guarding this thing all by yourself for a long time." He bowed his head and said, "Years all alone guarding it." Leon had to admit one thing: the jack spider was truly a loyal knight. Everyone would be grateful. For its loyalty and devotion, he looked at the battered machine and called out, "Jack Spinner." Leon gathered energy into his body and spoke softly, "Your mission is complete. I solemnly declare it is all over." Finally, a gentle light flashed. The ground trembled violently as that light shot straight up toward the high heavens where the stars reside. Leon was silent for a moment. He turned back to look at the jack spider and whispered, "Rest in peace." By now, the jack spider had lost all consciousness. It lay still on the ground. If only that light could reach. A voice rang out, "Thank you, Gabby." This was the recognition the jack spider had always longed for. As they walked down the hallway, Kang-hyuk spoke up. "So that's how it is?" he asked quietly. "My lord, have you destroyed the gem?" Leon glanced at him, looking annoyed. "Are you dissatisfied with that?" Kang-hyuk quickly explained. "Ha, no, not at all. Your Majesty is the one who defeated the jack spinner, so the right to decide the fate of the gem naturally belongs to you," Leon said in a low voice. "You don't need to regret it. That thing is no different from poison." Hearing this, Kang-hyuk was a bit surprised. Poison? Leon knew it well. That gem was created to tempt humans through infinite wisdom and curiosity. In other words, he believed it was an object created by the devil. Kang-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. "The devil?" Leon said sternly. "At the beginning it listens to the owner's wishes, but gradually it demands that the person pay the price for everything they've gained. It's like raising a pet. During the process of feeding it, it also slowly tames us. It corrodes our humanity with petty temptations like dreams of longevity and immortality, slowly stripping us of our humanity until we turn into demons." After a short pause, Leon asked, "Have you found the other gem? We must destroy it immediately." Kang-hyuk gasped in horror. "It's that terrible. I will inform the U.S. government about this right away." He started toward a door. Leon said quietly, "Fine." His expression suddenly changed. "But there is a very high probability that someone has already been tempted by the devil." Inside the room was a research lab with blue lights shining everywhere. Leon asked, "Is this where that thing was buried?" Kang-hyuk replied, "Yes, that's right." At this moment, the researchers were busy working on something. Their faces looked quite tense. Before them lay the half-destroyed corpse of the jack spinner. Kang-hyuk asked quietly, "What should we do with it?" Leon, deep in thought, murmured, "I believe he is an honorable knight. We should lay him to rest and present him to the gods." Leon continued, "But first we must hold a ceremony." He immediately summoned a golden chalice. Kang-hyuk exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa!" holding the cup. Leon spoke solemnly, "Faithful knight, close your eyes," and added softly, "Rest in peace." Suddenly, a golden aura flooded the space and seeped into Jack Spin's remains. A powerful surge of energy flashed, and Jack Spin's joints began to move. Mechanical whirring sounds filled the air. Kang-hyuk's jaw dropped in shock. "Huh! Jack Spin is moving." Leon, lost in thought, muttered, "This thing. This." Jack Spin made a few sounds, then extended its joints upward. Seeing this, Leon thought to himself, "This feeling is so strange." He was taken aback. Even without a power source, it could function thanks to the blessing. At that moment, Jack Spin's joints began to move in sequence. It split apart into a smaller robotic version. The little Jack Spin chirped Kit. Leon whispered, "So that's it. So that's it. Though I don't know if this is the goddess's choice." Noticing this, Leon drew his sword. Jack Spin startled and cried, "Kid!" Leon plunged the sword into the ground and a wave of power from it blanketed the area. Kang-hyuk's eyes widened in amazement. "This is..." The researchers couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what is that?" Jack Spin watched silently. Leon's eyes glowed with intensity as he gripped the sword's hilt, which was emitting a mystical light. Then, Leon swung. A stunning curve of golden energy suddenly flashed from above. The image of Ariana gradually appeared. Oh Kang-hyuk couldn't stop staring in awe. How is this possible? He and the researchers were so shocked they dropped to their knees. Everyone present intuitively felt that the woman appearing in that brilliant light was surely not human. Oh Kang-hyuk was so stunned he couldn't close his mouth. Oh Kang-hyuk knew clearly that it could only be something incredibly divine, incomparable to anything else in this world. At that moment, the goddess radiated a dazzling aura. Leon bowed respectfully. "My lady." Ariana clasped her hands and said, "Leon, my first knight, tell me what is happening." Hearing this, Leon paused briefly before speaking softly. "My lady, this is Jack Spin. He is an honorable knight who has set an example for all, so I hope you might consider knighting him." The goddess turned her gaze toward the robot. After a moment of thought, Ariana said, "But he has not performed my mission even though he has proven his honor." "That glory was not dedicated to me." Leon spoke sternly. "As your first knight, Leon Hart, I wish to guarantee that he is a great knight." Hearing this, the goddess smiled knowingly. "If my knight says so." Leon waited with bated breath for the goddess's decision. Finally, Ariana spoke softly. "Then there is no need for further deliberation." She smiled gently. Suddenly, the goddess spoke. "However, I must verify a few things." She reached out, summoned energy, and called out, "O knight made of iron and steel of this world, I have heard your story from Knight Leon Hart. Will you praise light and justice?" Jack Spin chirped in confusion. "Kit." Ariana smiled with satisfaction. "Honor and wisdom are abundant, but your temperament is no different from a child's." The goddess commanded, "Help him purge his malice so he may become my knight." Jack Spin turned toward Leon and chirped, "Kit." Leon nodded gently with a smile on his face. At that moment, Jack Spin extended a leg and his body underwent a strange transformation. Jack Spin kept chirping, "Kit, Kit!" The whole space suddenly fell into a moment of suspense. The system displayed a notification, "Hacking into sound and language transmission module. Language module set." The goddess watched in silence. Jack Spin let out a chirp of confirmation, then loudly proclaimed, "Demons attack the divine." Ariana smiled. The goddess spread her arms and said, "Very well, Jack Spin." Ariana said happily, "If you swear loyalty to my first knight and assist him, I shall grant you a share of the glory." A powerful surge of energy suddenly rained down. The new Holy Grail Knight shall be entrusted with the mission of glory and justice. Jack Spin had now been knighted as a Holy Grail Knight. Its body radiated a bountiful aura. Meanwhile, at the Mata branch in the United States, a voice echoed, "Forgive me, O great existence." In Ronald Selman's office in Mata, someone stammered anxiously, "Because we could not achieve what you requested." The gemstone scolded irritably, "How stupid you can't even do such a simple task. I taught you the truth and wisdom of Samra, but you have disappointed me so much." Ronald Selman hurriedly pleaded, "I'm sorry, please forgive me, my lord." He continued, "But I had no other choice. You survived." "That Leon is a variable we did not expect." The gemstone roared angrily, "Do not soil my ears with pathetic excuses." "That Leon—" Suddenly the gemstone asked in a low voice, "Who the hell is that?" Ronald Selman stammered, The gemstone commanded, "Turn on the news quickly." Ronald scrambled away. "Yes, yes, great existence." He reached out and turned on the television. On the news, Leon proudly proclaimed, "I am the heavenly lion, Leon Dragonia, Lion Heart." Seeing that demeanor, the gemstone started screaming, "Ah, ah!" The gemstone shrieked in panic. "What is this? Why is that brat here?" Why? Ronald called out anxiously, "Master, master." He wondered, "Is the master trembling?" The orb said discouragedly, I give up. I'm not doing this crazy thing anymore." Ronald became even more confused. He shook the orb repeatedly and shouted, "Master, master!" At this moment, the look in Ronald's eyes became frantic. "Master!" He shrieked loudly, "Master!" And just like that, the sacred gem never spoke again. At that same moment, at the Korea Hunter Association, Oh Kang-hyuk spoke up. "In that case," he said with a smile, "we will register you. Jeff Spin as your guild master." Oh Kang-hyuk murmured, "Getting everything in order might be a bit difficult." Leon replied immediately, No problem. Once finished, he and Jeff Spin quickly took their leave. Suddenly, there was a sound. Kizzy and Leon coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Startled, Jeff Spin called out, "Kizzy!" Seeing this, the goddess Ariana asked, "Are you all right, my knight?" Leon struggled to speak, whispering, "I am fine, my lady." He thought to himself, trying to endorse a holy knight in a place so lacking in divinity takes a heavy toll on me. Jeff Spin nudged Leon's foot, showing his concern. Kiri. Leon let out a long breath and whispered, "It is not your fault. It is just that I am not strong enough." Hearing this, goddess Ariana replied, "How could it possibly be your fault? This is my own inadequacy." Leon fell silent, believing that no matter what happened, one should never blame the gods. "Please, my lady, do not say such things." Goddess Ariana still felt troubled. "My knight." Then Leon opened his eyes full of resolve. From above, the goddess softly said, "I am always grateful for the loyalty you have shown me. It is the fault of myself and the other gods for not intervening sooner." Leon was a bit surprised by this. Goddess Ariana gently urged, "Please get some rest. Always keep faith in your gods and wait for us." Leon called out, "My lady Ariana," but her mind was made up. Goddess Ariana proceeded with her plan. She spoke to the others. "Brothers and sisters," Ariana began, "we must help our followers. The day King Leon Hart turns 121 is the day this world perishes. And there is only one knight left. He has purged all divinity from his world and locked it away within his own heart. How shameful we gods are, to have abandoned the heart of this noble knight, and continued to watch valiant Hart destroy all the monsters for 185 years. They have placed the entire burden of the world upon the shoulders of one man. Therefore, all the gods of the pantheon owe a debt that can never be fully repaid to Leon." Sitting in the meeting room, someone let out a sigh. The goddess asked softly, "How is the child?" Ariana replied bluntly, "Not well." The goddess whispered, "My knight has pushed himself far too hard." Hearing that the girl couldn't help but worry, what should we do? The god of war and fire, Pitos, slammed his hand on his chair and shouted, "Appointing only one holy knight to bear that much pressure." Pitos hissed in frustration. "What has King Leon Hart, who radiated the divine halo, become?" Ariana reminded him softly, "Keep your pride, god of war. He has fought for us gods for over 200 years, and in the end he has won." Pitos replied irritably, "I know that already." Then Pitos said loudly, "That is why I am so angry with myself." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, each bowing their heads in self-reproach. Just then Ariana spoke up. 185 years. She felt it was time for them to speak up. "My brothers and sisters," the goddess whispered to herself, "I can no longer bear to watch my knight suffer in such agony." Then someone spoke up. "I have an idea." Ariana signaled, "Please speak your mind." The god of steel and forging, Hito, crossed his arms and said, "Just as the god of life did with the plains, we should bestow as many blessings as possible to build faith among the people." Hearing this, Pitos asked, "You want us to go on a missionary mission?" Hato replied, "Yes, we will allow humans to see the miracles of the gods." He continued, "Based on what we have achieved. Witnessing it through the followers of life, this world is connected through something called the internet." Heto's plan was, "We will utilize the internet to do it," Pitos whispered, raising a concern. "But why? Hasn't King Leon Hart thought of this method? He was once a citizen of this world, after all." Heto explained, "He was on this world before the internet became popular." Ariana asked, "But still, what about the trial and error?" The information Leon provided took 25 years to listen to. Hearing this, Heto wore a knowing smile. He believed that was when their holy knight would step in. At the same time, an employee called out, "Hey, manager, look at this." The manager asked blankly, "Huh?" The bald employee said with a bit of anxiety, "This is on YouTube. Is this allowed?" The manager was even more confused. "YouTube? What is that?" he wondered. On the screen was a Plains Naji account. The manager was quite shocked. The Pantheon channel already had 170 subscribers. A video was being streamed live with the title, "Praying Before and After Every Meal to Thank Goddess Demella." There was also content like, "Why visit the hospital? An office worker who used to look down on farmers." And a single word from an old farmer changed him. Another video was titled, "It's Just Rice." but with just one spoonful, your life could change. There was even content asking people about God. Seeing the comments below, the manager thought to himself, the results are unexpected. It's all clickbait, yet the video quality is incredibly high. Everyone falls silent, and the manager softly asks who could have created something like this. The bald employee speaks up, Pantheon, isn't that his superior Leon? The manager asks, you think he'd use YouTube? The employee blankly replies, no sir. The manager grows suspicious. Could it be Assistant Han who did it? Remembering the times Han Harry asked clueless questions about electronics, the manager concludes she probably doesn't know a thing about computers. The manager says in a serious tone, the bigger issue is, these videos aren't clickbait. They're all real. He adds, feeling a bit anxious, what are we going to do? The manager wonders to himself, what on earth is he planning? At that moment, the manager turns to leave and quietly says, I'm going out for a bit. The bald employee asks anxiously, where are you going? The manager replies, I'm going to go meet that guy Leon. Meanwhile, even though it's late in the evening, the apartment where Leon is staying still has its lights on. Inside the room, the sound of keyboard tapping echoes. Jaspin is working hard on something. After a while, it pings, subtitle creation successful. Jaspin quickly presses the enter key to proceed with the upload. Just then, the door suddenly opens. Han Harry softly asks, Mr. Jaspin, are you done using my computer? Noticing something is off, Han. Harry probes, what have you been doing? Jaspin just lets out a crisp sound, proudly saying, sound promotion plan phase 1 complete. Suddenly, a strange light glints in Jaspin's eyes. It speaks up, proceeding to phase 2, hacking into the internet network. Hearing this, Han Harry doesn't understand a thing, thinking to herself that Mr. Jaspin is probably just playing games. Han Harry has absolutely no understanding of computer operations at all. At the same time, the Naju Plains look incredibly peaceful. At the temporary Pantheon branch in the Naju Plains, a tabby cat is lying in the sun looking extremely relaxed. Just then, the manager rushes over and shouts, Your Majesty, we have to take the video down. Hearing this, Han Harry turns around blankly offering, have a glass of barley tea first. The manager replies, oh yes, thank you, and because he had been running at breakneck speed, he gulps down the whole cup. To catch his breath and keep talking, he suddenly realizes with a jolt, oh no, that video... He asks anxiously, but who uploaded it anyway? Leon calmly replies, Mr. Spin did it. Hearing this, the manager is left in shock. Mr. Spin. Han Harry nods beside him. The manager can hardly believe his ears, wondering, that killing machine knows how to make videos. Looking at Jaspin, who is skillfully typing away, he is left stunned. How is this even possible? At that moment, Leon quietly asks, what do you mean by taking the video down? The manager says in a low voice, you know yourself. The grain in the Naju Plains is completely different from anywhere else in this world. It cures all sorts of illnesses and even makes the body stronger, just like in a fairy tale. The manager worries that as soon as people find out about this rice field, the whole world will come hunting for it. He lowers his voice. The Naju Plains will be swarming with thieves, and they won't be your run-of-the-mill thugs either. The manager shrinks back and advises, once the Food Bureau allows for planting, the association will help with everything we can. Please wait until then. This corresponds to the second half of the previous thought/line. Leon drinks his water leisurely and quietly says, I know you have your own rules and systems. I understand what you mean. He adds, but you're worrying about nothing. Hearing that the manager is a bit bewildered, Sir, Leon says softly, no one can come and steal from the goddess's farm. The manager remains worried, wondering to himself, why is he so confident? That night, the Naju rice fields are still stretched out in peace, however, a crowd has secretly made their way there. Looking at the client's request, keep the seeds and burn the field. In the Naju Plains, a thief says, that rice must be real. Seeing the place empty with no security, one of them expresses suspicion. What the hell is this? I thought they would have maximum security, right? And yet there's nothing. They wonder, we just have to go get the seeds and light a fire to burn this whole place down. Really? One thief says in a low voice, we've already been paid. Just do your job. Bring the gasoline cans over here, the henchmen reply. They are the venomous Snake Squad, villains belonging to the South Korean branch of the Hitman Corporation. In the blink of an eye, they have snuck into the rice field. The squad moves in 2 rows, everyone wearing black outfits just like ninjas. Suddenly, one person is startled and shouts, ah! Seeing a suspicious figure standing in the middle of the field, he cries out nervously, "Boss, there's someone over there!" The whole group quickly goes into defense mode. However, looking closer, it's just a useless scarecrow. They are startled and think to themselves, "A scarecrow!" One thug shouts angrily, "It's just a scarecrow, you idiot!" The henchman replies in confusion, "Ah, I made a mistake, sir." He wonders, "That's weird, why did I see it move?" Another yells at him, "Must be the wind, you fool." At this moment, the henchman still feels like something is not quite right. Even though it's a scarecrow, the aura it gives off isn't normal. The henchman mutters, "It's giving me the creeps." Just then he is startled and shouts, "Boss, look over there!" The boss turns his head to look back. Suddenly, countless scarecrows sprouted up behind them. The whole group panicked, wondering why there were so many. The scarecrows jerked and swayed, looking just like the undead. One of the henchmen gasped and hissed in fear, and the boss scolded the idiot in frustration. "You're supposed to be a villain, and you're scared of a bunch of scarecrows," he said sternly. "Quit your yapping and figure out which way the wind is blowing. We need to get that fire spreading as far as possible in the shortest amount of time. I'm going to grab the seeds from the storage." They quickly doused the entire field, leaving empty canisters piled up everywhere. One of them shouted, "Is this really all there is?" The boss mused, "It seems these seeds are not normal. Let's keep a few of them. Mansujinta, you too." He suddenly realized something was wrong. The boss glanced around and asked where the two of them had disappeared to. One guy jolted, looked back, and cried out, "What, they were right behind us the whole time." But where are they now? Right behind them, there were only those creepy scarecrows left. The boss spoke up, sounding anxious. He had realized the problem. "Those scarecrows, are they getting closer to us?" In the blink of an eye, the entire gang of thieves was surrounded by scarecrows. A straw man swung a blow toward the boss. Sensing movement, the boss anxiously turned around, and his eyes landed on a sinister-looking straw man. As he looked closer, its mocking expression came into view. The boss jumped back in shock. "Damn it!" Seeing him frantically slashing at the straw man, a lackey called out to him in worry. The boss shouted, "They're actually moving. They aren't normal scarecrows." Looking at the straw people glowing with intense killing intent, the thieves screamed, "They're monsters!" Even with smiling faces, those scarecrows looked absolutely terrifying. The lackey was so scared he had gone pale as a sheet. "Boss, what do we do?" The boss thought to himself, "No way. How could they all be monsters?" Surrounded by the scarecrows, the thieves were completely panicked. "There's no way there's a dungeon rift here." Just then, a lackey stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Terrified, he asked, "Boss, what on earth are those things? I've never seen anything like this in any barrier before." The boss roared back, "How the hell should I know?" He thought to himself, "Damn it. I was in such a rush that I didn't bring enough men." The boss reflected, "I knew there was something fishy about that mission. I'll make them pay if anyone dared to set us up." Suddenly someone shouted, Boss, wait!" Irritated, the boss snapped, "What now?" The lackey just pointed ahead, stuttering, That one over there." In the distance, there was a rather suspicious-looking building. He wondered, isn't that the warehouse? Looking closer, he saw grain and large crates inside. The boss grinned, "Found it. If the rumors about the magic rice here are true, we're going to be filthy rich." He ordered them to load as much rice onto the truck as possible. "Those monsters only hang around the fields. The warehouse is still safe. Let's go." He started walking forward, but as soon as he took a step, the thief felt like something was off. He turned back just as a powerful explosion went off, blasting his henchmen away. Watching their comrades fall, the rest of the gang was horrified and let out a scream. By then, the boss had been blown to pieces. The group panicked, shouting, "Boss, why were there landmines here?" The thieves wondered, did they booby-trap the front of the warehouse? The lackey trembled. "Who would do such a thing?" Just then, a mechanical whirring sound echoed out. The whole group jumped and turned around. "What?" "Jack-o'-lantern system active. Intruder detected." The lackey couldn't help but be stunned. Why here? He realized it was the barrier within the jack-o'-lantern system. The jack-o'-lantern's eyes glowed with intense killing intent as it hissed, "Eliminate." By the end, only horrific screams remained in the rice field. The next morning, the sun shone again, signaling the start of a new day. While birds chirped merrily, the entire gang of thieves was tied up like rice cakes. They sat in a corner, sobbing. Some even had broken legs and were forced to wear casts. Nearby, a sign clearly stated the rules for living and farming. 1. The first harvest must be in the image of the goddess and become an offering. 2. No peeing fertilizing is allowed. 3. Set up scarecrows, give them hats, and put clothes on them. 4. Sing while harvesting if the lyrics express gratitude to the goddess, even better. 5. Don't skip meals. Important stealing means death. The red text clearly stated, important stealing means death. And just like that, the Viper Squad had successfully captured them. A while later, the whole gang of thieves was hauled away. After the arrest of those belonging to the Demon Folk Association, the value of Pantheon and the Blessed Rice skyrocketed crazily. Jack-o'-lantern had succeeded. Having become the embodiment of the algorithm, Leon traveled to shrines all over the country to boost the promotion and consumption of the Blessed Rice. Despite a small incident, it was still approved. Leon the Survivor humiliated a reporter. A newspaper article titled, "To What Extent Should We Tolerate Cultural Differences?" was published detailing the events at the party. Survivor, Leon Dragonia. Leonhardt had said, "How could a mere commoner dare to sit at the same table as a king?" This sparked a controversy, though it was relatively minor. Eventually, the entire internet was buzzing about Pantheon. After long, tiring days, Leon pulled his beloved pillow close. He lay back and wondered, are these the things the gods have orchestrated? Leon thought to himself, it seems they have truly adapted to this modern world. It's even better than how I'm doing right now. Suddenly, someone spoke up. I have some hot news, Your Majesty. Han Harry, I've quickly prepared the report on the rice valuation results, sir. And now each sack is worth up to 230 million won. Hearing this, Leon fell into deep thought. He murmured softly. It needs to be cheaper. Han Harry felt a bit confused. Wait, isn't it better if it's more expensive? Leon lowered his voice to explain, the market is indeed where the value of an item is determined, but for the price of something like rice to be that high, how could the common people possibly afford it? He believed that divine blessings should be shared equally among everyone. Han Harry, still bewildered, asked, is that so? Leon recounted the situation. I met with the president earlier. I told him we need to explain the holy blessing to the farmers, but he insisted that a president must remain neutral regarding faith. He seemed hesitant. That's a bit... Han Harry chimed in. I suppose that's understandable. Leon said quietly, well, I still need to earn more of the people's trust. More than that, he continued. It must be enough for me to utilize the power of the tiger's heart as well as its abilities. Han Harry asked, a bit worried, but Your Majesty, will that really be okay? Leon asked back. Why not? Han Harry explained the situation. That yellow gate, I successfully protected it as you wished, Your Majesty. But to be able to clear that dungeon with the people you've chosen is nearly impossible. Leon calmly wore an enigmatic smile. We'll see, he said softly. The next morning, someone called out, oh, isn't that Mr. Gu? Gu Seong turned around. Ah, he said softly, greeting him, Team Leader Kim. Gu Seong spoke up, we meet again. Team Leader Kim asked tentatively, are you here because of that message too, about the Hunter Association president recruiting hunters like us? I have no idea what's going on, do you? Gu Seong said, feeling confused. I don't know either. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Gu Seong wondered, they're all D-rank hunters, or C-rank at best, right? Just then a young man shouted, oh, that's Han Harry! The person next to him looked excited. Is that an A-rank magic swordsman? Seeing Han Harry's demeanor, they buzzed with discussion. It seems she got the highest score in last year's competition. Seeing this, Gu Seong fell silent. Suddenly the crowd cheered, His Majesty is coming! The noble King Leon Dragonia. Leon Gu Seong was startled, thinking to himself, that person is... Looking at Leon, he recognized the survivor. Gu Seong thought to himself, I already knew he wasn't an ordinary person, but he belongs to an entirely different world. By now, Leon had stepped up to the podium. He greeted everyone. The reason I invited you all here today, Leon added, is because I am looking for warriors to join my guild Pantheon. He said softly, those who pass the assessment, those who prove their worth, and those who can overcome the training. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but be surprised. Soldiers, isn't this supposed to be a guild membership? Leon continued, I will grant you the honor of joining my army. Gu Seong's eyes went wide with shock. An army, isn't this a guild? At that moment, a subordinate spoke up. Now we will announce the entry assessment test. He said clearly, "The test is to clear the yellow grade dungeon in Gashong." Hearing this, everyone was startled and shrieked, "What a yellow gate!" They stammered, "How are we supposed to clear that?" "That's no different than telling us to walk to our deaths." Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. "What kind of crazy test is this?" Such a reaction from the hunters was completely predictable. The level and difficulty of a gate are classified by their colors, black, red, orange, and below them, yellow. Given that the gate Gu De Seong handled in the Gashong test was a blue gate, then for a C or D rank hunter, a yellow gate meant death. Everyone shouted in unison, "How are we supposed to clear a yellow grade gate now? This is just telling us to go in and commit suicide." The bald subordinate spoke up to calm them down. "Order, please. If you do not intend to continue the test, you are free to leave." The blond man said angrily, "Ha! You think we won't leave just because you say that?" Someone clicked their tongue. What a waste of time. They loudly told each other, "Let's go home and sleep." Gu De Seong worriedly wondered, will it be okay if he doesn't stop them? Just like that, the crowd quickly left. The hall suddenly felt much emptier with only a few people left. Leon maintained a calm attitude. He pointed and spoke. "You there?" The curly-haired young man couldn't help but be confused. "Huh? Yes, me," Leon said quietly. "Yes, you, the curly-haired one." He asked sternly, "Why did you decide to stay?" The curly-haired guy replied, confused. "That's because I thought there might be more to it." Leon nodded slightly. I understand." He asked further, "And what about you?" A different friend replied, "Me, I guess I'm just staying for the fun of it." "I think so anyway." Leon continued asking, "And you?" One guy answered honestly, "My friend is staying, so..." Leon stroked his chin in thought. I see." He pointed again. "You. Why did you stay?" Seeing this, Gu De Seong couldn't help but worry. He thought to himself, a guild created by someone who is practically an S-rank hunter. Gu De Seong told himself he had to seize this opportunity. He said clearly, I think that you wouldn't let us die in there, so I decided to stay and listen." Leon offered a satisfied smile. "That's a good attitude. You're smart and quick on your feet, too." He stepped forward and spoke up. "I'll say this. I am here to rally the troops," Leon said in a serious tone. "A soldier's duty is to obey orders. You've accepted a knight's call to arms. Do so without a shred of doubt. Trust in the sincerity and strength of a knight," Leon emphasized. "That is all you have to do." He smiled slightly and added, "Which means you just need to listen and follow my orders." Leon raised his hand and shouted, "We move out immediately. Grab your personal gear and finish your preparations." In the blink of an eye, everyone was transported to the Gold Gate at Samjong Station. Everyone was equipped with incredibly sturdy military gear. Team leader Kim marveled. "Whoa, it's a bit heavy, isn't it? But the equipment is top tier. Don't you realize that all of this is high-rarity stuff? Just this piece alone. It has to be worth at least 10 million won? No joke. Hunters like us at C and D rank have never even touched gear like this before." On the other hand, Gu Seong was a bit suspicious, thinking, "I'm an offensive player, though." Just then, team leader Kim spoke up, but his eyes were on Leon. He lowered his voice. "That king, he isn't carrying any gear at all." This surprised team leader Kim a little. Then Gusong called out, "Hey, Han Harry." Hearing this, Han Harry asked softly, "Yes, Hunter Gusong, is something wrong?" Gusong asked curiously. Why isn't His Majesty wearing any armor?" "Han," Harry replied, looking embarrassed. "Ah." She whispered, "His skin is actually tougher than dragonhide." At that moment, Gusong realized, because he's just that strong. Meanwhile, Leon was seriously assessing the situation. Gusong told himself, "Surely nothing bad will happen, right?" Suddenly, an aggressive monster charged forward. Everyone's eyes went wide with shock. What the hell just happened? Leon powerfully slashed the monster in half and muttered, "I didn't hear anyone give the order." He hissed in anger, "You are not honorable warriors. You will crawl like maggots on the ground and face your death right there." Leon flared up, his eyes burning with killing intent, and shouted, "And that is my undying justice." A moment later, the monsters were neatly dealt with. Someone whispered, "Lucky, huh?" The members felt a bit relieved. "Looks like we won't even need to fight if we just follow him." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. "Mercenaries from the outside on this vast steppe. A war between tribes is unfolding. ally with one of the two tribes and help them achieve victory. Seeing this, someone pointed at the screen and shouted in surprise, "Huh! A quest to support an NPC," team leader Kim asked. "Gu, it seems like a faction choice quest, doesn't it?" Gu Xiong replied. "That's right. I think we have to choose one of the two tribes in the war and lead them to victory." Team leader Kim brought up the issue. The question is which one is more beneficial to choose. At that moment, someone cried out in horror, "Wait, isn't that an army of monsters?" In the distance, a mob of monsters was aggressively charging forward. Each one was wearing sturdy armor riding on the backs of giant boars. They bared their sharp, glowing fangs. Their eyes burned with killing intent, and they carried massive weapons in their hands. They surged forward en masse. In the blink of an eye, the group was surrounded by the monsters. A leader among them shouted, "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Battle Axe tribe. How dare you trespass on our land?" Seeing this, everyone was so scared they could only remain silent. Just then, Han Harry said softly to reassure them, Your Majesty, please stay calm." Leon hissed in a rage, "Humph, you bastards." Han Harry suggested, "First off, how about we don't follow the quest's script this time?" Leon said irritably, "Do whatever you want." Hearing that, Han Harry replied, looking flustered, I thank you, sir." She then turned her gaze forward with determination. Han Harry said loudly, "We are a mercenary team. We heard that if we help a tribe, we'd be rewarded, so we came here." Hearing this, the leader spoke up. "Mercenaries, you must be the bunch the chieftain mentioned. Follow me." The monsters were too huge. "Hurry up, you lot." They didn't notice that Leon was suppressing his rage, just waiting to beat the hell out of the lot of them for their arrogance. In the blink of an eye, night began to fall. Everyone was brought to the monsters' encampment. The leader cleared his throat. "Ahem. I am Karta, chieftain of the Battle Axe tribe." He sneered in contempt. "You look uglier and weaker than I expected, but that's fine." Karta spread his arms and shouted, "Support our Battle Axe tribe. The greater the war, the more glorious the death." He yelled, "The winner takes it all." Publicly insulted Leon gritted his teeth in fury. He hissed, unable to take it anymore. Seeing this, Karta turned around, startled. "What? Who are you?" Leon took a step forward and spoke, "Honor, glory, you say." He was so angry that the veins on his face were popping out. Leon roared, "You animals don't know anything yet. You dream such absurd dreams." Seeing that, Karta bellowed, "You insolent brat." Without another word, Leon unleashed a powerful attack directly at that green-skinned monster. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The members were absolutely horrified. Leon roared in fury, "You are not honorable warriors. Keep clinging to those delusions. Like the vermin you are, just die already." The king's berserker rage ignited as he faced the wretched monsters. Leon trampled the tribe leader's corpse and shouted, "You will all die, that is an undeniable truth." His eyes burned with intense killing intent. So far, the king had butchered 8,769,653 orcs. Leon's face was smeared with monster blood, yet his anger had not cooled. "You have achieved the title Evil Butcher, a legendary title." Seeing this, the monsters screeched in shock. "What? The leader is dead." The entire horde charged aggressively, howling. "Those damn humans! Kill them all!" Good Song couldn't help but panic. "What the hell? What is going on?" "They're advancing. They're attacking us." Leon yelled furiously, "You damn orcs troops, raise your shields!" Hearing this, Good Seong obeyed immediately, though his heart was filled with constant anxiety. "Damn it," Good Seong thought to himself. "We are only rank D hunters. Hey, how could he think we could beat the orcs?" Even so, everyone quickly raised their shields and shouted, "Hey, stay back!" No longer fearing anyone, the enraged monsters charged, I will kill you." Good Seong couldn't help but startle. "We're dead." The enraged monster launched a powerful strike. Good Seong thought to himself, even blocking this hit is... To his surprise, the sturdy shield stopped the monster's attack completely. Good Seong's eyes widened in amazement. "I actually blocked it! How is that possible?" Just then the system displayed a notification, Aura of a Brave Heart. This was a bonus effect that increased defense against the enemy. It helps strengthen the body, increases troop morale, reinforces armor, makes it lighter, hardens the skin, provides steel resistance, and simultaneously boosts physical power. Against waves of attacks, it adds resistance against long-range attacks, clears and extends vision, and amplifies resistance capabilities. Gurixiong couldn't help but be stunned. What? These effects? The system continued to display information, Butcher of Orcs. This is an effect that adds 50% extra damage when fighting orcs. The surrounding orcs will be drowned in fear, confusion, and despair. The hatred for the orcs spread. Everyone continued to hold up their shields but couldn't help but stare in astonishment. What is this? How is this possible? The notifications continued: Demigod Survivor, Protection of the War Knight, Guardian of the Holy Grail, Dragon Hunter, Demon Lord Slayer, Demon Hunter, Shadow Assassin, Resilient Combat Knight, Agile Reflexes. The levels of the Legion members are very low, unable to add any more buff effects. Gurixiong realized this was a series of buffs for their side. At that moment, Leon shouted, "Raise all defense shields, then find their weak points with your swords and stab." Everyone immediately obeyed. The monster cried out in pain as it was stabbed. As if recharged with spirit, the members shouted in unison, "Kill all these bastards!" Despite facing a horde of vicious monsters, they were no longer afraid of anyone. As they charged, the monsters chanted, "The God of War will stand with us." Hearing that, Leon suddenly froze. "What?" he asked irritably. "Why do these cruel bastards dare to open their mouths and invoke the gods? You will pay the price for that," Leon yelled in a frenzy. "I will cut out your tongues and smash your heads for daring to insult our gods," he shouted. "Come here, stallion!" Immediately after, a terrifying explosion occurred. The monster asked in bewilderment, "What the hell is that?" Before they could process it, an attack landed right on their faces. The whole group cried out in shock. At that moment, Leon rode on the back of his white horse, unbothered. He kicked the monsters in the face. He zoomed through the battlefield. Leon leaned forward, accumulating energy. He reached out to grab his weapon, then Leon raised his head, his eyes burning with intense, killing intent. He lunged directly into the center of the monster encirclement. The aura radiating from Leon made everyone shiver. He narrowed his eyes and hissed, "I will kill every single one of you monsters." Immediately after, a brutal battle ensued. Blood splattered everywhere like rain. The monsters were beaten so badly they collapsed face first. In the blink of an eye, they were all lying sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Leon raised his sword high. He shouted, "Let it ring out! We are the victors! This is a truly honorable victory!" Seeing this, the members cheered joyfully. "We won, thank goodness." Just then, Han Harry spoke up anxiously. Your Majesty." Leon replied, "Yes, Harry, what is it?" Han Harry asked softly, Why? Why did you do that?" Leon insisted that there was no need for a reason to kill orcs. Han Harry was a bit worried. "What do you mean? But the mission is—" Leon shouted furiously. "Support those idiots! That's ridiculous! I'd rather jump into a pit of fire than help these green-skinned bastards." He believed they did not deserve any respect. Just the fact that they existed was an insult to this world, Leon said in a low voice. "Well, sure, they might be strong, but how can they compare to the courage of knights?" He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Do not treat them like humans. They are disgusting beasts." Han Harry was shocked to realize he discriminates against the orc species. She spoke up tentatively. "But your Majesty, there must be a kind orc somewhere in this world, right?" Hearing that, Leon just smirked. He said in a stern voice, "Remember this, my naive little girl. If there really were any good-hearted orcs, they'd all be in hell by now. Orcs are naturally those green-skinned monsters with mullet haircuts, pointed ears, and razor-sharp fangs. After the gates on Earth were opened, many surviving orcs migrated here. Earth even gave them a joyous, inclusive welcome, with people even holding up welcome signs. But that peace didn't last long. The orcs aggressively attacked humans again. They couldn't live in harmony with humanity, and these monsters scrambled to tear apart any tasty prey that caught their eye. Consequently, the orcs became a real problem for the people of Earth. At that moment, Jeff Spin shouted, "We're here," and Gaspin whispered, "If you drop that down there, they'll all be dead." "Couldn't be simpler," Leon spoke up. "It's all up to you now." Just then, Leon and Han Harry were wearing extra scarves as disguises. It was an attempt, but a weak one. Leon crossed his arms and said coldly, "Don't let me down." Jeff Spin quickly initiated the nuclear overload sequence. In a blink, the system announced, "Loading 99.9%, and a beam of light suddenly flashed from Jeff Spin's body. It declared nuclear overload system transformation, freezing system, fuel rods fully charged, initiating nuclear fusion reaction. Seeing this sight, Han! Harry stood there with his jaw dropped in shock. A moment later, Jeff Spin climbed onto a rock ledge and dumped something strange into the river. Han, Harry muttered under his breath. That looks like a pile of crap, doesn't it? Leon immediately corrected him. Don't say that, Han Harry asked quietly. But your majesty, is this really okay? Leon looked puzzled. What do you mean? Han Harry said anxiously. Wiping out the orcs by contaminating the river with radiation? Doesn't that go against the chivalrous spirit you uphold, sir? Hearing that, Leon looked at him and suddenly gave a cryptic smile. Leon said in a stern voice, Listen, both Harry and Spinner, do you think fighting those greenskins is some kind of war or a proper duel? No, it's more like a hunting trip. Since it's a hunt, who has the time to worry about sportsmanship? Han Harry listened and silently judged this guy who was so discriminatory against the orcs. Leon believed there was no such thing as a good orc. The only way to find peace was to send them all to hell. At the same time elsewhere, Grota aggressively swung his weapon at his own kind. He watched laughing with glee. Mwahaha! The other orc let out a pained cry. Ah! Just then the orcs behind them cheered loudly. Mwahaha! Grota smashed Gaydon's head in. That was a brutal axe swing. Brother Gaydon had been beaten so badly he passed out lying limp on the ground. Grota spoke up. Whoo, you fought bravely. I hope the god of war sends you to the eternal battlefield. Just then an orc cheered. Grota, let's celebrate the victory! Go on, drink up Grota! He quickly walked over to the water trough, bent down to scoop water from the river, and gulped it down greedily. Grota drank as if he'd never had water before. Then he wiped his mouth with his hand and whispered, Today's water tastes a bit weird. It had a stinging sensation. Thinking for a moment, Grota just muttered, whatever. He casually turned away, whispering to himself, forget it. Must be some leftover blood from the fight. Grota quickly returned to his house when night fell. Grota called out in pain, Witch doctor! He clutched his stomach and tremblingly cried out, Witch doctor! Witch doctor, boo. Grota, with mucus and tears streaming down his face, kept calling for help. Where are you? Help me, I can't take it anymore. He was in so much pain he couldn't hold himself up. With his heavy body, Grota dragged himself outside. Little did he know all the other orcs were in the same boat. Everyone was screaming, Help, witch doctor! The witch doctor dropped his staff and hissed, I've never seen anything like this. This isn't magic, it's a curse. He figured some bastard had cursed their tribe. The witch doctor shouted, What's wrong with all of you? Even with tears and snot running down his face, he still yelled, Bring glory to his majesty! Just as the witch doctor was about to scream, Leon rode his white horse, kicked him 10 meters away, and shouted, Kill them all for me! Don't let a single one survive! At that moment, the system displayed a notification, Detoxification activated. Everyone roared, Charge, brothers, that's some free XP! Finish them off. Leon's group quickly seized control of the situation. Seeing this, the orcs couldn't help but be shocked. The members rushed forward. The orcs raised their weapons to attack, but they were powerless to do anything. An orc roared, You cowardly humans! Leon's group screamed, Die! After that, blood splattered everywhere. The members slaughtered the monsters. The system displayed a notification, The White Axe tribe has been wiped out. Next, all orc tribes have become your enemies. Han. Harry's eyes widened in shock as he read the notification. You are the common enemy of the entire orc race. The system displayed Hidden Quest triggered Wipe out all orcs on the battlefield. Just then, Han Harry cheered, Your Majesty! The quest has changed. Leon gave a satisfied smile. Excellent. Now this is a real mission. Sitting on his white horse, he shouted, My soldiers! The time has come to bring light and justice to this land. At this moment, the witch doctor suddenly roared. Leon glared at him, turned, and shouted, It was you lot! You're the ones who cast the curse on the river! The monster gasped, shouting about how miserable and cowardly our race was. He mocked us, asking how we dared to call ourselves warriors. Hearing that, Leon growled, What did you say? The shaman cursed him furiously. You brainless idiot! A piece of trash who only knows how to sing about glory. Thank goodness I didn't see you earlier, you're an eyesore. Seeing this, Leon angrily snapped at the orcs. Looks like you haven't realized they're all dead, have you? A lowly race like yours deserves exactly that. He continued, I'm giving them a chance to free themselves from their own ugliness by cursing every single one of them. Die, you filthy animals! The shaman was enraged. How dare you! He gathered his inner strength and shouted, Grok, I won't forgive you! Leon quickly raised his weapon. His eyes flared with killing intent. Do you really think I'll give you time to cast a spell? In the next second, he unleashed a powerful attack. The strike hit Grok square on, causing him to let out a painful scream, yet Grok still gritted his teeth in fury. He roared madly, "Too late, human!" Then he lunged aggressively toward Leon, shouting, "Grok is going berserk now!" At that moment, the resentment of the orcs concentrated in one spot. Han Harry cried out in shock, "Your Majesty, what is that?" Leon sneered, "Ha, a ritual figures, that's all you animals are good for. No wonder your civilization never developed." The orb of resentment grew larger and larger. A massive hand suddenly appeared and slammed into the ground. Grok shouted, "Watch this!" The system screen displayed a hidden quest on the side. Grok absorbed the surge of resentment and roared, "Receive the wrath of Grok." The mission objective for everyone: eliminate Grok. The orc shaman's massive, gigantic orc arm pointed straight toward the sky, forming a perfect circle to lock onto a target. It aimed directly at Leon and hissed. Unacceptable. He radiated a powerful aura and roared, "Go!" Die at that moment. The orc arm raised high and then slammed down with an earth-shattering blow. Everyone jumped, shouting, "Your Majesty!" Grok hissed, "You. I am the guardian god of this place." He growled, "Who is the god that protects you?" Leon gave a mocking sneer. "You dare ask me that?" He quickly activated his heavenly protection. Grok hissed in a frenzy, "You—" By now, Leon had snapped. He shouted, "You calling yourself the superior being of these wretches? You dare claim to be a god?" Leon's eyes blazed with killing intent, and he grabbed his weapon. Then, he spurred his white horse and aggressively charged toward his opponent. Leon yelled in frustration, "This king will not allow you to continue existing." On the other side, Grok swung his arm and hissed, "A mere mortal like you." He threw a massive, gigantic punch and roared, "Dares to oppose me." Even so, Leon charged forward powerfully. In the middle of the battlefield, he swung his sword in a fluid cutting motion. The attack quickly sliced through Grok's arm. Before his eyes, the massive, gigantic arm was severed. Grok was shocked, letting out a scream of pain as the hand fell to the ground with a thud. Grok hissed, "Why, even though you only cut the projection, not my real body, why do I feel pain?" Grok roared. The orcs below cried out in worry. "Grok!" He shouted in anger. "Right! That's it! It's the sword! It's that sword!" Grok looked toward Leon and screamed, "It's you!" At that moment, Grok realized who his opponent was. The orc butcher, the demon hunter. The knight who was abandoned in that hellish world. He started to feel a shiver of fear. Grok quickly thought, "I'm out of here." The shaman asked in confusion, "What, Lord Grok?" Grok muttered, "You'll pay for what you've done. See you another time." The shaman couldn't believe his eyes. "Grok," Leon spoke up. "Humph, he said he was the god of these orcs." He sneered. "Turns out that's all he was." The shaman hissed in irritation. "You bastard." Despite being terrified, he still acted tough. "How dare you? What dirty trick did you use? I will avenge my brothers." Before he could finish, Leon unleashed a slash. The shaman collapsed to the ground instantly. Leon sneered, "You abominations have spirit, I'll give you that. But the world is better off without things like you." The system announced, "You have completed the hidden quest. All participants receive the Hunter badge. All orcs receive the Night Warrior title." Information quickly appeared. Orc Hunter, when facing orcs, gain 30% extra damage. Night Warrior, gain 20% extra defense when fighting alongside a knight with the War Knight attribute. GDAEC's eyes widened in surprise. Everyone gets a physical defense bonus, something that only the main squad should have. A member cheered, "This is awesome. A bit of a shame it only works against orcs, but 30% is huge. Plus, it's a physical defense boost. It's the kind of thing only tank classes should have." One of the members cheered, "This is amazing. It's a bit of a shame it only works against orcs, but we're talking about a 30% boost, plus it buffs physical defense." Suddenly, Leon boomed, "Pick up all the loot." He urged them to move quickly, adding, "To the victor go the spoils, so let's get moving." Everyone immediately sprang into action, realizing he was right. "We've got to move fast! Grab everything!" they told each other. "Prioritize the big guys who look like high-ranking ones, then grab the wizard's gear, too." Seeing this, Leon let out a low hum. Just then, Han Harry approached and spoke up. "Your Majesty." Leon asked calmly, "What is it?" Han. Harry looked toward the massive hand and said, "It's about that thing. What should we do with it?" Leon grew thoughtful. he mused. The hand of those fake gods still hasn't vanished, has it? The severed arm of the orc god was still lying there in the corner. Jeff Spin hopped onto Han Harry's head. Seeing this, Leon asked, "What do you want to say, Spinner?" Jeff Spin broadcasted a new incoming message. Hedo appeared and said, "Leon, I can sense a significant amount of power coming from that hand. I request that you absorb that power using the Holy Grail, and we will study it so we can provide you with further support." Hearing this, Leon immediately summoned the Holy Grail and asked, "Oh, is that so?" He slowly walked toward the orc god's hand. Then Leon tilted the Holy Grail slightly. A surge of energy immediately radiated out, and the arm was quickly pulled inside the cup. Seeing this, Leon clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that he could sense a source of energy similar to divine power. Leon concluded that it seemed those monsters really did worship this guy. He thought, however, those beasts don't even realize who the true creator is. That kind of existence shouldn't be allowed to live. It's a sin that absolutely must be eradicated. Just then, Ariana called out, "Leon, my knight." Leon replied, "Is that you, goddess?" Leon asked. "How can I hear your voice yet be unable to offer my respects properly?" Ariana said softly, "It is fine. You are currently absorbing the divine power of the monsters. It's okay to skip the formalities. The reason I reached out to you is that I need you to make a choice. With this, I believe you can restore the power of the holy artifact you desire." Leon was a bit surprised. "Really?" Heto urged. "Choose the sword, King Leon." Beto, standing to the side, scolded. "Keep quiet," Ariana said in a low voice. "That is correct, but you may only choose one. Ooh. So I shall await your answer, my dear knight." Hearing this, Leon pondered. He reflected on the 4 holy artifacts he possessed: the holy staff, the holy sword, the Holy Grail, and the Lionheart. Leon figured the power of the Holy Sword was already quite substantial, so it's not necessary. And with that, he had made his decision. Leon stated, "I choose to restore the power of the Holy Grail." The goddess replied, "Very well." A stream of energy immediately surged toward the Holy Grail, which shot up into the air and absorbed countless amounts of force. Afterward, its power was fully restored. Leon reached out to catch the precious artifact. As soon as he touched the Holy Grail, he felt the power surging within it. Leon wore a satisfied smile. The harvest this time wasn't bad. Just then a voice called out, "Your Majesty." Leon asked, "What's with all the noise?" Han Harry said anxiously. "I think you need to come over here for a moment." Leon suddenly noticed something. "Where is Spinner?" Han Harry stuttered in confusion, unable to find the words. About that." Suddenly a shout rang out, "Get off me, you damn robot!" Han Harry turned back, worried. Fresh blood was dripping onto the ground. One member cried out in panic, "Everyone, what's going on? Help me, will you?" He had been tightly restrained by Jeff Spin. That member complained angrily, "You stupid, wretched robot." Suddenly Jeff Spin's eyes glowed with hidden intent, and he let out a screech. In the blink of an eye, the guy was completely subdued by Jeff Spin. Everyone gathered around, but no one dared to move. Jeff Spin jumped onto the young man. Just then, everyone saw Leon approaching with a very worried Han Harry following behind. The young man complained angrily, "This damn robot is attacking me." Leon spoke in a stern voice. "Stop." He warned with a cold face, "If you don't want to get your tongue cut out, you better watch your language." The guy still protested, Robot? What kind of robot?" Leon shouted loudly, "Hey, who do you think you are? You lowly creature to speak to a knight like that." Hearing this, the guy was completely bewildered. Leon asked, "What exactly is going on here?" Spinner Jeff Spin immediately pointed him out. "Theft of war spoils." The young man was startled and shouted, What? He hurriedly defended himself. No, this stupid thing." No, it's just a misunderstanding," Leon said in a low voice. "Misunderstanding or not, a search will tell us." He ordered Harry, "Harry, search him." She replied, Yes, sir." Han. Harry headed toward him with eyes blazing with murderous intent. The guy hurriedly yelled, Wait a second." He yelled angrily, "Do you really believe the words of this robot? Wait a minute." After a moment, Han Harry found a suspicious-looking bag. She realized, This is the heart of the orc chieftain. This is the most valuable loot in the entire orc territory." Leon growled in a stern voice. "How dare you? Surely you know that embezzling such valuable loot is a serious crime, right?" The young man stammered. That was just a misunderstanding." He screamed, I didn't steal it. I absolutely... By now, Leon had quietly drawn his sword and slashed once. The young man stared blankly at his hand, which was severed from his body. Ugh! He screamed in agony. Ah, my hand! His hand lay severed in a pool of fresh blood. Leon said in a stern voice, I know that your laws and perceptions are different from mine, but before this king... He screamed, I didn't steal it! I swear! Just then, Leon quietly drew his sword and slashed. The young man stared in shock at his hand now severed from his body. Ugh! He let out a painful scream. Ah, my hand! His severed hand lay in a pool of fresh blood. Leon said in a stern voice, I am well aware that your laws and perceptions differ from mine, king. Since you have now entered the Lionheart military camp, Leon continued, the laws you must follow are not the old laws or the old order, but the military law of Lionheart, Leon declared loudly. This is my law, and it is the military law. Anyone who cannot follow it, raise your hand right now. Stealing results in having your hand cut off. That is the strict martial law of the Lionheart Kingdom. The laws and rules here are truly hard for people from Earth to accept. The members thought to themselves, this seems a bit excessive. Are they really going to cut someone's hand off just for that? But then everyone reconsidered. With a series of amazing support buffs, a D ranker like myself could rise to C rank, or maybe even higher. They felt that giving up now would be a huge loss. The members started to weigh their options. Is stealing really that wrong in the first place? Initially, there were no laws inside the dungeon gates. Now that there are some strict rules, maybe it's actually a good thing. Finally, one person spoke up. About that. Your Majesty? Leon replied. Identify yourself. The member took off his helmet and spoke. Soldier, he said clearly. My name is Gu Dae-seong. Leon asked softly, do you have something you want to say? Gu Dae-seong spoke up. The thing is, Gu Dae-seong suggested, the thief's severed hand, could you allow me to take it? Leon narrowed his eyes and questioned, do you intend to reattach it for him? Gu Dae-seong did not hesitate. Yes, Leon thought. But if you do that, the punishment loses all its meaning. Your plea is an act of defiance against my punishment, Gu Dae-seong said boldly. I know that. But he spoke on behalf of everyone, Your Majesty. We are people with a different perspective than you. But now that you've made us aware of the rules, Gu Dae-seong said quietly, I hope you can give us a chance. Leon replied, and nodded. You have a point. Gu Dae-seong bowed his head and said, Please, Your Majesty, grant us mercy. At this moment, the young man had a glimmer of hope. Leon summoned the Holy Grail and said in a stern voice, You should be grateful that your comrade is a reasonable person. A glimmer of hope sparked in the young man's eyes. Leon summoned the Holy Grail and said sternly, You should be grateful that at least one of your comrades knows how to reason. Then he held the Holy Grail up high. A surge of energy immediately flowed in, and a miraculous stream of water poured from the Grail. Seeing this, the young man's eyes went wide with surprise. This is... The others cried out in astonishment. What? What is that? The severed hand is regenerating. Gu Dae-seong thought to himself, even an S-rank healer could only reattach a severed hand. They couldn't regenerate it like this. That level of power, it's a restorative ability even stronger than an S-rank healer. Looking toward Leon, he wondered, can a single person really possess such power? At that moment, Leon said coldly, get out of here. He said in a low voice, I'll spare you this time. Out of respect for your old laws, but you have forfeited your qualifications. The young man replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. At this time, Leon announced loudly, Those who wish to enlist in my military camp stay. Those who do not can split the spoils and leave. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. They told themselves, this is the chance. We must do this at all costs. Seeing this, Leon smirked and said, Very well, then let's prepare for training immediately. I hope no one here will fail the training so badly that they have to quit. He ordered them to take the loot and turn back. Everyone cheered happily. Wow! While the members were gathering the loot, Han Harry spoke up, Your Majesty. Leon turned and asked, What is it? Han Harry asked quietly, What will the upcoming training be? Leon smiled mysteriously, then replied, Physical training. The next day, the sunlight shone down, signaling the start of a new day. Everyone quickly gathered in the training room. A member called out, You Gu, team leader Kim asked quietly. What happened to your face? Gu Daesheng was startled. Ah! Team leader Kim guessed. Could it be that you participated in the new gate attack squad? Gu Daesheng replied, yes. Sit still, I've been feeling itchy all over. Team leader Kim reminded him gently, don't overdo it or you'll harm yourself. Everything in moderation. Gu Daesheng smiled and replied, ha, yes. As soon as they entered the training room, they saw Han Harry gliding over. She shyly cleared her throat. Then Han Harry announced clearly, His Majesty Leon Dragonia, the First Lion, and the Knight of the Holy Grail, Yakun Spiner, have arrived. Seeing Leon step forward, everyone became extremely nervous and stood up. At the podium, Leon began, Congratulations. You have all passed the simple test from earlier. He knew well that when they first joined his military camp, they had many shortcomings, but he added that they could be gradually cultivated later. Hearing this, Gu Daesheng wondered, the orc dungeon gate was simple. Leon continued, Watching you fight, I also discovered some of my own issues. He believed the most important thing was still the physical body. Hearing that the curly-haired guy looked confused, the body, Gu Daesheng was also puzzled. At the start, we were all D or C rank. Leon continued, That is why I have decided to train your bodies first, he said in a stern voice. From now on, you will train strictly according to the curriculum. Exclusively for the Lion Kingdom's standing army, everyone felt a bit uneasy hearing that. Gu Daesheng secretly thought, the training curriculum for the standing army. Why is it like bodybuilding from the Middle Ages? Lion added, exercising the body. In short, it's still muscle training, and muscle training means overloading the body. To push past the limits, he continued. The Saint Knight who wrote the training curriculum for the standing army, the one who defeated the giant Sir Gratis, once said, the more a person fights, the stronger and more resilient they become. Truly an insightful quote. At that moment, the members all looked blankly. Wait, what? Fight what? Leon shouted, if that's the case, how should soldiers tasked with protecting the kingdom train? Naturally, it has to be completely different from ordinary farmers. He continued, therefore, to achieve the highest training efficiency, Sir Gratis proposed this plan. Leon suddenly wore a sly smile. Have the soldiers beat each other to a pulp until they're covered in bruises and then just help them recover as usual. Doing that won't just make their muscles rock solid, but their motion tracking will also improve because they'll have to avoid getting hit too. The members were shocked. What? What did you say? Leon started pointing at each person and said in a low voice, we'll start fighting each other now. Start fighting each other. Leon spoke up, now. He pointed toward the members and demanded, start fighting each other now. Until muscles tear and knuckles bleed, Leon said in a low voice. Better yet, break some bones. Don't hold back. Gu Daesheng bravely spoke up. No. That's truly absurd, Your Majesty. No, that's not necessarily wrong. Gu Daesheng expressed the absurdity, but Your Majesty, if that's what you mean, then my body won't be able to handle it? Leon tilted his head slightly. How could that be? Afterward, he reached out to grab the Holy Grail. Leon said in a low voice, you should feel grateful for receiving the protection of the Holy Grail. Just then, team leader Kim exclaimed in surprise, Hey, you! Gu Daesheng turned around confused. Yes, team leader Kim whispered. Your wounds are healing. Gu Daesheng was startled and hurriedly touched his face. Huh, how come? Leon then spoke up. Wherever the Holy Grail is, all soldiers are healed, and if you drink the water from the cup, even your bones will be reconstructed, let alone your muscles. He continued, therefore I'm giving you 5 hours. Within that time, whoever you see, hit them with everything you've got. Leon stated the rules clearly. No colluding, attack your opponent with every technique you can think of. He glared, threatening, ha, if anyone intentionally refuses to do it. This very king will teach you a lesson. Finally, Leon turned his back to leave and whispered, all right, Sir Spinner, I'll leave it to you. Below, everyone was filled with suspicion. Are we supposed to train in this savage way? Everyone was extremely tense, exchanging looks with one another. Gu Daesheng laughed awkwardly. Ha ha! Team leader Kim was no different. He. At this moment, Jeff Spin took on the role of a monitor, shouting, violation detected. Han, Harry looked bewildered. Huh. Jeff Spin fiercely launched an attack as punishment. A member jumped in surprise and shrieked. Gaspin demanded, fight! If you don't comply, I'll take care of you. Seeing that everyone shivered instinctively, a large man cursed, "Damn it!" He started attacking and roared, "Die!" In the blink of an eye, the members dove into a brawl. They yelled, "Hiya! I'm not easy to mess with!" Someone loudly protested, "You're all insane! This is all just crazy!" Before he could even process it, a punch landed square on Gudasong's face. He let out a pained, "Ugh!" Now let's take a look at the schedule. The schedule of the hunters who applied to join Leon's army 9 a.m., military training, fun-style iron body toughening, 12 p.m. lunch water with salt or sugar. The members helped each other go refuel. Seeing a strange stainless steel container, they grew suspicious. "Is that a water jug?" One person asked, "Ms. Harry, what is this?" Han Harry looked a bit embarrassed. This is..." Leon, standing nearby, coldly stated, "Your lunch, water mixed with salt and sugar." Hearing that, the members were speechless. Who puts salt and sugar in water? Military training manual soldiers only need to be fed enough to stay alive. "Don't worry, everyone. The army will feed you 100 p.m. tactical training," Leon shouted. "Right now, split into 5 teams to block the king's path." Hearing that, everyone was extremely confused. What? Even though they didn't understand a thing, they eagerly rushed forward because there was no other way. The training room suddenly turned into a battlefield. Everyone was shouting, 9 p.m. "Baby, go to sleep. Time to pass out." After a tiring day, no one said a word. Even while sleeping, Gudasong was still being tortured by the sleepwalking members. This was truly hellish training in the literal sense, but they were able to endure thanks to Harry's care. She gently said, "Everyone have a midnight snack." "Amen." Everyone joyfully cheered, "Thank you." "Thank you, young lady." Although it was all within King Leon's calculations, no hunter could have known that. They were forced to chew on poorly roasted potatoes. One afternoon, the training ground echoed with the sound of, "Ugh." Gudasong was diligently practicing swordsmanship. Every time he attacked, he shouted, "Ah!" After a while, Gudasong was exhausted and panting, "Ah! Ah!" He secretly thought, "This shield is heavier than I thought, so swinging the sword is also harder." Gudasong realized that while holding the shield up, his attacking stance was quite restricted. It seemed that thrusting was the only viable attack, so Gudasong practiced it over and over, shouting, "Ha ha ha," until a voice suddenly cut through the air. "Wrong!" Gudasong jumped, spinning around to see Leon, and exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty!" Leon, tone stern, commanded him, "Stop swinging that sword around so recklessly. Maintain your stance and try it again," he demanded. Gudasong replied, "Yes, sir," braced his shield to the side and performed the move again under Leon's watchful eye. He thrust the sword with force, shouting, "Ha!" then pivoted to finish the attack. He turned to Leon, who said quietly, "Still wrong." Gudasong stammered, "Ah." Leon stepped in to correct his posture, noting, "You have a habit of dropping your sword when you thrust. That's your mistake right there. Your shield protects the shoulder of the person standing next to you," Leon lectured. "Even if it blocks your vision, you must not lower it." Gudasong looked confused. "Huh? Why is..." Leon warned him that even if he got bored of the view, he must never lower his shield. Gudasong looked a bit confused. "Why, Your Majesty?" Leon asked, his voice softening as he analyzed it. "When you do that, you create a gap, and a gap leaves you wide open." Gudasong asked softly, "Your Majesty, is that your tactic?" "We set up our shields to pin down the enemy while the knights rush in to attack right," Leon replied. "Exactly. Attack and defend simultaneously. It's a basic battlefield tactic." Gudasong thought to himself, "But if the enemy is a monster, that tactic probably won't work." Hearing this, Leon went quiet for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you trying to teach me how to fight?" Gudasong answered nervously, "No, I wouldn't dare." Suddenly, Leon chuckled. He said softly. "In my world, there are piles of monsters just like the ones you've encountered at the gates." "Those dungeons, you mean?" "No, even worse. The monsters in those gates are adorable by comparison," Leon continued. "We've had to face 20-meter-tall monsters and goblins with infinite regeneration, multi-headed venomous snakes, giant spiders, and dozens of spiderlings, even dragons bigger than mountains. I know this well, so to deal with monsters like those, we have to learn many different fighting methods. On top of that, you need quick reflexes and the ability to improvise," Leon added. "And those are skills you all will acquire." After going through long periods of grueling training, he posed a question. "Do you have 10 decades of experience fighting monsters and training alongside gods? With just a sword and a spear, can you win every battle with honor?" Hearing this, Udaikong fell silent. Seeing this, Leon said in a low voice, I think you understand now. The reason I only teach the soldiers one thing is that being all-powerful is a virtue only for a true nobleman. He believed that by just perfecting that ability, your survival rate will increase. Gu Daesong thought for a moment and then spoke up, but Gu Daesong told himself, I want to climb to a higher position. Leon asked quietly, Do you want to become a knight? Gu Daesong was startled and replied, A commoner like me, how could I dare? Gu Daesong asked softly, Isn't it only for nobles to become knights? Leon sighed and said, Don't judge my kingdom by the standards of your world, he corrected. It's not just nobles who can be knights. Udakong was a bit surprised. Oh, Leon believed that a knight must be someone ready to walk a path of hardship for a noble mission, someone who always protects the people and does good with courage, one who has sworn to dedicate their entire life to the goddess and the people, Leon said gently. Anyone capable of fulfilling that sacred duty is worthy of becoming a knight. He said softly, You need enough courage and the skill to do that. At this moment, Udaikong seemed to realize something, and also to earn my respect, Leon added. Udaikong thought to himself, I was wrong. He held his head high with a determined look in his eyes. Udaikong gripped the sword in his hand, telling himself that he too wanted to become a knight. At the same time, at the magic tower in the United States, a moan echoed. Damn it, even when I spend my free time. Ronald chimed in quickly. Oh, Supreme, when I believed you would return. The jewel said irritably, Hey, idiot, shut up and kneel down. Ronald obediently replied, Yes, sir. The jewel spoke, I will teach you the truth and the wisdom of Samra. So obviously you must obey me and know your place when you listen to me. Ronald secretly wondered. His voice has changed. The jewel whispered, First cast a space teleportation spell on the stone. In an emergency, you just need to throw it into the air. Hearing this, Ronald was a bit surprised. What? Why is that? I know those stones are tools for teleportation, but... The jewel hissed irritably. Are you insane? Do you think I'd crawl into hell myself without insurance to get back? Ronald couldn't help but look blank. Huh. The jewel said in a low voice, Listen clearly. I will never appear on that planet while that bastard is still breathing. Ronald still didn't understand what was going on. The jewel continued, But since I am here, I will find a way to kill him soon. If his Holy Grail Knights and his army are here, then I will have the chance to do it. The jewel added, No matter how, you must enter the same dungeon gate as him. Do you hear me? Hearing this, Ronald quickly replied, Oh, I understand now. The jewel laughed gleefully. Ah ha 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 ha. This time an image of Leon riding on a white horse appeared in his mind. The jewel hissed, You will die, O great king. In the blink of an eye, it was the graduation day for the Pantheon Permanent Military Training Course. Han Harry asked softly, They've only just finished their training, haven't they? Will it be all right? Jack Spin replied. Not really. Han Harry said, That's why Sir Jack and I have to be here. Jack Spin also let out a strange sound. Just then, the observer holding a camera said wearily, Thanks to this, I'm going to have a hard time. Han. Harry smiled and said, He, good luck to you, Sir Observer. Inside, Leon announced, My soldiers, you all performed very well. During the past 4 weeks of training, he lowered his voice and said, Keep it brief. It's time to reap the rewards. Leon commanded, Push forward and attack the dungeon. Even if you're as weak as you were before, I don't care. He boomed, But that place is where you'll realize what it truly takes to be a warrior of King Leon. Leon believed that there, too, you will find the conviction you've been searching for. Finally, he shouted, Pantheon Army move out 49 D-rank hunters, 1 member of the Hunter Association, and Leon Dragonia. As they stepped into the dungeon gate watching from above, Jack Spin let out a sharp cry. Han Harry whispered, Don't worry, Sir Jack. His Majesty is with them. Everything will be fine. Suddenly, Jack Spin cried out, having spotted a problem. It announced, 49 soldiers, 1 observer. That's 51 people total. Han Harry replied confused. So, what about it? Jack Spin reported, The count entering is 52. Han Harry looked bewildered. Huh? A mysterious person had snuck in behind the troops. Han Harry wondered, Who is it? Jack Spin zoomed off, shouting, Emergency response. Han Harry startled, calling after him, Sir Jack. Seeing Jack Spin speeding toward the dungeon, Han Harry yelled, Wait for me! Without a care, Jack Spin had already charged inside. Han Harry frantically screamed, "Sir Jack!" I never expected that she would slam right into the dungeon's barrier. Han Harry let out a pained groan. Ugh! Seeing her sprawled on the ground, the subordinates were completely panicked. Han. Harry wobbled as she sat up, hissing, "What?" Her eyes went wide in shock. "This... Why now?" Everyone gasped. What in the world is happening? The gate was shaking. The difficulty level was changing. The dungeon was shifting from yellow to everyone screamed in horror. Red, Han. Harry couldn't help but worry. Why did the yellow gate suddenly turn red? She stared at the dungeon entrance, muttering, "A dungeon break." Inside, the members were clashing with ferocious monsters. Every single one of them was massive. A fierce battle was raging in there. Someone shouted, "Ki-ha!" Everyone was exhausted fighting off the beasts. Damn it, we're going to die! Just then, another wave of monsters swarmed in. The members cried out in shock, "Are these devils? Is this a devil's dungeon?" Seeing this, Leon's eyes blazed with determination. He ordered, "Shields up. Remember what you learned about your positions." The members started shouting to each other. "Raise your shields," someone questioned internally, seriously. But in a blink, they all obediently raised their shields on Leon's command. Everyone quickly deployed in perfect Leon-style formation. Leon roared, "Charge!" One young man was confused. "The opponents are demons. Does he really mean charge? Why not stand our ground and assess the situation first?" Even so, everyone bravely rushed forward. Seeing that, the young man wondered, are they not afraid at all? Having been equipped with full armor and weapons and having endured grueling training, they were well accustomed to high-pressure situations like this. Suddenly, the young man was stunned as he looked at the system notification. He gasped, "What the?" The screen displayed Aura of the Brave Heart. Supplemental effect. Armor defense increased against enemies. Body hardened, morale, boosted armor, reinforced and lightened. Agility increased. Added effect, steel resistance. Strength boosted against overwhelming attacks. Stamina replenished to withstand incoming strikes. Enhanced long-range vision. Maximum resistance. The young man couldn't help but be bewildered. What is this? He's buffing his soldiers with support effects. Meanwhile, the ferocious monsters screeched, "K-Day!" Leon's army calmly charged forward and the monsters galloped toward them. A member shouted, "They're here! Shields up!" The savage beasts roared. The members chanted, "Hold them off!" They all moved in unison to raise their shields, successfully deflecting the beast's charge. The monster slammed its head into the shield and yelped in pain. Humph! Even while facing vicious monsters, everyone remained somewhat calm. The beasts were getting beat up to the point where they shrieked, "Kaya!" The young man thought to himself, those monsters are way too strong for B-rank hunters, yet they blocked them. What on earth happened over the last 4 weeks? Leon shouted, "Charge!" The members quickly took control of the situation. Leon commanded, "Protect yourselves and drive the enemy back. Don't give them a chance to counterattack." Following orders, the members struck back fiercely. They stomped on the monsters' heads with intense momentum, yelling, "Get lost!" Someone pierced through a monster, making it wail in pain. Everyone roared. "Skewered them!" Taking advantage of the momentum, Leon boomed, "Keep pushing! Finish them off!" Suddenly, the young man startled. "That is..." The members screamed, "A giant demon! Look out!" A massive towering demon was huffing and puffing, its eyes burning with bloodlust. The young man hissed, "Damn it, that's a giant demon!" Facing this monster, everyone was a bit worried. We can't stop this. They thought its blow is nearly at the power level of an A-rank hunter. The towering demon attacked aggressively. Even though they were scared, the members quickly braced themselves. Ready for battle, Squad 3. Leader Gu Dai-sung valiantly fought back. The giant demon threw a fierce punch, but it failed to land. Gu Dai-sung smirked. Compared to His Majesty, this hit is nothing but an ant bite. The young man's eyes went wide. He actually blocked it. The giant demon roared in anger. Jack Spin quickly armed its mid-range cannons and began raining firepower onto the monster. Seeing Jack Spin appear, everyone cheered in surprise. "Sir Jack!" Leon dashed over powerfully and asked, "Sir Jack, what brings you here?" With a satisfied smile, he said, "Great job." Leon then leaped into the fray, swinging his blade with overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, the army successfully clobbered the giant demon, splattering its fresh blood across his face. Leon frowned, visibly annoyed. The monsters shrieked, "The giant demon is done for. It's a goner. We have to revive it." They panicked and whispered to each other, "But it died right there. That enemy is dangerous. So dangerous." Seeing Leon's murderous intent, the monsters turned tail and ran. "Flee. Run for your lives." Seeing this, everyone cheered in surprise. "Ah, the demons are retreating!" The members shouted in joy. "We won! We actually won!" Wow. They scrambled to thank him. "Thank you so much, Your Majesty," a representative declared. "For saving our kingdom of Spur, we sincerely thank you, knights." Just then, the system displayed a notification. "Kingdom of Spur is under threat by demons. Protect the kingdom from the demon lord's attack. Time remaining 1 week." Seeing this, the members couldn't hide their shock. "What the hell is the demon lord, one of those massive demons? I thought this was just a normal golden gate." At that moment, someone shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, we have a major problem." Leon calmly asked, "What is it?" The member said anxiously, "The exit portal has disappeared, sir." Everyone immediately erupted in chaos. "What does that mean we can't go back?" Leon spoke with a stern voice. "Everyone stay calm. Do not waver." The members replied, "Yes, sir." Leon walked toward where the gate used to be, lost in thought. Just then, Jeff Spin announced, "Abnormal observation presence of a third party detected." Leon figured that was likely the reason the situation had become so uncontrollable. He asked quietly, "Does anyone have a reasonable explanation?" One person boldly raised their hand. "I have an idea, Your Majesty." Gudek said, "I believe this is a variable gate. Allow me to explain briefly." He spoke in a low voice. "In these types of cases, the difficulty of the dungeon gate spikes, and the abnormality here is, we cannot escape this place until we completely clear the dungeon." Leon thought to himself, too perfect to call it a coincidence. He looked contemplative. Ultimately, Leon decided the plan remains unchanged. "We will act as if nothing happened." Gudek asked with some concern, "Will that be all right, sir? Can you really handle the demon lord?" Leon confidently replied, "What are you afraid of? I am the great Leon. I have already slaughtered over 30,000 giant demons. Do you doubt my strength?" Everyone immediately replied, "We would never dare to Your Majesty. Please, Your Majesty, teach them a lesson they will never forget." Leon thought to himself, "Of course. This is my world after all, a world overflowing with holy power." In truth, he felt a bit uneasy, but he couldn't guarantee a complete victory against the demon lord without sustaining heavy losses just yet. Leon believed that regardless, a true knight must always maintain high morale in every situation. That's how soldiers keep their fighting spirit and belief. Meanwhile, the dungeon was filled with an incredibly gloomy atmosphere. On the other side, the gemstone laughed with amusement. The gemstone excitedly declared, "He has already entered that gate. He's finished after all. At the end of the day, you're only human," Ronan asked quietly. "What about the ritual for your descent?" the gemstone retorted in annoyance. "No, are you insane?" He continued, "What I mean is, I don't need to directly involve myself in this affair. He will have to face a gruesome creature. The lust demons have been serving it for 100 years. The gemstone believed that once the demon lord awakened, his fate would be sealed. The 3 kingdoms of Spur, this peaceful land, had a history spanning thousands of years, but the demons had put an end to that peace. It had to endure a series of attacks. The capital had fallen, and the palace was the last remaining fortress for the survivors gathered there. In the midst of this hopeless war, they still clung to the hope of victory. After reading all the information, a black-haired young man said with a serious face, "That is a big problem, sir." But Leon, sitting across from him, didn't think so. He even questioned the problem, but the other person's attitude remained extremely serious. "Yes, that's right, sir." Faced with his firm and serious demeanor, he reluctantly accepted it. "I understand. Gates. Each gate has its own theme." Seeing that Leon understood the situation, the young man let out a sigh of relief and pointed out the current situation. "But this time it's different, Your Majesty. Among them, there is also a time limit." Fearing he wouldn't understand, the person quickly explained in detail, "If you cannot clear a normal gate, after a certain amount of time, the monsters will just remain there. and a dungeon rift will be created. However, this one is time-limited. If you complete the mission, the gate will close even if there are still monsters left inside. I've received all that information. Leon bowed his head, his brow furrowed in deep thought. I see. So that's how it is. After a long moment of contemplation, Leon crossed his arms and looked up at the young man in front of him, asking suspiciously, "Is your name Kim Jisoo?" Pinpointed. The other man replied in a panic, "Yes, your majesty." Setting that aside, Leon got straight to the main point. Finding the intruder in our ranks was our top priority, but the current situation is extremely urgent. Pausing for a moment, he asked directly, "And since Lord Spinner is already here, will the post-training evaluations be affected at all?" This question left the dark-haired youth opposite him silent, but the person next to him quickly replied, "Yes, everything is still fine." Not stopping there, the other person smiled brightly and added, "The association chairman has already granted me authorization." Hearing this, the guy next to him couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "Oh, are they really going to let us rank up this time?" Not letting the conversation drag on, Leon raised a finger to stop them, leaving the two men bewildered. "All right, and there's one more thing." Not wanting to keep everyone waiting too long, he smiled cryptically. He spoke slowly, getting to the main point. "It's about the hidden quest. What do you all think?" As soon as these words were spoken, the two men opposite him froze stiff. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Seeing their hesitant, disbelieving expressions, Leon's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he declared in a chilling voice, "I am planning to kill the Demon Lord after finishing the discussion with the adventurers." Leon mused, as expected, I've used up quite a bit of energy. He sat with his legs crossed by the window, the glowing Holy Grail in his hand. Leon frowned. "But even at that level, I should still be able to contact the temple, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Holy Grail stirred, and immediately a soft golden flow of power appeared on the hand he had placed over his chest. A few seconds later, a gentle voice echoed, "Leon, my knight." He replied with the utmost reverence, "Goddess Ariana, have I disturbed you?" The goddess on the other end saw Leon reply and asked directly, "You noticed it too, didn't you?" He didn't hide anything and confessed honestly, "Yes, I realized it a bit late, but I didn't want to keep the goddess waiting too long." Leon put on a stern face and spoke in a deep voice, sharing his analysis. "I feel a strange source of energy within this gate." Hearing this, the goddess quickly responded, "A body overflowing with life like yours cannot perceive it easily." Pausing for a moment, the goddess provided a wealth of useful information. That is only natural. After all, that energy source has already integrated into this world. As soon as this information was revealed, Leon couldn't hide his shock. A creature so powerful that I can actually sense it, even in this state. Escaping his train of thought, he once again offered his opinion. "It must be a demon lord or something similar. Perhaps it's a demon king." To this opinion, the goddess did not deny it. She simply summarized, "It's cunning." Then the goddess shifted to another issue. "How immense do you perceive that power to be? Its true power is even more terrifying than that." Giving instructions and finishing the analysis of the situation, the goddess finally stated the purpose of her appearance. "My knight, the temple's holy power has sent a message for you." Leon also bowed his head reverently. "I am listening, my goddess." The goddess on the other side also quickly said straightforwardly, "The gods wish to study this world." They must have sensed something. Hearing these words, Leon mused, "The gods, you say, so they will need energy to descend." While Ariana on the other side was distracted by a mysterious girl, it wasn't until he finished speaking that she focused back. "That is correct. I suppose I don't need to tell you what you need to do I?" Leon placed his hand over his chest, bowed his head, and replied with all his devotion, "Of course not, my goddess." Not stopping there, he firmly asserted, "I will find a safe way to assist them." The next day, a carriage brought the group to the front of the castle. "We have arrived." As the four of them got off the carriage, a butler appeared to greet them. "Welcome, knights. My name is Paco, the head butler of this place." After a brief self-introduction, he began to speak about his duties. "I will lead you to the judgment chamber. Please follow me." As they followed the butler, the four of them couldn't help but look around and observe everything. Halfway there, Leon couldn't help but praise, The master of this place has excellent taste." These words made the butler unable to hide his pride. "Ha ha, you are very perceptive, sir." After that, he began walking while introducing the palace. The royal palace of the Kingdom of Spain has a long history dating back to the time of its founder, Queen Flora, up until the reigning Queen Bitchit. I have served many generations of queens. At these words, the old man behind him suddenly realized, so it's all queens here. The young man next to him also chimed in with his own thoughts. Yes, I suppose the people here follow a matriarchal system. Those words did the trick. Leon shot them a look of pure contempt. Your Majesty, watch your tone. Even after the three of them went silent, Leon couldn't hide his irritation and began to lecture them. Where on earth did you commoners learn to gossip about the royal bloodline, huh? Under his intense gaze, the trio shrank back a little. We apologize, Your Majesty. Hearing that, Leon turned back and spoke politely to the butler. I apologize for that. They're quite foolish, aren't they? Since they haven't been taught basic etiquette, and with the situation so tense right now, I was a bit hasty in bringing them along. I hope you understand. The old butler, knowing his place, just gave a hollow laugh to smooth things over. It's quite all right. I understand completely. Finally, the four of them reached their destination. We've arrived. Standing before them was a grand hall with a massive gate guarded by soldiers. Right this way, please. The gates opened, revealing a blinding light. Her Majesty is waiting for you, facing that light. Leon looked as if he were heading into battle. Inside, countless guards stood at attention with two others flanking the queen. King Leon I, please enter. The name caused everyone present to pay close attention. A man then stepped down, stood before him, and mused, So you are Leon I, the one who led the army into battle. Observing him for a moment with a sly grin, he pulled out a scroll. I am the Prime Minister of the Kingdom, Duke Ochu. We recognize your great contributions. We have decided to grant you the title of Knight. As soon as he finished speaking, he added another demand. So with the Queen's approval, please recite these vows. Leon furrowed his brow in annoyance, deciding to ignore him and head straight for the throne. That can wait. I'm going to pay my respects to the Queen first. What? He hadn't even taken a few steps. Someone else stepped in his way. Someone else stepped up. That old knight stopped right in front of Lord Leon, then started hurling insults. I don't care what kind of merits you think you've earned. A mere outsider like you, how dare you get so close to the Queen? The three people behind him were completely lost. Is this really okay? They felt like they'd just been ditched. Watching the Prime Minister keep rambling, a question crossed all their minds. Even though the Prime Minister is trying to stop you, you're not just going to take that lying down, are you? A moment later, Leon's rage finally boiled over. Ha! I've had enough of this. Leon stood tall and declared confidently, The Queen. I am also a sovereign, a king, the king of the Leon Dragonia Kingdom. After a brief introduction, he gave a quick apology. I know this will be a loss, but I have to do what must be done. Those words made the Prime Minister's eyes bulge with rage. You? Who in the hell do you think you are? He screamed louder than he ever had before. You insolent brat guards, haul these people away. However, before he could say another word, Leon grabbed him by the head. Hey! Leon's gaze was terrifying now, with veins popping out all over his face. Witnessing what was happening, the people behind were terrified. Their souls practically left their bodies. Your Majesty, you are... But Leon didn't care. With a sharp twist, he snapped the guy's neck completely to the side. Seeing him collapse to the ground, Leon gritted his teeth, wondering why he was so incredibly angry this time. Unable to suppress his fury, Leon's hand bulging with veins, he grabbed the Prime Minister's neck and gave it a clean snap. The Prime Minister then, his body went limp, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. This scene sent the knights present into a frenzy. Duke, you bastard, what do you think you're doing? Faced with those words, Leon just narrowed his eyes in utter contempt. The people behind him, having watched that neck snap smoother than silk, were questioning reality. Your Majesty! The knights quickly regained their senses and leveled their swords at him. How bold you want to die, don't you? Even with his life hanging by a thread, Leon couldn't care less and said something cryptic. You fool, how long do you intend to keep hiding your true form? Do you really think you can fool me? Reveal yourself, you filthy demon! No sooner had he finished than the Prime Minister, who looked like a goner, started foaming at the mouth, his body trembling. His eyes rolled back, and suddenly they turned a deep, dangerous crimson. The Prime Minister hunched over, and the back of his coat began to bulge and heave, as if trying to tear something open. What the hell is that? A few minutes later, the skin shed away. Standing before Leon now was a giant, grotesque ant. The Prime Minister was a demon. Moments later, in a corner nearby, another person started to transform. What? There's one here, too. Not just one or two. Within seconds, an entire legion of ants appeared. Soon, the whole hall was surrounded by countless giant, monstrous ants. Demons! Before anyone else could panic, Leon shifted into fighting stance, shouting with everything he had. Don't be afraid. Stand your ground and face them. He didn't stop there. He waved his hand to the side, continuing to rally them. Stand together. Fight as one. Leon kept encouraging them, oblivious to a demon lurking to strike him. Only then can we win. The demon? Before it could make a move, Leon blocked it with just 2 fingers. It looked as shocked as anyone else. Once blocked, Leon grabbed it with his bare hands and ripped the demon into 2 pieces. He also took the opportunity to snatch the head off a nearby ant, watching them drop one by one. The old knight was surprised, but he quickly calmed down, expressing his disgust. Hiding right here in the palace where the queen resides, you filthy monsters! Unlike the other side, over with the other officials, everything was chaos. Oh, help! The old knight couldn't take it anymore. Gritting his teeth in hatred, he charged forward. A whole swarm of ants fell to his blade. After finishing, he sheathed his sword and declared confidently, all demons that have infiltrated this place must be destroyed. Kill every last one of them. The soldiers took the order and quickly rushed forward. Within seconds, all the ants were taken down. At this point, he finally noticed the woman on the throne. However, just like before, he hadn't even reached the steps when the old knight blocked him again. Stand back. Blocked again. Leon frowned, unhappy. He shot the guy a look of pure disdain. I understand your position and your loyalty. What I don't understand is why you aren't focused on protecting your superior in this emergency. The old knight wasn't going to take that retorting, who do you think you are? To judge my loyalty and my actions, only the queen has the right to do that. These words made the 3 people behind him feel like they'd just seen a new horizon. That actually makes sense. Leon wasn't listening. With a light flick of his fingers, the sword flew out of the knight's hand and pierced straight into the ceiling. After knocking his weapon away, Leon irritably pointed out, while it's the queen's job to judge you, I am also a sovereign here. Know your place. Ignoring his trembling hands, the knight gritted his teeth, stubborn to his very last breath. The queen is confused and unable to accurately assess the current situation. And because the one in charge, the prime minister, is dead, I am the next in line to take charge in her majesty's absence. Every word Leon spoke made the knight ponder for a moment, and then he dropped a bombshell. This capital is overflowing with corruption. Deep beneath the palace there are countless demons lurking and mocking us. Leon even urged the knight to resolve the issue immediately. Upon receiving this news, the knight, terrified, asked for confirmation repeatedly. Are you certain? All he received was Leon's firm affirmation. A king of knights does not speak deceit. At this point, the knight had no choice but to concede. Fine, what do you want? Leon replied quite concisely, the right to command your soldiers. It seemed like everything would stop there. But Leon added another condition, the power to purge those who are corrupted. Once he received permission, Leon knelt down and softly declared, O incompetent queen, this king will correct all of your mistakes. Shortly after, at the central square of Spur capital, a massive bonfire was lit while the citizens gathered in full. He stood high above, looking down at the people below, and began his speech. Everyone, I have received full authorization from the kingdom of Spur. He paused. He began his introduction. I am King Leon of the Leon Kingdom. Leon the First, Leon Dragonia the First. After the introduction, Leon got straight to the point. Some of you have been possessed by demons and corrupted, and their goal is likely to cause internal strife while attacking from the outside. Not letting the crowd descend into panic, Leon reassured them, however, there is nothing to worry about. I have a way to distinguish who has been corrupted. A young man quickly chimed in, How? To that question, he did not hide anything and replied, I can show you. Seeing is believing. Above, 2 citizens were tied together, looking at those 2. The people below could not believe their eyes. Here, one was corrupted and one was normal. Observing those reactions, Leon's eyes were sharp. After letting everyone panic, he announced, Who is the normal one? As soon as he finished, Leon tossed the 2 people directly into the fire. Prove your innocence by casting yourselves into the flames. because this is a test. I will help you." The two of them, taken by surprise, screamed loudly. Witnessing the entire process, the people below were surprised and terrified. "Good heavens, he wants to kill us all." A few seconds later, the young man screamed in agony. His skin began to melt. "Ah, put out the fire!" The writhing of the man made the citizens outside terrified. Oh my God! However, contrary to the man, the girl walked out completely unscathed. What? She is fine. Then what was that scream? A man then noticed something and stared. "Look, that soldier's body." The young man began to melt away. "Look, when that thing burns out." Leon looked on with disgust and calmly explained, "This is the holy fire. It only incinerates evil beings." After the introduction, Leon shouted a demand that made the citizens shrink back. "Thank the fire war god Pethos for this. Now chant my name and walk through the fire." Faced with that demand, even with living proof, the crowd was still very hesitant, and this made him angry. "What now? Are you sure it's only the demons that get burned?" Unable to watch anymore, Leon drew his sword to threaten them. "Are you going quickly or not? Or are you all corrupted? I will chop all of your heads off." At this point, the citizens had no choice but to ignore everything and run into the fire. "Damn it, I'm going!" A few minutes passed, and only the demons remained. Standing above Leon, disgustedly covered his nose. That damn stench, forcing me to witness this scene. You will pay for this." Leon then directly declared, "I will tear your souls into pieces." The demons below immediately assumed their battle stances. "You human, what do you know? Don't think you will be left in peace." Before they could finish speaking, Leon was furious and declared, "All you demons die." As he finished, screams of pain rang out. "Which one of you is calling out?" Leon gritted his teeth. "Trash parasites feeding on human emotions, you savages." Bringing up the topic made him irritated again, and he started to scold them. "How dare you mimic mankind? Walking on two legs, living in a community, and even pretending to be soldiers. Do you think I allow that to happen?" The more he spoke, the more excited Leon got, making countless promises. Every word made the demons freeze in confusion. "All of you will die in agony. I will make you cry in despair and torment." The demons then began to doubt their existence. This madman. 2 legs means walking on 2 legs, right? Why is he talking nonsense? In one place, someone was observing everything through a crystal ball. The strategy to sow the seeds of corruption seems to have failed. On the other side, Leon was still screaming, "Scream more, more, shriek more. That is the only way to satisfy this king." Observing this entire scene, the owner of the crystal ball trembled with rage. "That bastard! He is still just a brutal animal." After finishing off all the demons, he hung one on a stake and gathered his subjects to the square once more. "O subjects of the kingdom of Spur, that bastard is still a brutal animal." After finishing off all the demons, he hung one up on a stake and gathered the citizens in the square once again. "Listen up, citizens of the Spur Kingdom. Don't be afraid." Leon finished his opening monologue and declared firmly, "As long as this king and his lion-hearted spirit remain, evil shall never be able to harm you." He paused for a moment and added, "To be precise, evil creatures thrive on humanity's impure emotions." Leon was so engrossed in his speech that he didn't notice the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces. The people's fear upon seeing the demon's sinister grin successfully sent the crowd into a state of panic and shock. The demon struggled, spread its wings, and unleashed its power, screaming out like never before. "This isn't over. Your end has already been decreed. Corrupting power will annihilate everything." At those words, Leon reached out and smacked the demon right on the head. It silenced the beast instantly. "Shut your mouth, you little monster!" After the blow, the demon had a hole in its head. Leon then pointed at it and shouted angrily, "Look at this ugly, pathetic freak! Corrupting power is the very source of your temptations and your fears." Irritated for a moment, Leon quickly calmed himself and continued his sermon. "It's also the cause of your constant hunger sickness and the reason your families fall apart." As he spoke, the people below just looked on, confused and bewildered. But he didn't pay any mind, getting even more heated. "It's why you tripped and fell this morning, why your spouse cheated on you, and why you lost all your money gambling." This time, not only the people, but even the demon on the side began to question its own existence. When it finally came back to its senses, it couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is this?" Before it could say anything else, It was grabbed by the horns by Leon, who declared, "You must pay with your life." The people below, after a moment of blank confusion, started to realize the truth. What? So it's because of that demon that my mother got sick. Now that they knew the reason, the crowd below gnashed their teeth in rage, shouting, "I said, shut your mouth, you damn demon!" One person couldn't hold back and screamed with resentment, "You killed my father!" The demon above, having its other horn broken by Leon, also erupted and cursed back. "You bunch of lunatics!" Successfully silencing the demon, preventing it from uttering another word, Leon returned to his speech. "The curse of corruption will spare no one. These demons must be punished." He didn't stop there. He flatly stated that every problem they encounter in life is linked to these demons. We cannot let them run wild and cause trouble anymore. By now, the demon was officially speechless, so bored, it didn't even bother to argue. After ranting on and on, Leon took out a glowing wooden staff and declared, "But now you don't need to worry anymore, because I am here to deliver justice for everyone." Having said that, he casually pointed at a random person. "Hey, you red-haired kid!" Being singled out, the boy was still trying to process what was happening. Is he a god?" Leon affirmed and requested, "That's right, come up here." However, instead of doing anything grand, the boy just listlessly held the wooden staff for him. Once ready, Leon stood with his hands on his hips and ordered, "Use this holy flame to teach that demon a lesson," just waiting for this moment. The boy got a sudden burst of excitement, afraid the boy wouldn't know what to do. Leon encouraged him, "Don't be afraid of anything." The boy felt like he'd been given an adrenaline shot. He shouted confidently, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will teach them a lesson they'll never forget." With that, the boy marched forward angrily, ready to strike the scum. Not only was the boy furious, but the demon was also about to explode. It started making a terrifying face, playing psychological games. "Do you really think you can do anything to me, kid? I'll definitely drag you down to hell." Before it could finish, Leon, standing right next to it, delivered a massive punch. It flew back, losing a few teeth. "Who gave you permission to run your mouth?" The boy, now standing in front of the demon with a bruised cheek, finally had a chance to vent all his anger. The boy gritted his teeth and used all his might to deliver a powerful blow. "Pay the price for my family!" A burst of fire then erupted on the demon's head. It cried and cursed, "You will go to hell!" But just like before it could curse any further, Leon interjected, angrily cutting it off. "You filthy demon, you have no right to speak in this place." Right after that, a loud voice rang out at the Demna Bing Sat prison. The corrupting demon Bantus had been captured and tied up inside. It began to reflect 3,000 years as a demon I've tortured and trampled on countless humans. I never thought it would end like this. Suddenly, a familiar robotic leg appeared. A few seconds later, IAB showed up. Seeing it, the demon couldn't help but tremble in fear. However, it still acted tough. "What do you want? Why is there a robot here?" To that question, IAB faithfully carried out its mission. "Please give me the information." As soon as this was said, the demon scoffed, "Ha, you think I'll do as you say? Think I'll do as you? Do you think I've surrendered?" But instead of getting angry, IAB just calmly announced, "Prisoner number 14 is non-cooperative." The demon didn't understand, but a few seconds later, 3 armored figures appeared. 3 knights now stood before its cell. Even though it was a bit scared at first, it quickly calmed down and boasted, "If you want me to talk, just kill me. I will definitely be reborn and take my revenge on you." A moment later, it stared blankly, breaking into a cold sweat when it saw something. The knights were now carrying in a wooden barrel. What was inside? It was a shimmering, glowing liquid made of regular water and 15% holy water. The container was then set down. The monster shuddered instantly. AB then appeared over the container and laid out the terms, "Take a look and choose wisely." It then directly threatened the demon. You know the answer. Even at this point, the demon was still trying to play dumb. Before he could even say a word, Iabago shoved his face right into the bucket of water. The demon was in agony, its face turning bright red as if a layer of skin had been peeled off. At this point, the demon gave in and decided to spill, "Damn you, I'm Bantus, a corrupted demon." But as soon as he gave his name, the torture started again. "You dare do this to me?" He was so uncooperative that Iabi didn't hesitate to shove his face straight back into the water. The demon floundered in the holy water trying to save himself, but Iabi just dismissed it as, "Still uncooperative, Mom saved me, still uncooperative." It was the same process the whole time. The three people standing behind them looked a bit nervous. After being tortured for a while, the monster cried out, "Fine, what do you want me to say? I don't know anything." But Ayabi just gave the same verdict, still uncooperative. Only when smoke began to rise from the demon's burning face was Ayabi finally satisfied. "Prisoner number 1430564, report the information." But life isn't always peaceful. Ayabi then started to analyze. Less than 9103 characters. 50 compared to the average prisoner 1 through 13 is 39667 characters. Each number left the demon confused. "Huh, what are you saying? You're trying to hide the information." Accused like that, the demon screamed, "Are you out of your mind? How the hell would I know how many characters the others said?" Ayabi then continued, "Due to the need to keep the prisoner alive. Since they haven't provided enough content, prepare for some serious questioning." The demon now felt like he just wanted to reach enlightenment. He asked timidly, "So what do you want to ask?" After a while, Ayabi returned to brief Leon. "It's done. Information is complete, including 3 two-parts matching about 89%. After analyzing for a moment, Ayabi delivered the final result. Found the logical points. Having received what he wanted, Leon was satisfied. "Good job, Mr. Spinner. I have the information I need." He swirled his wine glass gently and turned to another matter. "Mr. Spinner, you've finished extracting information from the demons, right? How did you handle them?" Ayabi quickly reported the progress. "Eliminated them all, leaving only a few to maintain operations. A resounding success." Leon swirled his glass, smiling in satisfaction. "Good." Watching the pile of demons burning outside, he was even more pleased. The symphony of justice has been performed on this planet. But his joy didn't last long before his face darkened. His eyes widened and Leon bit his lip, throwing his wine glass to the ground. Seeing this, Ayabi observed the man before him and noted, "Your Majesty." His heart rate spiked, his chest ached, and his breathing became labored. Gritting his teeth, he stood up abruptly. "Mr. Spinner, I just thought of something." Leon gritted his teeth, glaring outside with pure hatred. "That cruel species is living and breathing the same air as me. I can't stand it, so what should I do?" When asked, Ayabi suggested, "Eliminate the cause as soon as possible." As soon as this idea was proposed, Leon went wild. Truly a brilliant idea. Remove the cause. No sooner said than done, he rushed outside. As a demigod king, Leon didn't feel fatigue, and neither did the Holy Grail Knight robot. The moment he touched the ground, Leon gathered his momentum and prepared to take off. "I'll go explore the town for the night." The cruel night had begun. Ronan Sheldon held a purple orb. The scene was devastated with many monsters surrounding him. A voice rang out, "A human!" Sheldon's expression was fearful, his eyes darting around to observe. The voice spoke again. So it's a human, eh?" Sheldon stammered in response, "Huh?" Sheldon looked at the purple orb in his hand and asked, "My lord, are you okay?" The orb emitted a voice in reply, "Sheldon, don't stare too much at those harlots. You'll end up corrupt just like them." Behind Sheldon, the monsters looked terrifying, staring right at him. Sheldon replied fearfully to the orb, "Yes, my lord." Suddenly a voice called out from afar, "Stop right there!" Hearing that, Sheldon stood still, clutching the orb and looking in that direction. A large, muscular monster stood tall and laughed at Sheldon. "You bastard! How dare you trespass into my territory?" he shouted angrily. "Are you tired of living?" Sheldon saw this and thought fearfully, "What is this dark energy?" The orb spoke up. "You haven't seen the crown on his head, have you?" Sheldon looked at the orb, hearing it continue. "The demon lord of pleasure and corruption, Androgen." Androgen heard the voice. He spoke without a hint of restraint. "Oh, there's another one, huh?" An image of a very old-looking monster appeared. Holding a skull, a voice spoke up. "We've got a lightning imp here." Seeing that, the orb thought, The orb started speaking to the monster, Androgen. "Androgen, I have an attractive offer you can't refuse." Hearing this, Androgen was surprised, his face confused. "An offer?" Androgen laughed mockingly, speaking to the orb with contempt. "Know your place." "You little rat!" Androgen opened his mouth and shouted at them. "You think you're a nobody, but you can compare yourself to other demon lords and generals. Do you think you're on my level?" Seeing this, the orb remained silent for a moment, not resisting Androgen. A moment later, the orb said, "Calm down, Androgen. You're too arrogant to have it." Hearing this, Androgen asked angrily, "What?" The orb continued, "You weren't the only one who had to die during the Great Enlightenment 185 years ago. The king of pleasure fell too, hearing that. Androgen clenched his fists in anger and cursed, "Damn it!" The orb continued. "I know all the terrible things that happened during that time. Time turned back 185 years ago. The monsters were terrifying. The scene behind was desolate houses burning in large fires. To rule the world alone, the 5 dark powers joined forces, but the result was extremely tragic. 4 images of skulls lay on the ground, smoke and fire everywhere, leaving only 3 king-level demons. The scene shows small monsters scattering in a panic, their high-pitched, terrified voices screaming for them to abandon everything and run for their lives. Another monster lets out a quick cry, and suddenly they all freeze. Before them stands something that makes them too afraid to move. It's Leon floating in the air, his clothes tattered and torn. Bolts of electricity crackle around Leon, making him look terrifying. The monsters are paralyzed with fear, their souls practically leaving their bodies, while Leon's face is etched with pure fury. His eyes glow with a golden spark radiating intense hatred. With a single technique, Leon obliterates a massive area, leaving the surroundings feeling utterly lifeless. Over 10 million minor demons have been wiped out, and the orb in Selman's hand continues. As for me, I am one of the few who survived that era. Seeing this, Androgen rushes to ask with curiosity, "You know everything, don't you?" The orb laughs deviously, "Heh." As an image of a demon appears within it, and the orb continues. "What do you think? I told you I'd make you an offer you couldn't refuse." Androgen's expression turns even angrier, and he bellows with hatred. "I, Androgen, will cast him into the bottomless pit of degradation." The purple orb in Selman's hand asks, "I heard you're on a mission for the Supreme Demon General, aren't you?" Androgen bares his teeth in a savage grin and says, "The tides are turning." "Old man, he's just a brat after all, isn't he?" An image of Beatrice Alighieri Sparrow curled up on the ground appears, accompanied by his triumphant voice. "She's about to kick the bucket." A flower adorned with shimmering, sparkling seeds is pinned to her dress, glowing faintly. Standing in the middle of the gloomy forest at night, clutching the orb, Selman asks, "Is it really over just like that?" "To have done this much? In a godforsaken place like this, it's already plenty good." The mystical purple orb in his hand continues, "The odds are 7-3. That guy Androgen only has a 3-part chance." Hearing this, he becomes agitated. "If that's the case, with me an S-rank mage and another creature with ultimate magic, then victory is guaranteed, right?" The orb teasingly wonders, "You're going to fight him too?" Selman freezes, lost in thought. "That damn thing? Fight what?" Then he asks the other, "So where are we going?" The orb replies, "First those zombie warriors in the nearby forest," and it keeps rambling, "Those lunatics know how to fight too." Selman adds an example, his voice trailing off, and the orb falls silent too when they see a zombie with a scarred, mangled body ahead. Is it over there? This zombie holds a huge, razor-sharp knife. Its body is wrapped in bandages, in some spots gray in others, and one arm has tentacles like an octopus, plus the face making the whole thing look utterly grotesque. The orb speaks up. "That's right. It's a zombie warrior." Looking closer at its face, its eyes are bloodshot and wandering, filled with wounds, its mouth wide open and dripping with slime. Seeing this, the orb hurriedly calls out to Selman, making him panic too. "Quick, use your stealth spell!" Suddenly, a long, glowing white thread appearing endless shoots out. It lunges forward, wrapping around the zombie and yanking it upward, leaving Selman and the orb absolutely stunned to witness it. The zombie is dragged high off the ground right before their eyes. The two watch as the zombie frantically reaches out toward them, pleading for help, but it can only make unrecognizable sounds. It is dragged along the ground in a state of terror. Its hand claws deep into the dirt as if trying to hold on while Selman clutches the orb. Even though they are under a stealth spell, they cannot help but feel terrified when a voice suddenly echoes from somewhere, making them even more panicked. "Lord Spinner, have you caught it yet?" Leon and Jack Spinner approach. Spinner says, "Estimates suggest there are still a few specimens in the area." And Iabi continues, "The creature just captured saw something." Leon's eyes glow a vibrant blue. He says, "I cleaned the place out so thoroughly, and yet you still let a few slip by." Standing opposite him, the orb asks sharply, "Did you do as I told you?" "Did you activate the stealth skill?" Selman replies, "Of course I did." The orb retorts, "I don't believe it. He's looking right at us." It says just as he was speaking. Leon is slowly walking toward where he is to investigate, but I didn't hear a single thing when we arrived here. Leon says, his face thoughtful, while Selman faces the weight of every word recalling the silent law of the Holy Grail Knights. All the demons in this forest have already been eradicated, but there is still something very different from normal. Leon speaks with suspicion. How strange. He continues, making Selman and the orb across from him panic. I feel like there is something unpleasant here. Leon leans his face close to Selman's, who is sweating profusely, probing and rubbing his chin in deep thought. Leon's words make him lose his composure. It's around here, I'm sure of it. Suddenly another sound rings out, making Leon turn back and ask, What's the matter, Lord Spinner? Spinner from behind says, scanning general targets via satellite. Target in Area 4B17. Leon turns to the other side and says, There is still something for me to hunt. He walks away while saying this, but his gaze never leaves Selman's spot. Let's go. Leon walks in the opposite direction, further and further away, while Selman remains there. He seemed to feel a bit of relief now, though his eyes betrayed the clear inner turmoil he was struggling to hide. Still clutching the orb, he slumped down right where he stood and spoke. He'd nearly lost his head elsewhere, a place with rooftops, yet still under the cover of night. A basin of water and a towel appeared beside him, followed by the muscular frame of Leon. He looked like he'd just finished washing up his face, lost in thought. Lust and corruption demons, Leon muttered. These twisted perverts aren't even looking for sex in the traditional sense. They're hunting for something far more warped and terrifying. Leon's expression shifted, his words becoming cryptic and strange. As he pictured the massive, brooding castle shrouded in gloom, a question gnawed at him. Why were there so many lust demons in this kingdom? Why on earth were there so many? He replayed the battle between himself and Spinner against those creatures. He deduced that given the presence of high-level ones, it was highly likely a supreme demon was nearby. Leon's gaze dropped to the floor, his thoughts drifting. But why? Why was this happening? Suddenly, a girl's voice spoke from behind him, startling him. It smelled like blood. He glanced at her, thinking I didn't even sense her presence. She spoke softly, You must be exhausted. Her face was fully revealed, exquisitely beautiful. It was Sparrow. She placed a hand on her chest and added, Because you haven't slept at all, have you? Sparrow's expression was gentle, yet sharp. Her long, platinum hair cascaded down, adding to her ethereal beauty. Sparrow offered a tender smile, stepped in front of Leon, and said, Good evening, honorable sir. Leon's face went cold at her words. Or perhaps I should call you Sir Leon. Or perhaps I... Leon squeezed his eyes shut, speechless, but his heart was shaken. The beauty standing before him. He picked up his shirt from the chair with one hand, his mind racing with the cause of this conflict. A source of sorrow, an omen of encroaching power. Standing before Sparrow, Leon threw on his coat, his thoughts churning. If you can't even sense her presence, you're already falling into the abyss. Staring at that beautiful face, he thought, You're already sinking into the depths of despair. Sparrow introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bitit Elia Sparrow, queen of this small kingdom. Correction. The previous line combined the intro. As a courtesy, Leon calmly introduced himself in return. I am Leon Dragonia, Leon H. His gaze sharpened, guarding himself against this woman. He couldn't believe she'd figured it out. As if guessing his thoughts, Sparrow spoke sincerely. Hey, don't be so defensive. I only wanted... She smiled gently and continued, to come and greet the savior of this kingdom. Enough, Leon muttered, unable to hide his irritation, his eyes narrowing. This isn't the right time for a lady to be visiting me. Hearing this, Sparrow's expression fell. She couldn't say another word. Every word she spoke seemed to choke in her throat, filled with utter misery. Actually, I'm being watched, Leon asked, puzzled. Watched, your majesty, who would dare... Sparrow looked despondent, unable to continue. She thought of the general and his guards. With a sad expression, she said, The general and the knights under his command, they've imprisoned me under the guise of protection. As Leon pictured the general's face, he broke into a sweat. The general, but... He thought that guy doesn't seem like the type to betray his oath of loyalty. Still clutching Leon's hand, Sparrow spoke with great urgency. I'm running out of time. That is why I have to ask a favor of you, your majesty. Leon softened his tone. I'm listening. Sparrow hesitated, then said, Please kill the general and all of his knights. With desperate sincerity, she held Leon's hand and added, If you do this, I will gift you this entire kingdom." The two stood close for a long moment. Sparrow stood on her tiptoes as if listening for something. Leon leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Investigate the basement of the royal palace." They had never been closer than they were at that moment. Placing a hand on Leon's chest, she whispered, "The general is hiding something down there." Suddenly, the sound of the general's footsteps approached the door. Hearing the commotion, they both turned to look at the same time as a voice boomed out, "Your Majesty, Leon." The general and his knights stood packed outside the door. He called out, "My apologies for disturbing you in the middle of the night. We are coming in." The door slowly creaked open. The general's brow furrowed as if he hadn't found what he was looking for. Leon stood there, hands behind his back, his coat undone and gaping. He spoke sternly, "Charging into the royal bedroom. With a full military contingent like that? What kind of disrespectful behavior is this?" The general replied awkwardly, "I know this is improper, but the situation is dire and we had no other choice." Hearing this, Leon gave a look of utter contempt. "Oh," he sneered, "I just met the queen." The general replied, "Ah, is that so?" Facing the general and his soldiers, Leon continued, "She went out for a stroll and I happened to run into her. And I also have a few questions about you, like what kind of person you really are." "Seriously," Leon said, "with demons roaming everywhere, you dare to interrupt the royal family's rest?" The general replied, "Demons don't come at night." Leon's eyes narrowed as he countered, "Liar." Thinking of the scene with the general and those creatures outside the castle, he pondered, "Since when do they wreak havoc at night like this?" "I'm not stupid enough to be fooled by that," Leon mused. An idiot like him couldn't have risen to the rank of general. He added, "You talk as if you've been convinced of this by someone else." "I'm not stupid enough to fall for that so easily." Leon thought to himself, someone as dim-witted as him couldn't possibly have made it to the rank of general. "You talk as if you've been convinced by someone." The two stared at each other for a long moment before the general turned away, saying, "I hope you can overlook my recent rudeness. We should be going." Leon's lips moved, but the queen kept talking, leaving him shivering and unable to retort when she called her a prisoner. He turned back, voice rising in frustration. "That is none of the business of strangers like you." The general snapped, slamming the door shut as he left. Folding his arms, Leon muttered, "Suspicious, very suspicious." He started thinking to himself the general was clearly trying to cover something up. Lost in thought, he stroked his chin, picturing himself and Sparrow side by side, wondering if he should investigate the basement as she had suggested when suddenly Spinner crashed into the window. The noise made Leon turn around, gasping, "Spinner!" Spinner hovered there, saying, "There is something I must verify," as in another scene a massive horde of demons swarmed toward the palace. They shrieked wildly, "Crush them, sever their heads, play with their corpses!" While one long-faced demon with bulging eyes screamed, "Corrupt everything!" A demon carrying an instrument pointed toward the palace ahead and turned back to say, "Listen up, Androgen has already spoken. The first one to breach the wall gets a reward of 100 slaves." At these words, the demons grew even more excited, clamoring, "Corrupt them all! Corrupt them!" The leader roared. As he was speaking, a gleaming razor-sharp sword suddenly came hurtling toward him at blinding speed. The blade grazed past him and slammed into the ground behind, causing a massive, earth-shaking tremor that sent smoke and dust billowing everywhere. The other demons stared, stunned, asking, "What in the world is that?" The landscape revealed an impossibly huge sword sweeping across the terrain, glowing a scorching red that left them all paralyzed with shock. Demons standing nearby watched as the spot where the sword struck turned into molten lava. The corpses of other demons nearby lay motionless, yet their souls were being torn away. Souls. Their souls seemed to be pulled by a force toward the castle, where someone was holding an exquisite golden object that was drawing the spirits in. Through the dark, a figure loomed, imposing and heroic, holding the item as it continued to siphon souls. Leon stepped into the light, calm and steady. Better to die with honor than live in shame. He continued, leaving the demons trembling and speechless. "You wouldn't know. You are like animals, driven only by basic desires, just like insects. How could you possibly understand what I say?" He stepped forward, his hand channeling a brilliant blue energy, and Leon declared, "Listen well, you filthy maggots." His eyes flared with a bright blue light as he drew his sword from the rift he had just opened, continuing, "I am Leon, and in the name of the Temple of Light I hold." The sword seemed to crush everything under its pressure. At that moment, Leon's eyes burned with killing intent as he addressed the villains. "It is time to take you down." The demons stood frozen, sweat pouring down their faces. "Come here." The brave tiger within Leon seemed to be unleashed with immense power and murderous aura. "You wretched demons, your greatest nightmare is right here." In another scene, a voice called out, General Ricardo," as two guards by the door asked when he approached. "I thought you were out on the front lines." "What brings you here, sir?" Ricardo replied. "An outsider is handling that now." He walked past the guards and asked, "The matter of the seal. It will work properly, right?" Spinner hovered high above, observing all their movements. The guard answered, "Yes, sir, but we haven't found it yet." The general and the two guards continued on their way. He said, "There isn't much time left, just a little more patience." As his back retreated, he muttered, 100 years of tireless toil. It is all coming to an end." The general pulled back a curtain. Spinner, watching from above, witnessed everything and gathered crucial, unexpected information. Spinner felt a surge of excitement as the sun began to set, turning the sky a deep blood red. Plumes of smoke rose high, and the ground was littered with corpses, arrows, and swords. Someone's hands were tied tightly as they were dragged along. They were none other than the demons, each tied and led in a line, looking miserable. Suddenly, one in the long line tripped, drawing the attention of a guard. The guard walked over and crouched down, saying, "Hey, watch where you're going." He saw something unbelievable and flushed red, unable to believe his eyes, thinking, "What the?" Deep down, he wondered why the demon standing before him didn't look like a demon at all. She had a beautiful face and a stunning, alluring figure, and she teased, "Mr. Hunter, please, have mercy on me," smiling suggestively, "and I will treat you very, very well afterward." Hearing this, the soldier was mesmerized, speechless, but sweat was dripping from his face as he reached his hands toward the beautiful demon. He went to touch her face, but her expression seemed to change. She smirked strangely as the system notification pinged. "Leon has activated resistance against toxins for all troops." The demon in front of the soldier suddenly revealed its true hideous form. It was absolutely grotesque. The soldier, furious, swung his hand and slapped it hard enough to twist its face, shouting, "Damn it, I almost fell for that!" He stood there confused about what had just happened. "What the hell?" It sat there staring at the soldier, snapping, "How could a human like you resist my charm?" The soldier wiped his brow, grimacing, thinking, "Is this the demon's charm? It's so ugly I almost puked." Suddenly a voice from the distance drew both their attention. "Who goes there?" A white horse galloped up and skidded to a halt. It was none other than Leon, heroically riding his horse, leading the captured demons. Leon shot a cold glare and demanded, "Who the hell dares to break rank?" Both of them were sweating buckets, too terrified to speak, until the soldier pointed directly at the demon, making it tremble in absolute fear, and stammered, It's this thing, your majesty." Hearing that, Leon flew into a rage and snapped, "How dare you!" He continued, making the demon shake like a leaf. "Corrupting my soldiers with that filthy body of yours." The demon folded its hands, stuttering, "Please, your majesty, forgive me." Not giving the demon a chance to jump, Leon planted a heavy kick right in its face and snarled, "Shut your trap!" He kept wailing on the demon, leaving the rest of the pack absolutely horrified. Leon spat, "I can't even stand the sound of your filthy voice. Trying to seduce my troops, are you?" Another demon watching the scene from the side saw the whole thing. It trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down as it thought, "He acts more like a demon than the Demon King himself." As they marched through the crowded street, the 5th platoon, led by Leon, continued moving forward. An aide walking beside him turned and asked, "Begging your pardon, your majesty, don't you see it?" Leon countered with a question of his own. "What exactly are you trying to say?" As the legion of demons passed, the strange looks from the citizens and the aide's judgments made it clear this was undoubtedly a glorious victory. But it seems the public reaction isn't exactly great. Hearing that, Leon fell into deep thought while the aide continued to share his concerns. Even low-level demons can easily seduce humans and corrupt them. Along with the aide's words, the image of a mother and child hugging each other in fear as the demons passed highlighted that the war against these monsters cannot be ended overnight. So a victory of this scale is just a drop in the bucket. The mother and child seemed genuinely terrified of them. In essence, this is a war against their demon king. Then with a murderous aura, Leon cut him off. "I will have the people hang these demons themselves. They will kill them with their own hands, and then they will taste the sweetness of the death of those disgusting souls." Shuddering at his words, the aide replied quickly, "Yes, sir, standing before the magnificent palace." Leon said to the other, "In the best-case scenario, we will achieve a massive triumph once we defeat the Demon King." Thinking of the general, he smiled slightly and continued, "And after that, there won't be a soul left to bother us, not a single one." But